Good morning.
Morning.
It is 10:04 a.m. and this June 29th meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court is now called in session. Commissioner Cagle.
Good morning, Your Honor. Today, our pastor will be introduced and is presented by Precinct 2, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Cagle, and good morning, Commissioners Court, and good morning, all our distinguished guests. It is my honor to recognize a man, a preacher, a father, a husband, but most importantly, a friend who has served the Northeast community exceptionally well. Very proud of his service. Got to know him when I was on Houston City Council, and while he was serving the city at that particular time. Pastor David Smith, although he's the proud preacher of a phenomenal church, his true claim to fame is to be married to the First Lady, Linda. But here are the points that do a little bit of justice in defining who this gentleman is. He's a preacher of the gospel for over 27 years. Native Houstonian, attended College of Biblical Studies in Southeast Houston. First preached at New Bethlehem in April of 1992. Recognized as Gospel's monthly 40 under 40 of Houston. Named as an honorary sheriff. I wonder who did that. And his favorite motto is Proverbs 29, chapter 29, verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. But as I mentioned, his true claim to fame is married to his lovely wife, Linda, and the proud father of 3 daughters. Pastor, I give you all Pastor David Smith.
Good morning. First, giving honor to God, to Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is my Savior, and the Holy Spirit, which is our Comforter. To the Honorable Lena Hidalgo, our County Judge, in respect to our Commissioners, Commissioner Rodney Ellis, Commissioner Adrian Garcia, Commissioner Tom Ramsey, and Commissioner Jack Cagle, thank you so much for this opportunity. And Commissioner Garcia, thank you so much for that introduction. At this time, I would ask that every head be bowed and every eye closed and every heart lifted up. Most holy, righteous, and everlasting Father, we come to you this morning with a heart of thanksgiving. God, we thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us from the early existence of our life up into this present moment. God, we just want to say thank you, because if we had 1,000 tongues, we just can't thank you enough. And not only, God, do we thank you, but God, we adore you because of who you are. You are omniscient. You are omnipotent. You are sovereign. And God, most of all, you are loving. You're kind. You're merciful. And you're graceful. And God, we just come to say thank you. We come asking that you forgive us of our sins, because we all have sinned and come short of your glory. But God, we can come back to you in repenting. So we repent of our sin. And repentance means to turn away from. And when you turn away us from sin, God, you will turn us to something greater and something better. And so, God, we come this morning praying for our county judge. We come praying this morning for our commissioners. We even come praying for the agendas this morning, all the proposals, all of the financial assets to be able to help our low and low-income households. God, we come praying and thank you, God, for Harris County for supplying COVID-19 vaccines and giving us health. God, we just want to say thank you for rental assistance. Thank you, God, for the leadership and them giving us public health. And not only that, but watching out and providing for our infrastructure. And then, God, I want to thank you for all of the employees and their families of Harris County. God, we just come to say thank you. Bless this day. Bless this agenda. Let it be your agenda, because your agenda is always for the people. So we come to say thank you. And Lord, wherever I come up short in this prayer, I know that you're able to make up the difference. I thank you for this day. I thank you for this commission. I thank you, God, for this court. And I thank you for all that you're going to do. It's in your son Jesus' name that I pray. Thank God. and amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank
Give
you.
the family our best.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I will. God bless you for the privilege and opportunity.
We've got a really big and exciting day today, and it's wonderful to see so many folks. Lots of items, lots of speakers. On top of that, we've got a big COVID milestone that we hit, and the First Lady and Second Gentleman are coming into town. So I'm very excited to talk to them, to welcome them to Harris County, to tell them about our vaccination progress. They sent a list of the different initiatives that counties and cities should undertake to promote vaccinations, mobile sites, driving people to vaccination sites, having incentive programs, vaccinating students, basically everything they listed we'd already done and then some. So I'll be very excited to brag about that. And we have experts as well for several items. So here's what I propose. I have two proposals. To get through the items we have, the experts that we've got to speak during business hours, and also because I got to leave for a couple hours to greet the First Lady and Second Gentleman. I propose we take the items with speakers one by one and then leave all the other items to the end. Starting with the resolutions, I think we have several speakers for Commissioner Ramsey's item. So we'll take that item and the other resolutions and speakers on the resolutions. Then we'll take the county administrator item, the flood bond financing items, and including the interim flood director. I know there's those two go together, and the court backlog items. Then we'll move on to the rest of the items with speakers. Once we get through all the speakers, we'll go back to the rest of the agenda that is just discussion, doesn't have expert testimony. Here's another point, and this I leave up to the court. We have literally a 2-day agenda with the volume of speakers, and Commissioner Garcia is traveling tomorrow all day. So we can't do court tomorrow. So I propose that today we make all speakers adhere to a time limit of 1 minute, as we used to do for non-agenda item speakers, as opposed to 3. That way we can get through everybody.
Judge.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I think as much as we can, by the way, obviously we can talk to speakers when they speak. We taking up time of other speakers. I know it's a tendency to all jump in, but so that more people can talk before midnight. In particular, I would just encourage us. I do as much as I can to be not as loquacious, but so we can get through as many speakers.
I'll be here all day and all night. I will. You guys know I will. But the question is, fewer folks will have a chance to speak if everybody speaks for 3 minutes, or I guess they'll probably go to sleep or something. So, up to the court. Yeah.
Judge, clarification in what Commissioner Ellis was referring to. So if someone's speaking and we think there's probably more that we need to hear from the individual, then we can ask a question and it would be extended. Is that correct?
Members of court can always ask questions of speakers. Of course, I'll be looking at the time and recommending that we keep the court moving. It's my job presiding over the court.
Okay.
But yes, Commissioner. Yeah.
Judge, moving forward, I would be in favor of a limitation, but I think that most of the folks who came today were prepared for the current rules of 3 minutes. I don't think it's fair or just. We've got constables that are here that are wanting to talk. We have others that are wanting to talk to change the rules after they've already come and dressed up to come to this party. And so I would
be here all night and all day, y'all. I'm the youngest by a little bit, so you guys will have me here just fine. So
Yes.
That's what you want. That's what you want.
Judge, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
it's fine with
But
me.
we will be here all night.
But I do like the idea going forward that we let people know what,
I think 3 minutes is a good amount normally, and that's why I've stayed fast through it, but we haven't had this at 17 pages of speakers. It's 3 minutes for all these hours. We will be here all night, and I don't know if people are going to be calling in. We've got 15 hours worth of speakers. So if folks want to call in,
Judge, I'm fine either way. I will
I'll
say
be
that
here.
just
Yeah.
based on my limited experience in Austin, when a hot day comes up like this one, and there are a lot of speakers, we always tell people, you can always submit it. You know, obviously it's everybody's preference, but if somebody said what you want to say, if you think they were pretty good at it, you don't have to say it again, but you can. And for members of the body, it's just the politeness, I think, to encourage us not to want to do our chest thumping, to let them get their points across to the body or to the public. But it's just a suggestion, but it's all right. I'm the oldest. Well, not quite. Just, we're about the same age. Might be a year apart, but it's fine with me.
So here's what I would encourage is everybody who's listening and who's here today, recognize that there's 15 hours worth of folks. And from experience, eventually folks have other things to do. They got to take care of their kids. They got to, whatever it is they want to do. So if you say something that you're planning on saying something that's already been said before, you could say, I agree, or just think about it. But look, I'm happy to hear everybody. I'm very, very always honored to see participation, and we'll get through today. So that was that. Let's start with the resolutions. The first resolution is under my agenda. That is item 414. That's item 414 under county judge. And just a minute, my internet's acting up here. So this is a resolution designating Juneteenth as an official county holiday, and it's easy to think the county, just because it's a federal holiday, it's already a county holiday, but it's not necessarily the case. There are several federal holidays that the county has not adopted, and what that means is we don't observe it. Employees don't have that day off. And so because of the steps the federal government took, which were bipartisan, just recently, and it's going to be a holiday for the federal government, I wanted to make sure and follow suit. And so I will just read this resolution very briefly, and I think we may have, Lucinda, do we have speakers on that item?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And Judge, since it was bipartisan on the federal level, I think Senator Cornyn was the sponsor of it.
Correct.
Would you object if I or Commissioner Ramsey make it bipartisan here by being the one to second your motion?
Yeah, of course. Thank
All right.
you. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared freedom to all enslaved people of the states, which were in rebellion against the Union on January 1st, 1863. On June 19th, 1865, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was declared, Union Major General Gordon Granger and his troops arrived in Galveston in the aftermath of the Civil War to deliver an order that said, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor." Whereas the observance of Juneteenth, which derives from a blend of the words June and 19th, began in Galveston as a celebration of independence amongst African Americans in Texas, included public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation, parades, concerts. Whereas on June 17th, 2021, President Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Act. This was a significant bipartisan effort introduced by Senator Edward Markey of Massachusetts, co-sponsored by Senator John Cornyn in the United States Senate, and introduced by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, and co-sponsored by 12 Democratic and Republican Texas members of the United States House of Representatives. After it was unanimously passed in the United States Senate and passed the U.S. House of Representatives, it established Juneteenth as a national holiday. Be it resolved that the Harris County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims Juneteenth as an official Harris County holiday to apply to all county employees. That's the resolution. And is there a motion?
So
So moved.
And I would second it.
Thank you. So I'll take a motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by
Oh, see,
Commissioner
I like
Cagle. We'll take the speakers, Lucinda.
Thank you. David Smith, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. Again, to the Honorable Judge Hidalgo, the commissioners, I again thank you for the opportunity to speak and give my support for this resolution to designate Juneteenth as a Harris County holiday to pay apply to all Harris County employees. Not only was this unanimous pass in the United States Senate, but also passed in the House of Representatives. This resolution not only designates Juneteenth as an official holiday for African Americans, but to all of Harris County employees, which indicates equality and the value of freedom for all. So I am in favor and support of this resolution and grateful to Juneteenth as a county holiday in commemoration and observation of the national remembrance of the end of slavery in the United States of America. God bless.
Thank you.
Carl Davis, go ahead, please.
To Commissioner, County Judge Lena Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, Garcia, Cagle, and Ramsey. I'm Carl Davis, a member of the General Board of the governing body of the African Methodist Episcopal Church that was founded in 1718 by freed slaves in Philadelphia by Bishop Richard Allen, who was born a slave in 1760 and known as Negro Richard, who was converted to Methodism, and his slave owner also converted and allowed Richard to purchase his freedom in 1783 at the age of 23 for $2,000. After starting the AME Church, Bishop Richard Allen and other clergy began speaking out against slavery and organizing volunteer organizations aimed at social reform and self-improvement. He had a vision of what America could and should become, a place where the promise of equality set forth in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution was simply a shining statement of principle by a living reality. It took Texan slaves to finally realize on June the 19th, 1865, they too can live freely in this country we call America. I too support the resolution put forward by Judge Hidalgo and members of Commissioners Court to support of the June National Independence Act signed by President Biden, sponsored by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, Senator Edward Martin, and John Connor, proclaiming Juneteenth as an official holiday in Harris County, Texas. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Carl.
Thank you.
James Dixon with the NAACP. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Dixon. Bishop.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Good morning. Yes, thank you so much, and honor to our Honorable Judge Hidalgo and to all the commissioners and all who make up Harris County sharing with us on today. I'm honored to greet you as the president of the Houston NAACP and as a leader of faith who pastors a church that was founded in 1873 by former slave Reverend Jack Yates, who was also a co-purchaser of the land upon which Emancipation Park now rests, along with Richard Allen, as others have, as Carl Davis has indicated. I am honored to speak on behalf of supporting the naming of Juneteenth as an official holiday in Harris County. I say ditto to remarks that preceded mine. Let me also lift, Judge, why this is important in Harris County, because Harris County, as we know, has a checkered record that's not of some things that all of us are not completely proud of. And it is important that we advance the cause of freedom in 2021. We do know that we still live in a time where racial tension and racial divisions do exist. And to have conciliatory leadership like those of you who represent Harris County on the court to make this kind of public stand is essential to the continued edification and efficacy of our community. The NAACP stands in support of it. We stand in support of it in the faith community. I would urge, Judge, that you consider two things along with it as a result of this passing. I do anticipate that it will, that there be mammoth education in Harris County regarding Juneteenth, bringing historians to our county to really deal with this educationally. Learning is very important when it comes to liberation. And then if we don't understand the past, we are destined to repeat it. And then I would also urge that you allow us to stand with you, Judge and Commissioners, perhaps in Emancipation Park, for a press conference to announce the magnificence of this day. I think that this should be publicized and not kept in the secrecy or the privacy of Commissioners Court. I think the county, the state, the nation need to see that, Judge, you've taken this stand. Juneteenth was announced 2.5 years too late, but it did come. I think that this day is overdue, and Judge, I think you deserve the credit along with Commissioners Court for making something happen that should have happened years ago. We stand with you, and we do say, together we rise, divided we fall. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Bishop.
Thank
Thank
each
you.
of you.
Oh, wow.
Any other speakers, Lucinda?
Yes, ma'am. I have one more on this one.
Okay.
Tanya DeBow, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and the commissioners. Thank you so much for this wonderful day and this resolution. Just appreciating this moment, as Texas was the last frontier for enslavement, as my ancestors came ashore in Brazoria County in a ship being smuggled in from Cuba, I come to you as a fifth-generation descendant of those people, applauding your efforts for creating a holiday here in Harris County so that so many can enjoy the freedom that our ancestors felt on the day that they were freed in June 19, 1865. We are excited about what Congresswoman Jackson Lee has done and the bipartisan support in getting this bill passed at the federal level. We applaud your efforts and the commissioners for what you're doing here to get it done in the Harris County level. I second what Bishop Dixon is saying about education. There are so many communities, so many places where the Union troops, colored troops, and Gordon Granger went to announce freedom to all of those that have been enslaved. Those moments cannot just rest on shelves in books, but they need to be celebrated and supported. And so with this emancipation celebration here for this resolution, we also want to bring attention to the Emancipation Trail that goes from the Reedy Chapel and the Osman Building in Galveston into Harris County and finally into Independence Heights, which is the first African-American municipality in Texas. We thank you and we support you on this resolution, and we commend all of your efforts today. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have
Those
a
are all the
motion.
speakers.
Thank you, Lucinda. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And thank you, everyone, for your
Judge,
commitment to this
thank you for
history.
leading on this issue. And I hope that you take Bishop Dixon up. I think it would be nice. I think we'd probably one of the first governmental entities in the country, local governmental entities in the country to do it so swiftly. But I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. It was overdue. I know being in East Texas, it was already a holiday in East Texas.
Mm,
I'm glad we're starting to make it official now. So that's good.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, I don't have any out of order for 1 or 2. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, 435 is resolution related to Patrick Akins. It's a real honor to sit here and remember folks that even though they died in very unfortunate circumstances, as noted in the resolution, I think it's good to remember folks, because sometimes these just are statistics. These aren't statistics. These are real people. So when you read on the 6 o'clock news that somebody just got killed, that somebody is somebody. They are real people. They have mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters. So that's just, it should hurt all of us if it hurts any of us. So with that, the resolution is, whereas Patrick Akins, who died on September 20, 2020, was killed while outside his apartment watching a Texans game by a male and female. The male was out of jail on 4 felony bonds in Harris County, 3 for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon and 1 felony evading arrest charge, while at the same time being on bond in Fort Bend County for felon in possession of deadly weapon. This same person has since been charged with homicide and 2 unrelated charges of aggravated robbery committed in September and October of 2020. And whereas in 2019 and 2020, the state filed a motion for denial of bail against the male suspect and was denied both times. Both bond was reduced from $170,000 to $130,000 for the defendant, despite a history of violent crime beginning in 2013 with charges of aggravated assault against a family member and aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon, a history that culminated in the murder of Patrick Akins. Whereas the defendants accused of murdering Patrick Akins did so without evidence of attempted robbery, making this a random act of violence against an innocent victim, which has been commonplace in Harris County. Patrick was one of over 400 homicide victims in Harris County in 2020. Whereas Patrick was known for always wearing a smile and befriending everyone he met. Patrick was a loving brother, son, uncle, friend. Patrick was an extraordinary kind man. After getting his first job since COVID, he was most excited, not for himself, but that he would be able to buy his niece and nephew Christmas gifts. Never a day went by that his friends and family would not get a call or a text every morning from him with words of support, love, and kindness. And whereas Patrick was a doting son who often had meals with his mother, who lived a few blocks away, Patrick loved being with family and friends, especially his big sister, Teresa, and her children, and always found a way to make them smile. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Harris County Commissioners Court extends condolences to the family and friends of Patrick Akins and resolves that changes must be undertaken to protect our community and ensure our safety. And I think there are speakers, Judge.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
Motion, Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. Lucinda, will you please call up the speakers?
Yes, ma'am. This person is in person. Kara Van, go ahead. Please walk up to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Kara Van, and I have been a resident of Harris County for 32 years. I am speaking today for my family and numerous friends that have asked me to voice their concern about the increase of violent crime in our county and the lack of concern and action by this Commissioner's Court. I would like to speak today about the senseless murder of Patrick Akins. My heart goes out to his sister Teresa and their entire family as they grieve the loss of Patrick. What is so infuriating is that Patrick would be alive today if a Harris County criminal court judge had not released the defendant that murdered Patrick. This particular defendant was out on 7 bonds before being charged with Patrick's murder. 120 Houstonians have now been murdered or killed by a defendant out on multiple felony bonds, felony PR bonds, and or bond forfeiture. Over 85 of these deaths have happened since 2020. This is unacceptable. Until yesterday, there was silence from most of this court about the skyrocketing violent crime in this city. It seems you have turned a blind eye to what is so very obviously happening and destroying our city. Now you want to address it. In light of yesterday's press conference on public safety, will this Commissioner's Court now support bond reform legislation that is scheduled for the upcoming special legislative session? Houston homicides are up 42% over last year. As I write this, 225 homicides have occurred in the first 6 months of this year per a KPRC investigation published on June 23rd. The number of PR bonds granted by criminal court judges more than quadrupled from 2018 to 2020. Judges must be held accountable for altering felony bond practices. This is not acceptable. This is one of the reasons we need statewide felony bond reform and support of legislation in our upcoming special session. Our own district attorney has gone on record saying, crime is up, ladies and gentlemen, and it's associated with bail. How can you as a county commissioner hear that and not support bond reform legislation? As a resident of Harris County, I feel failed by this court. How many more people must be killed or victimized before you listen to your constituents and support a life-saving piece of legislation? Why have you remained silent on this issue? Mayor Turner recently said in a press conference, it's a community responsibility. It's not even the responsibility of just law enforcement. It's all of us playing a part. So I ask you, when are you going to play your part to protect innocent citizens and support much needed bond reform legislation? As a Houstonian, I am watching. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara.
Lindsay Aaronstein, go ahead, please.
Thank you to Commissioners Court for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I'm Lindsay Aaronstein, a resident of Harris County, and wanted to express my sympathy and show support for the Akins family during such a difficult time. I am so sorry for your loss. Violent crime is growing exponentially in Harris County. I'm concerned about these crimes and the efforts being made to combat violent crime as I live here along with other families like the Akins. I've watched the recent press conference with HPD, Harris County Sheriff's Office, Judge Hidalgo, and Commissioner Garcia, as well as Mayor Turner and Chief Dinner. Those events show you are all concerned about the rise in violent crime in our area, as are most citizens. There has been discussion on tactics being deployed or being planned to combat violent crime, and recently many of you are becoming more vocal about the rise in violent crime locally. I believe after watching countless news stories and reading many news articles that one of the biggest crime problems in Harris County is that habitual violent felons continue to be released on multiple bonds, even after breaking the terms of their initial bond or a subsequent bond issued by felony judges in Harris County. Law enforcement is working hard to apprehend criminals, but shortly after apprehension, many of these violent habitual criminals are released on low or PR bonds, even though they are out on bond already, which creates an environment in Harris County fostering higher number of violent crimes and murders. If habitual violent criminals have no fear of consequences for their actions and accused felons are continually released on multiple bonds, the escalation in violent crime in Harris County will continue and the devastation to innocent families affected will continue. Harris County is bordered by counties that are more accountable judicial systems. The convicted know there will be consequences for their actions. The Harris County judicial system is more lenient with bonds and the penalties for violent criminals in adjacent counties. Those counties, adjacent counties, make the consequences of these crimes more of a deterrent for criminals than Harris County. Thus, career violent felons consider Harris County a safer environment to commit violent crimes. I ask for your support in being vocal with our elected felony judges, letting them know that the community does not favor issuing multiple bonds to the same accused criminals time and time again. If the Harris County felony judges grant an accused criminal on bond and the accused criminal violates the terms of that bond, the consequences should be a deterrent to committing additional violent crimes. Many concerned citizens like myself ask that you each consider supporting felony bond reform legislation in the Texas legislators' upcoming special session. Thank you for your support in making Harris County a safe place to live.
Thank you.
Celia Brown, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners Court, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Celia Brown, and I'm a resident of Harris County for over 30 years. I'm extremely concerned about the increase in violent crime in Harris County and the lack of concern and action by the Harris County Commissioners Court. To date, there have been 120 Houstonians killed by defendants released on multiple felony bonds, PR bonds, and the like. The majority of these crimes have happened in 2020 and 2021. Although there have been no voted on felony bond reform, judges have taken it upon themselves to alter felony bond practices. This is one of the reasons we desperately need statewide bail reform and legislation like House Bill 20. Our district attorney, the top prosecutor in our county, has gone on record saying a crime is up, ladies and gentlemen, and it's associated with bail. How can you, as a court, hear that and not support the bill regarding bond reform. As a resident of Harris County, I feel failed by this court. How many people must be victimized or die before you listen to your constituents and support a life-saving piece of legislation? Why have you remained silent on the issue? Will you wait to speak when someone you know personally is impacted for you to do something? I urge you to take action now and to protect your citizens and support the House bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rania Mankarios, go ahead, please.
I'd like to thank you all, Rania Mankarios, CEO of Crime Stoppers of Houston, especially Commissioner Ramsey for honoring Teresa Seck and her family today. Crime Stoppers of Houston works daily to ensure the safety of all in the greater Houston metropolitan area, and we've done this with so many of the current commissioners, creating initiatives and strategic solutions for your respective communities. 2 years ago, pre-COVID, we began sounding the alarm on issues we noticed were leading to a sharp increase in crime. I hope this work has not strained a historically solid relationship with your court. The reality is the issue of one's safety quickly becomes very personal and very emotional. Every day we are getting calls from people like Teresa Seck, whose best friend and brother, Patrick, was killed by someone who should not have been out on the streets. While we all agree Patrick should have never been killed, I fear we differ in our understanding of how defendants like Patrick's killer should have been managed. I would like you to clarify that issue. Last session, our team, alongside District Attorney Ogg, advocated for legislation addressing bail issues tied to the release of repeated violent defendants like Patrick's killer and requested constitutional clarity for Harris County judges and magistrates who deal with repeat violent defendants on a daily basis. Judge Hidalgo, your court, representing citizens of Harris County, sent someone to oppose these efforts. Will you be doing the same during the special session? Many of us would like to know. In fact, I'm here on behalf of countless business leaders impacted by crime who want to know. I'm here on behalf of family members who have been followed home, had their children tied up, have seen loved ones shot at or shot and killed, have been attacked running errands and victimized by defendants out on multiple bonds, who repeatedly break bond conditions, who evade arrest, who do not show up for hearings, and are still yet once again released on bond. We all want to know. As I've said before, to say that this spike in crime is mainly a function of COVID, it's unfair. Again, we sounded the alarm on this issue well before COVID began. To say that it's mainly a function of guns on the streets is unfair. To say that it's happening across all major cities is unfair, because all of these statements, while partially true, leave out the largest underlying factor, and that's this. Excessive bonds being repeatedly given in violent felony cases is creating chaos in Harris County courts, is tormenting our community, and is emboldening criminals. We'd like to know if you agree or disagree with that statement, Judge Hidalgo, and all of you commissioners. And during the special session, will you join us, the community, Teresa Seck and other victim families, the Harris County District Attorney's Office, and many other local leaders in the criminal justice space working to pass legislation on this issue, or will you once again send someone to oppose it? Thank you.
Thank you. And look, I think I don't want to disrespect the victim that you've brought up, Commissioner Ramsey, by getting into political debates here, but obviously we're focused on tackling this issue.
Emily Smart, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm a resident of Harris County, and I'm asking you to vote for HB 20. My husband and I and my family were held up at gunpoint at our house on Saturday. The man held a gun to my husband outside and came inside where my 3 young children were. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but we are asking you to please consider legislation or any kind of action that helps prevent this happen to us again or somebody else. It was a very scary situation and not something that we would like to experience again. So anything that you guys are considering that would help keep us safe and our 3 small children, we would appreciate. Thank you.
Melissa Schnitzer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Melissa Schnitzer. I'm addressing the court today regarding Patrick Aiken. His life was tragically cut short by a defendant out on multiple felony bonds. I'm heartbroken for their senseless loss. The time is now to address the issue of felony bond reform for the safety of our community. I'm reaching out today to you for help, guidance, and answers to this serious problem. The homicide rate in Houston is up 44%, and last year over 400 people were murdered. The statistics are staggering, but behind the statistics are innocent victims like Patrick Aiken. There is a revolving door. Defendants are being released over and over again on multiple bonds. We can't allow dangerous people on our streets that are posing a known danger to us. This tells criminals that their freedom is more important than the safety of innocent law-abiding citizens. Thank you so much for your consideration of felony bond reform and to keeping us safe and not letting the life of Patrick Aiken be just another number, but rather a catalyst for change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Teresa Seck is in person. Go ahead, please. Walk up to the podium.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Seck. I'm the sister of Patrick Aikens. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I wish I didn't have to speak to you under these circumstances. Patrick Aikens, my brother, was killed and murdered 9 months ago by individuals attempting to rob him as he walked outside his Galleria area apartment. These individuals ran away without taking anything of monetary value. Instead, they took the most priceless thing, Pat's life. Pat was a kind-hearted, loving man with a gentle spirit who loved his family and friends and people in general. He was a person that made friends easily. He didn't deserve to have his life taken. As you heard before, one of the individuals that has been charged in my brother's murder currently has 7 open felony cases, 4 of which were committed before he murdered my brother. All of these cases have been and are currently in the same judge's court that enabled this individual, to expand his criminal record. Who thinks that this is okay? I'm still waiting for someone to explain to me the rationale of a system that allows this to happen. Why wasn't this individual bond revoked after the first, second, third, or fourth time? Does it alarm you that this judge, who's been on the bench for only 2.5 years, has given bond to 8 offenders who were charged with murder while out on those bonds? Does this sound like strong, restrictive felony bond reform that you say we currently have? It's sad and unfortunate that public safety has turned into a partisan issue. I've heard some of the arguments used to ignore the problems with the felony bond reform. Let me be clear. Pat's death was not an exaggeration of the data, which I've heard some of you say. And this is not an effort to get rid of misdemeanor bond reform. No one is speaking against that. Also, I'm not here to advocate against federal bond reform.
Thank you.
Please
I'm
stop
afraid
dismissing,
I have to stop you
deflecting,
because we
and
have
confusing the
300
issue.
speakers.
Lives are at risk.
Thank you
Reconsider
so
your
much.
position
Does
and work
anybody need
together to disrupt this cycle
You have a couple more minutes to put, you got.
Okay,
Right, thank you.
please stop dismissing, deflecting, and confusing the issue. Lives are at risk. Reconsider your positions and work together to disrupt the cycle that allows violent offenders to reoffend while out on multiple felony bonds, and standardize the guidelines for judges to follow regarding this matter. It's not a good look to be against public safety. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on this issue.
Thank you, Teresa. Give your mom our condolences as well.
Ms. Sack, also thoughts and prayers to your family.
Thank you so much for coming by, and your brother is in all of our hearts.
Michael,
Go ahead, Lucinda.
thank you. Michael Fields, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and good morning, Judge Hidalgo. Good morning, members of the County Commissioners Court. I want to start by expressing my sincere condolences to the Aiken family for their loss. I understand completely how this could be a time when you are confused and wondering what is going on. How is our system the way it is, and why does it feel so broken? And to the members of the commission, I would say to you this: as important as it is to get this right, it is equally as important not to use a situation that is as tragic as this one is to advocate for something that can't be done at the county level. This is a legislative issue, and it has to be taken up by the legislature. The bail reform efforts that we have seen in Harris County have been successful. And in fact, when we talk about an increase in the rate of violence, you can see that what caused the most recent increase in terms of statistics was the pandemic. The misdemeanor bail reform consent decree was in effect for a year before the pandemic hit. And the violent murder rate stayed the same. And in fact, violent crime as a whole was going down. So the question is, what do we do now to make sure that this system works for everyone? Obviously, education and training is a piece, but something that Commissioners Court did just recently in allocating some $14 to $15 million to make changes in our system to increase responsivity and add in things that will increase safety for our communities. These things, I would say, don't happen in a vacuum. There takes a lot of effort to correct what's going on in a community that has been beset by a pandemic, large-scale unemployment, and young people just being stuck at home. Using the resources that you have at your disposal to ensure that kids have things to do, that our law enforcement officers are able to re-engage with the community that they've been basically kept away from by a pandemic for over a year, making sure that green spaces, parks, schools, libraries are open to give people in the community something to do. And I know that that may sound silly against the backdrop of all that's going on in our community, but it's not, because these issues are interrelated, they're intertwined. And so pitting one person against another is not the answer. Making sure
Your time
that
is up.
we have an adequate response.
Your
Thank
time
you so
is
much,
up.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all, this is not, I'm not messing around here because we're not going to get done if we do this. Go ahead, Commissioner Ellis.
Just feels, I just wanted to, this is Rodney Ellis. I just wanted to thank you for speaking out. We all do feel the pain for the loss of Mr. Aiken and anyone who is killed as a result of some problems in our criminal justice system. But look, I appreciate you as a judge, by the way, on the bench as a Republican, might I add, coming out for the misdemeanor bail reform. You know, everybody's for reform generally before they're against it. Then some of them become for it again. But look, it is a complex subject, and I want to encourage you to tell your other brethren and sisterin on the bench. I know they can't talk about specific cases, but they ought to speak on this issue and help educate the public. And, you know, I too just share your concern about anyone that would use the pain of a victim on any side of this issue. I certainly could have paraded folks who were trapped in that system of misdemeanor bail, which we did reform, to come here and have them give their family stories, but I chose not to use that pain to make a point. I think on the merits of it, if we have an intellectual discussion, we can move forward as a society. But thank you, Judge. I know you had a lot to do. Tell your others they ought to speak up to the extent they can and educate all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge
Commissioner
Fields.
Ellis. Thank you.
Michelle Hines is in person. Please approach the podium. Judge, before the speaker arrives, can I confirm that the next item that we'll be speaking on is item 436 and 437?
The other two resolutions, Lucinda, on Ross Poppy, Commissioner Ramsey's resolutions.
Thank you. And item 454 after that?
Just give me 1 minute here.
Thank you.
So we'll go over items 436 and 437, and after that 454. Then we'll take the flood items and the backlog items.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Hines, and I've been a Harris County resident for 28 years. My heart breaks for Patrick Aiken and his family. What an unnecessary loss of life. Mr. Aiken's life was cut short because 28-year-old Darian Caraway's freedom was given precedence over Patrick Aiken's life. Darian Caraway was allowed to remain free on 7 felony bonds, and those felony bonds were in addition to other criminal acts, and they were committed in several counties. I would love to know why the judge decided to ignore the DA's request to revoke Mr. Caraway's bond. I wonder why the judge decided to lower Mr. Caraway's bond to only $20,000. I wonder if the judge thinks about Paul Aiken and the other murders caused by her complete disregard for victims. Perhaps if she was required to send $1 every day to Patrick Aiken's family, she would remember this tragedy and may give more thought to releasing felons with multiple felony bonds in the future. Everyone in this room is well aware that this Commissioner's Court sent Dr. Colin Sepperon to testify opposing SB 21, the felony bond reform bill. As Judge Phil said, this isn't a county issue. It is a legislative issue. Then support felony bond reform if that will make this work. For those that don't know Dr. Colin Sepperon, he is the Chief Policy Analyst for JAD, and his Twitter bio states that his goal in life is to abolish all prisons. I'm baffled that this court would send an anti-prison activist to testify on behalf of the Harris County taxpayers on a felony bond reform bill. During Dr. Sepperon's testimony, his statistics conflicted with the Harris County DA statistics. Dr. Sepperon stated that felony bond reform did not cause an increase in crime in Harris County. Considering his testimony, one must assume that he must have felt repeatedly releasing murderers and rapists back into the community doesn't contribute to the increase in crime. I hope and pray that Dr. Sepperon feels differently now, and he, along with this Commissioner's Court, will no longer oppose any felony bond reform legislation. We're not talking misdemeanor bond reform. We're only speaking about felony bond reform that may be brought up in the upcoming special session. These crime statistics show why felony bond reform legislation is so important, so murders like Patrick Aiken do not continue to happen. The amount of offenders charged with new crimes while out on bond has more than doubled since 2018. The amount of offenders on multiple bonds has more than doubled since 2018. Over 120 people have been killed or murdered by defendants released on multiple felony bonds, felony PR bonds, and/or bond forfeiture, since over 85 since 2020. The overwhelming majority of the victims are classified as minorities. Houston homicides are up 44% from 2020's already significant rise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah,
Judge, those were all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Ms. Seg, thank you for your powerful voice on behalf of your brother. We will not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, you have 2 more resolutions.
I do, Judge, and this is a real pleasure. I hate the circumstances that this has happened, but I've got a resolution honoring Russ Poppy. This is personal with me. I've known Russ for many years. He has, I think, by his leadership and his action, I'll just overstate it and say I think he's the best head of Harris County Flood Control District that I know of. So with that in mind, I'll read the resolution to move forward quickly. Whereas Russ Poppy, a graduate of Texas A&M University, has been with Harris County since 2005, beginning his county career in Harris County Flood Control District. His knowledge of engineering, along with his ability to lead, made him a natural choice to head up the district in 2016 by unanimous vote of Commissioners Court. And whereas Russ led the Flood Control District not only through Hurricane Harvey, but also through our recovery from it. Russ represented Harris County's interests to the state and federal governments. He personally led dozens of meetings in all 23 watersheds, simplifying very complex flood control issues and allowing people to understand. These efforts resulted in voters resoundingly approving the $2.5 billion flood control bond. And whereas Russ practiced leadership through inspiration, not intimidation, through his leadership style, Russ was able to build the Harris County Flood Control District into the most reputable, respected flood control entities in the United States and the nation. Russ attracted top-tier talent to work for the county and build a more resilient community. And whereas Russ is well respected by his peers, under his steady leadership, Harris County Flood Control District launched over 180 projects, and every project is currently on schedule. Russ used his diplomacy to help create the San Jacinto Regional Flood Planning Group. The original members elected him as the group's inaugural chairman. And whereas Russ gives priority to his family, which includes his wife, Desiree, 2 children, are the center of his world, Russ will continue his community service as a longtime member of the Knights of Columbus. Russ will be able to bike the hundreds of miles of hike and bike trails that he helped create, trails that his children will be able to enjoy for decades to come. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Harris County Commissioners Court commends and celebrates Russ Poppy for 16 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Harris County and acknowledges his tremendous accomplishments in creating a more flood resilient county. That's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll hear from the
Second.
speakers.
Mark Solano with Bayou City Initiative. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mark Solano. I have the honor of serving as the interim executive director for the Bayou City Initiative. I was prepared to say a lot of great things about Russ, and then I heard Commissioner mention he was an Aggie, so I got to cut it back a little bit. I want to thank Russ for his many, many years of service working in the community and also being the point person to take complicated things and really dumbing it down and peeling it back for people like me. So, Russ, you've done a great job these years working for the county. Wishing you all the best and Godspeed. Thank you.
Jenny Almerico with 5 Engineering LLC. Go ahead, please.
Hello to the court. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Jenny Almerico with 5 Engineering. I've known Russ for over 20 years since our days at Texas A&M. We're both Aggies. I'm proud to call him my friend. He is a dedicated and hardworking engineer. And through his leadership, he accomplished all of the things that Commissioner Ramsey talked about. He has exacting standards and has encouraged the consulting community to rise to the challenge and high expectations of the district. And he has made Harris County a better place to live and work. His accomplishments at flood control are everlasting, and we will miss him very much. As all of us at 5 Engineering wish him the best in his next endeavor, and we are very much in support of Commissioner Ramsey's resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Bloom with American Society of Civil Engineers. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. This is Michael Bloom, serve on the board of directors of the Houston branch of the American Society of Civil Engineers. We urge the court to approve this resolution honoring Russ Poppe, and thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for proposing it. Since his appointment in 2016, he's really led the district admirably through one of the most challenging periods in its history. He became executive director in the aftermath of the 2016 Tax Day and Memorial Day floods. Obviously, as mentioned by Commissioner Ramsey, helped his team, led the team to deal with the impact and the aftermath of Harvey. In addition, he's led the effort to create MapNext, which is based on the changed rainfall statistics known as Atlas 14. It's a program to remap all the flood risks across the entire county. And also, as mentioned, public engagement to help the bond program get revised and finalized and approved. But I think also important to note is that he oversaw the ramp up of project spending from $5 million a month to $50 million a month. He also developed the prioritization framework to implement the equity language in the bond order. Basically, ASC doesn't have the time to list all the other accomplishments and successes, but they are numerous, so we have to leave it here. In closing, ASCE urges the court to approve the resolution honoring Mr. Russ Poppe. And on a personal note, I met Russ in 2005 on a stormwater quality monitoring project. It's been great to know him these years. Thanks.
David Hagee with ACEC Houston. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. On behalf of the over 235 member firms of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Houston, we want to thank Russ Poppe for his years of service to Harris County and wish him well in his future endeavors. He and his team at the Harris County Flood Control District and the great staff at the Harris County Engineering Department do excellent work every day and devote a lot of time to working with ACEC Houston program reviews, all of that to ensure that we deliver the best infrastructure projects possible for the citizens of Harris County and the region. We always appreciate their patience and time. ACEC Houston wants to continue to help in any way it can to garner support for future partnerships, bond issues, or in any other ways to keep our flood reduction and resilient efforts moving forward. We all know that the funding and efforts thus far are a small down payment on a very large challenge for this region. We again want to express our appreciation and thanks to Russ for his hard work and dedication to Harris County. And please let us know how we can be of any assistance going forward. Thank you.
Those were all the speakers, Judge.
Thank you. Yes, and I do want to make a comment to Russ, and a big thank you. I think all of us are indebted to you, Russ, for your dedication, and to your family as well. I know that over the past few years, it's been a particularly demanding job, and you've been there day after day through massive challenges. And so a big thank you to you. Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I just want to echo that and thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. And Russ, I remember the first time I met you. We might have met in a previous life, but once I was coming to Commissioner's Court, you walked me through the cost-benefit ratio about the third time I got it. And I appreciate you so much on that. And that's really what inspired me to push for that equity language that we had on the court agenda leading up to the bond issue. And I hope that you will use your skills as effectively in your new position as you did here to keep advocating on that issue. I remember meeting with the head of the Corps with you, and I know that's a passion of yours, and I look forward to bike riding with you. You never did it while I was here. I pulled up that park item that's coming up next, and not many trails out there, Tom, so I want to encourage you to add some trails. And he does that crazy stuff. Somebody stole my mountain bike the other day, so I won't be on a mountain bike. But Russ, let's ride soon. I look forward to it, and thank you for your service.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Judge. I too want to add my My appreciation to you, Russ. Anybody who steps into public service is a special kind of person. I appreciate you doing it. And, you know, for doing your best in trying to navigate these turbulent waters, no pun intended, but your effort to try to get the GLO to do the right thing is to be commended. I think they pulled the rug out from under all of us and made things much more complicated than they needed to be. But again, Russ, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service. And I thank your family for lending you to us. Thank you.
And Commissioner Renz.
Now, the point here is, I guess, an exclamation mark on Russ Poppy. At a moment that would be a great time for us to celebrate him be here. Russ had to be with the Corps of Engineers today, meeting on our behalf, which is a good thing. But that kind of defines Russ Poppy. So this resolution is not hollow. It by any means, it's a sincere recognition of his good efforts.
Commissioner Cagle.
Russ, thank you.
So then that was a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, is second by Commissioner Cagle. Let's go ahead and discuss the next one, Commissioner Ramsey, and we can vote on all your three motions.
Okay, quickly, there is a park out on Grant Road. It's called Grant Park. And for a number of months, people have been saying it's time to name the park. And I thought, well, there's one individual that had a lot to do with that park, and that was Russ Poppy, in terms of creating detention, in terms of creating a nice area to come. So it's a wonderful park. If you've not been there, Commissioner Ellis will try to get a bikeway out there soon. We're working on it. But I want to make the motion to name that park the Russ Poppy Park and honoring him, and that's a part of my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have three motions. Item 435 is a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. 436, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Cagle. 437, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Cagle. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
In this one closing comment, has been said, Russ has done a great job in terms of making one Harris County. And I say that from the standpoint that if you look at the 6 majority watersheds in terms of low to moderate income, and you look at that, over half of the Harris County flood control dollars since 2000 has been spent in those watersheds. So his commitment to one Harris County was unwavering. We're going to continue that tradition, be sure we have good addressing in terms of people that are actually impacted.
Thank you. So let's talk about the consent agenda, and then we'll take the first set of items that have a lot of speakers. And Lucinda, just so you can prepare the speakers, so we'll take item 454. Then,
Your Honor, after the consent agenda, could we take like a 3-minute break?
yeah, okay, well, let's do that then. So consent agenda. Here are the items that have minor changes. Item 7, amendment agreements for additional funding for the HMERC, the quarantine area for folks experiencing homelessness with COVID. CSD is requesting no action on that item. Item 23 on page 4, we have to add another 0 after L50 in the track number. So the track number should say L500 instead of L50. Item 172 has a correction. We should change first to second and add highway, drainage, and bridge after the term heavy. We also need to change the total contract amount from $205,000 to $280,000. Item 270, An interlocal agreement with the city of Houston. The department requests no action on this item today. That's item 270 on page 29. Item 317 is an accidental duplication of item 316, so no action is requested on item 317. Item 392 has a correction. The contract value should be $525,811, not $402,511.
I'm sorry, Judge, what item was that?
Item 392 on page 44, it's an agreement with Costello. Item 406, we need to add the word la, L-A. So it should say Rey de la. It's a Spanish name firm. RDLR Architects. I want to make a note. That's it. Did I miss anything, James?
I have on my notes that item 462, there's no action. That's under the executive session.
Correct. That just came through this morning. Item 462, discussion on delinquent tax collection system plan. The contract is not ready yet. So the department's requesting no action on that one, and we discuss it at a future court. Yeah.
Special report on that.
Yes. Did you catch that, Jay?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, Commissioner?
Is there a timetable? This is Rodney Ellis. Do we need to do we have a 3-week break, right? So if we have to do, I remember when this came up, there was some issue about if we had to vote on that before a certain date. I just want to make sure we don't miss that date.
No, Commissioner, we're fine with that. We still have a month-to-month contract. It still is in effect. The big issue was setting that rate at the last meeting, which we did. This contract should be ready and will be ready by the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's discuss the items that need to go to executive session. Item 453, the interim director for flood control. I propose we bring that to executive session. Folks good with that? Do folks need to discuss item 454 in executive session, the county administrator position? I do not.
I'm fine. We can do it here.
Item 455, naming of Chad Burke to the Houston Sports Authority.
Don't need to go back, Judge.
Item 456, Adriana Tamez to the Housing Authority.
Do not need to go back.
Item 457, Kristen Lee to the Houston Galveston Area Council.
This one's an issue. No, just kidding.
458, it is tax abatements in precinct 2. Do folks need to go to executive session for the 2 tax abatements for these company?
Don't need to go back.
Item 459, it is an agreement, and I guess this is more a question for you, Jay. 459, an agreement, special counsel services. Do we need to go to executive session on that one?
Judge, we don't unless there's questions that the court has regarding that matter.
Okay. Item 460, it is a broad item on contemplated litigation personnel matters. Is there anything there, Jay?
No action on that item.
Item 461 is a discussion pending about legal strategy related to the defense of specific cases.
Judge, that does need to be discussed in executive session.
Okay. Item 462, we are taking no action on item 462. Item 463 is yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. Yes.
And that one, and I will mention this later as well, but the county attorney has stressed to me several times that before we have any discussions related to the rollover, we must go to executive session on this item 463 for them to brief us on something.
Yeah, Jay, 3 items. I guess I'll talk about them here. 463, 472, and 475. Are those do those qualify to be an executive session? Do they meet the criteria to be an executive session? And having done a few in the cities I've seen, it looks like it's rather gray in terms of whether that should be an executive session.
Sure, I will speak to 472 and 475. Both items involve a reclassification of a position, which is a personnel matter. And then the 475 does not need to be, again, and it results with compensation. Again, they're personnel matters. So it is appropriate to speak in executive session if there are questions associated with it. If there are no questions, they don't need to be, it probably doesn't need to go back. And I will let the county attorney address 4623.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sorry, Jay, what was the second one? What was the last one?
475.
475.
Yes, ma'am. 472 and 475. They're in executive session, slated for executive session because they.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to need to go to exec on those, Commissioner Ramsey. It's just that the discomfort of discussing somebody's,
Correct.
personnel details in public. But I think my sense would be that
there's strict
no issue here.
there's strict criteria for it to go to executive session. That's what I'm asking the attorney. Is it to be sure that it meets the criteria to go in exec, not because I wanted to or.
We're not going to, so I think, why don't we finish going through which ones we need to go
The
back on?
463 was the last one.
So 463, that one, I know I spoke with the county attorney's office that we need to go back. Can you explain why that is appropriate on 463?
Yeah, sure, Judge. This is Christian Menifee, the Harris County Attorney. We're discussing the legal interpretation of a statute and its applicability in certain instances where we suspect that there's going to be a dispute. So, you could look at it as contemplated litigation, or you could also look at it as it implicates our relationship with Commissioners Court and our ethical duties under the state bar. So it's pretty clearly laid out, Commissioner Ramsey, in Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code.
Just want to be sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, do we need to go back on item 471, naming Dr. Holloway as chair of CSD fund?
No.
Item 472, I don't believe we need to go back on that item. It's the request by the Civil Service Commission to reclassify a position. Item 473, we do need to go back to executive session on it's a strategy about our negotiations on the GLO dollars. Item 474, we do need to go to executive session. It is to discuss pending litigation and our legal strategy as a county on the question of I-45. Item 475 is the compensation of district court administrator and county court administrator. I don't need to go to executive session. I'm fine with the proposal and don't need to discuss it.
I'd like.
You would? Okay, so Commissioner Ramsey, you had a question about that one. Jay, will you clarify why it's okay to go back to executive session item 475?
Again, because it falls under the personnel exception. The 551.071 that the county attorney mentioned applies here as well. It's a personnel matter involving compensation, enhanced compensation for two positions. And so it falls under that. It's appropriate to be discussed in executive session.
Okay.
So here's the items we need to pull for discussion to in conclusion for executive session. Item 453, item 461, item 463, item 473, 474, and 475. Those would be for executive session, James. Here are the other items for discussion. Do folks need to discuss, well, let me put the broad COVID item there, which is item 10. Then item 92, do folks need to discuss item 92 on page 12? This is an interlocal agreement with the city of Baytown.
No.
Item 140, we do need to discuss, which is the flood bond funding. Yes.
Actually, I do need to discuss 92.
Okay, so we will discuss item 92.
Judge,
Yes.
could I ask Commissioner Garcia to turn on his microphone if it's not?
I'm sorry, James. Yes, I'd like to discuss item 92.
Thank you.
So we will discuss item 10, we'll discuss item 92. We will discuss, excuse me, item 140, which is the flood bond program. Do folks need to discuss item 178, an agreement with Hood Zollers on I-45? I'm
Judge-
planning to vote on it, yeah.
We just need to vote on it.
Okay, so we'll pull 178 for discussion. Item 186 is the commercial paper funding for voting machines. We will also discuss that one. Item, correct, Commissioner Cable?
Just need to vote on it.
Okay. Item 189, item 189, it is a work group to review security-related operations. Commissioner Ramsey,
I'm sorry.
item 189 on page 21.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, so we need to discuss that. Item 191 will be taken with item 140 that relates to the bond program, so we do need to discuss that one. Item 197 is a transfer related to the site and release program. Do we need to discuss that one, Commissioner Ramsey?
We do.
Item 247, it is a request for approval of the jail renovation project and final investment memo.
Just had a question.
Okay. Item 267, we do need to discuss JAD's convening of a task force on non-carceral programs for Little Baker. Item 268 is on the criminal case backlog. We do need to discuss that one. Item 269, the use of associate judges to alleviate the backlog. We do need to discuss that one. Item 382, do we need to discuss this award to Texas Lawn Landscape LLC?
382.
382 on page 42.
It's just a quick comment here, Judge, if I could.
Okay, 414, we already, yeah.
I'm sorry, Judge. I do want to discuss 271.
271. So that would be,
And do you have 270 as a no action?
did you already? Yes, we do have
Okay.
270 as no action.
Okay.
And then we will pull 271 as well. Then that is the appointment of Jad as co-chair of the Justice Technology Committee.
Correct.
Next, 382, we will discuss briefly. 425, do we need to discuss 425, Commissioner Ellis, on page 47? That is designated, no? Okay. So we will not be discussing that one.
I have a quick, is that one have a quick motion on 425?
Yes,
Yeah.
425, you sent a
I
motion
had set
around.
a motion.
So you may
If
want
you all
to.
saw it, I'll let it go. If you all seen the motion, it's okay. If not, I'll pull it. That's on 425.
After our quick break.
Okay.
We'll put it for discussion then. So we'll discuss 425. We'll discuss 428, that change the name of Dixie Farm Road, or?
It's just a quick motion. I
Oh,
think I
it's
sent a
okay with
motion in,
that?
if it's all right.
Okay,
June
so
10th.
we don't need to discuss 428. 430. 430, that's Commissioner Garcia, that's your
Yeah.
item.
Yep.
434,
Yes.
yes. That is the use of technology investments for public safety, $16 million. Item 440,
Quick comment on that one, if I could.
quick comment on item 440. Okay, so we'll discuss that one. Item 441. Yes, we need to discuss that one, I
Yeah.
think. Item 442 is Commissioner Cable's item. We do need to discuss that item.
Is that an executive session?
It's not, but before
Oh,
we
that's
get to
right,
the
but
item,
we-
we need to
yeah,
executive session on the other item. And item 480, Commissioner Ramsey. It's the FIFA World Cup item.
Yeah, just to emphasize.
Okay, so we'll discuss item 480. Is there anything I missed folks? James? Okay.
Yes, Judge. On item 194,
Mm-hmm.
that's under intergovernmental and global affairs. Is there any action on that item?
No action.
Okay, thank you. And how about item 272? It's under pretrial services for transmittal of the,
No action.
no action? Okay, thank you.
That's a transmittal of their report, then have an action item. But we did talk to pretrial services about bringing action items in the future. Okay, so we're gonna have to take item 452 as well. James, because it's a public hearing, I want to make sure that one is listed as well. And
Yes, ma'am.
and that one will need to be taken with item 458.
Yes, ma'am. I got for discussion items 452 and 458.
Okay. Anything else that you need clarification?
No, ma'am.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Okay, a
Second.
motion for all items 1 through 481, with the exception of the items that we already voted on and the discussion items that we just listed. Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Right. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll be back in 5 minutes. It's 11:40. Commissioners Court is back in session.
Judge,
Yeah.
hang on one second. I think they're, yeah.
Yes. Folks, court is back in session. Go ahead, James, you had a clarification question.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to clarify or verify that item 454, the county administrator position item, is on the discussion.
Yes, James, it's on the discussion agenda. I missed it earlier. Go ahead, Commissioner Cagle.
Your Honor, we have some elected officials that are here, and I would ask that we pick up their agenda items that they're wanting to talk on. We got a number of the constables that are here and allow them to get back to their duties. We also have the DA here who has a couple of issues, and she herself and her executive staff are here. And so I would request that as we take matters out of order, that we allow them to be taken out early to get back to work.
Judge, in a related matter, I asked for 434 to be, if I can move that item up and vote on it now.
Okay, so we have experts that I gave them a particular time for item 454. So Commissioner Garcia, can I get through this one first?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just, I thought we had made a request to have this one moved up, but we'll go ahead.
I think in 434, I think we should take up with 268 and 269. So we can do that if you prefer, and then go to 454. I just don't know if these folks are going to be able to stay on the line, and I want them to be able to answer questions. So we'll do, and Commissioner Cagle, to your point, I think we all have folks that need to go back to their duties. That's a challenge. So let's get through these, and then as soon as we move on to past those two items, we'll move on to the elected officials on item 442. So Lucinda, do you have the speakers for 434, 269, and 268, or do we need to go to 454? And Commissioner,
We have 454 lined up.
Commissioner, I think you and I had a misunderstanding there.
No worries.
Okay, so let's get started with 454, and we'll try to. I'll be quick on my presentation. So 454 is listed for executive session, but I think we can keep the discussion in open court as we discussed. And look, we've got enormous challenges in Harris County. And the crux of this is we have to modernize our organizational structure so that we can really tackle the challenges. The proposal is to create a county administrator position that would break down the silos across departments, and it would make sure that when it comes to serving residents, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. We have enormous talent, enormous energy in this county. I'm very, very proud of. We have to make the most of that talent. We have to make the most of that energy in leveraging every tax dollar to ensure that county services are as efficient as possible. If anyone is surprised by our planning to consider a county administrator, they have not been paying attention. This is something that we've been discussing for at least 6 months. We hired a consulting group to identify, they did almost a year-long study as to what changes, what operational changes Harris County needed to undertake. And this is the major recommendation they brought back, which we discussed at length in January. Our staff had been in touch about this for quite some time, even before January, as the consulting group sent us the recommendations. So this has been an ongoing discussion. And it's not a radical idea. It's something that all but one other major Texas jurisdiction has put in place. So it's a due diligence issue that we're actually behind on and need to move forward on. Here's the problem, and members of court, we've all lived this. When the Commissioner's Court sets a priority and an objective, there is often no clear accountability, no clear reporting structure, long periods can pass, but before one of us say, hey, whatever happened with such and such thing we were supposed to do? Because there simply isn't a strategic plan that forces departments to work together. Instead, they're reactive. In the words of the experts that evaluated the county, they feel compelled, departments feel compelled to be accountable not to the collective Commissioner's Court, but to individual members of court, focusing almost exclusively on their demands. So we're all 5 of us pulling departments in a different direction, and I'm guilty of that too. And the problem is we don't move forward. Perfect example, the lack of direct integration of health services between public health, our public hospital system, Harris Health, our mental health system, community clinics, federally qualified health centers. That hasn't happened. It's long overdue. We have massive health challenges, but there just isn't that integration. It's hard for us to track our work and show our work to the community. Here's another quote for the analysis. There is no clear county policy with respect to open data. It's often difficult for county residents to understand what activities are carried out by different departments. Another point of accountability would ensure that planning and implementation are responsive to the goals of court. Here's something really interesting is 2 independent operational reviews conducted 20 years apart. So we just conducted an operational review. Another one had been done 20 years ago, and it reached a very similar conclusion that we need reorganization to remedy these same intractable issues of profound inefficiencies and lack of coordination. So the solution is very clear in the agenda item we submitted. The high points is there would be a county administrator appointed by a majority of the court. They would be subject to removal by the court. The county administrator would oversee and would be supported by several deputy county administrators to manage the departments and the specific areas. They would work with each of us, all of us together, to set goals for the departments, and they'd provide regular updates to us and the public as to progress on those goals, which right now doesn't happen because 5 of us are trying to keep track of over 20 departments. They would operate under a reporting structure that provides clear points of coordination with elected officials and measurable performance metrics. Drawing on models from across the country, they'd appoint deputies and managing directors. It's a sort of, all of us are really relatively new to Commissioner's Court. But for a very long time, the tendency in Harris County for many decades, folks that end up in these departments is somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody. This county administrator will be in charge of evaluating, making the decisions as to who the department heads are. And of course, Commissioners Court always can hold the county administrator accountable, but we need to take the politics out of the minutia of, what materials are used for a broadband tower. We just need to decide that we need broadband. So here's an interesting analogy that I thought I'd share with you all is, you don't picture a company that would have more than 20 different teams operating separately and reporting to 5 different bosses. Counties don't operate that way. When we've talked to other counties in Texas, around the nation, about the structure, they're shocked to hear that we don't have a county administrator. Cities, you had a city administrator, Commissioner Ramsey. Cities have city administrators because it's just the efficient way of doing this. So if and when, hopefully, we appoint a county administrator, we would be able to develop a multifaceted flood mitigation strategy. We'd be able to guarantee collaboration across departments on health and healthcare and the social determinants of health. We'd be able to coordinate all the moving parts of the county in terms of economic resiliency, economic development, and investments. We'd be able to have a unified approach in providing support to children and families, a consistent level of quality throughout all departments, because right now there's nobody ensuring that it is consistent and follows certain standards, increased efficiency, and avoid duplicative efforts across agencies. We have so many different systems, so many different asset management systems, different call intake systems, different websites. Harris County doesn't even have a centralized website right now. We pay for all these licenses and implementation. So all of this lack of efficiency and coordination is costing us money. It's well past time to catch up with our government structure, to bring it to the 21st century, catch up with the 20th century on it. And I'm proud to propose this today. I'm also proposing Dave Barry as an initial county administrator, and here's why. He's done a phenomenal job in his time as budget management director. Today, he's bringing a solution on the $1 billion bond shortfall that folks just forgot to think about when they initially proposed the bond program. He's dealt with budgeting in a smart way. He's steered us through the issue of funding from the General Land Office. He's taken some of the toughest challenges by storm and worked in a bipartisan way with each of us. I can say with certainty, none of us have gotten all we want, but we all know that he's a smart and very, very thoughtful leader. So he knows the budget in and out. We have an incredibly challenging time of transition with so many disasters, so many challenges, so many opportunity. And so I feel a sense of urgency to move forward with this organizational structure and believe that he's clearly the right person to combine the new approach with the massive amount of knowledge that he has. So folks received a very detailed information as to how this would work, but the motions essentially would be for to appoint the county administrator, to assign the county administrator to develop the organizational structure and plan and bring it back to Commissioners Court for approval, to fund the position, grant the county administrator the authority to appoint and dismiss department heads, and of course employees of his office, offer an initial budget for the office, retain an outside consultant to support the transition, direct the county attorney to assign attorneys responsible for the creation of the position, and direct all county departments to take all necessary steps to support the county administrator's efforts. And I'll read all the motions thoroughly later, but I've gone on long enough and you guys will have it. Yeah.
Judge, I want to commend you for your leadership on it. None of us should be surprised. I think we were all adequately briefed on the PFM reports as they came along. I'm glad to join the 21st century. You mentioned the counties in Texas. I also know out of the 5 counties in the country with over 3 million people, all of them have the same system. I've talked to the folks in LA and Cook and San Diego and Maricopa County. It works well. I know 43% of the nation's 1,322 counties have an appointed administrator, ones who don't tend to be the smaller ones. Look, I think it makes sense. Just the fiefdoms that we have around here are nice, and I don't think it takes away from anybody's fiefdom. You still have a vote to hire or fire whoever the person is who is the administrator. But look, it falls in line with everything that I studied when I was in graduate school. I told you shortly after you won one time that I knew that this was the right thing to do even before we studied it. I was just trying to bring myself to, how I felt about it, but I always knew it was the right thing to do, and the county should have done it 20 years ago. And Dave Berry is a great choice to get this started. I think he has shown the ability to work with all of us. I don't think this is a D or an R issue. If you look at those top 5 counties I mentioned, San Diego did it a very long time ago. So did Maricopa. Cook and LA have historically been Ds, but San Diego and Maricopa were not historically. But I just think if you look at those 43% of the 1,322 counties around the country, it has nothing to do with anybody's party affiliation. I think it's time for us to do it. And I do think for far too long, you alluded to, this has been a buddy-buddy system around here. And just a culture of, go help your friends and put them somewhere in a department. And I always resented that when I got here or throughout my years in government, when people would call and figure, don't you have a job over there? Somewhere you can give my friend, my cousin. But I do think that we ought to move into contemporary times, and I think it'll be a good thing for our county. Just as I felt that way on the elections administrator, by the way, and most other counties around the state were doing it. So I look forward to the discussion, but I'm certainly supportive unless somebody says something to dissuade me today.
Judge, thank you. Thank you for putting this item on the agenda. And let me just begin with Dave Berry. I've got confidence in his leadership. I got confidence in his abilities. Got confidence on his look at complex financial matters and to come up with solutions. The item on flood control will be one that will be reflective of that. I see this as in part good government. Instead of folks having to figure out, who they can go to, this will at least help for them to identify one person to at least start the journey to resolve particular challenges or questions. But I do come from a strong city mayor form of government, having been on Houston City Council. There were times that I didn't like the strong mayor form of government because I didn't think it gave my district substantial voice. But all I did was roll my sleeves up and work and organize my community and brought issues that made sense, and we got things done. So I don't see this as a disruption to our system. I was impressed by the PFM study that we have, 60 different departments in the county. I thought we had a flood control, engineering, the public health and
community services.
And community services. I didn't realize that there was that many more. And so those departments could merit a lot of attention and support from a structure of this nature. I do have a question. Does this dilute the role of a county commissioner?
Absolutely not, and neither does the role of the judge, I would hope. So the idea is you don't have, Janice McNair out there calling shots in the field. Gotcha. Neither should we, neither should I.
And gotcha. And because that's a deal breaker for me. I ran for this role to fight and support my precinct, and I don't need a bureaucrat to get in my way. I think I know well what my precinct needs, and I'm working on those issues in that regard.
Yeah, and to that point, Commissioner Garcia, I think it's an important one to make sure we're clear on, is this will make sure someone can run the day-to-day minutia the details in the weeds of the operations so that we can focus on setting the tone. How many times did we say we want to see Harris Health take over healthcare at the jail? How many times? How many times have we said we want to see a consistent county website? How many times have we said we want to see a criminal justice dashboard? We say it, but none of the five of us can possibly run your precincts or me the duties I have and also be there sitting with the departments saying, hey, make sure that you hired the such and such person to run down the website and ensure that it's in this and that platform. We can't. That's why, Jim Crane hired Dusty Baker. That's basically what we're doing. And if we don't like the coach, if we don't like the county administrator, they report to us. So that's what it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I just want to add that, look, we've worked very aggressively to try to recruit talent to Harris County. We got Roberto Trevino leading the toll road in a very phenomenal way. We got Major General Rick Noriega thinking of things that we hadn't thought about before and working to improve that organization. And we'll be looking for a flood control director, cost-saving projects, as you mentioned, related to the jail. The work that we're doing with homelessness, with the Harris Center, all very critical areas. I want to be real clear that I'm looking for a collaborator in terms of the county administrator to work with department directors, especially those that we give particular authority to. I want to make sure that they're engaged, that they're respected, that they're heard from. There was, I think, a little hiccup on an item that I had earlier that gave me a bit of concern of how we want to engage department directors. So I just want to be real clear. I see the value in it, but I don't mind getting out of the way a little bit, but I will trust, but I will verify. And I want to make sure that there will be accountability. The things that we touched on here, I want to put them on a reporting schedule to see what the progress of those particular items are. And so I will just see this as another way for me to be focused and engaged with serving my precinct, but with another key stakeholder.
Absolutely. Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner Garcia, your question brought to my mind discussion I had with my chief of staff, Brandon. So I want to make the point that we're not giving up any power. Brandon's been with me a long time. I was in the Senate, very small staff there. Sometimes I get a bright idea in the middle of the night on my bike or whatever, and I'll call somebody, some department head in the precinct, and he'll say, well, Rod, Commissioner, it gets confusing. And I said, no, it doesn't get confusing. I call who I want to call when I want to call them. That's why I put my name on the ballot. Now, it's their job to tell you I called. So they coordinated. So I'm not giving up any power. But look, my staff pulled this stuff from NACO. So I see 43% of the counties have a county administrator. 44% of the county administrators have a high level of authority. So it depends on each county on what you do. Now, what I should have asked them, Mr. Berry, and maybe it'll dig this up for you. I bet there have been more county administrators fired than have been hired. So the point I'm making is you don't give up power. I mean, it's that person's job to find a consensus. But look, there are times the judge made reference to the county health folks, Harris Health, handling the jail issue. The sheriff agreed. We brought it up. I think it came up before you and Judge Hidalgo got here. Mm-hmm. And I think at the table there was consensus. I don't know we voted on it, but when it came up, everybody was agreeing. Then you all came, it came up, it just never happened. And there's just so many things going on. We forget, well, who do you hold responsible. When one department says, well, another one's working on it. To me, analogy is I couldn't imagine a school system. They have all these principals and superintendents, area superintendents. I can't imagine the school board running the school system and not having a chief of staff or the superintendent, or a university where you got deans. I called a couple to talk about this issue. I can't imagine the Board of Regents. They do a great job. They're in charge of it, running A&M without a president, a chancellor, or something.
Maybe they are.
Sometimes running into the ground. All right.
Commissioner Cagle.
Your Honor, I think in this one, I am the honored opposition, and I have 7 points I'd like to make. When this report first came out, as you mentioned earlier, I articulated my opposition to the report of PFM at that time. And today there are 7 things that I would like to point out. The first thing are 3 comments that have been made around the horseshoe that I agree with. I agree with Commissioner Ellis that this is not a D or an R issue. I think that whether or not we have a county administrator or not is one about control and power, not about whether it's a Republican or a Democrat at that time. I think it's a power to the people issue. I think secondly, I agree with Commissioner Garcia when he says he doesn't need a bureaucrat to tell him how to do his job. I would emphasize, though, that what we're doing here is we're creating a bureaucrat to tell us how to do our job with regard to these 20 department heads. So I would kind of take that statement, agree with it wholeheartedly, and expand upon it. And Commissioner Ellis, I'd agree with your last comment about you not giving up any of your power. We most likely will vote 3-2 on who's going to be the new county administrator. That means that 3 of us will control the county administrator, and the power will actually be increased in your column instead of diffused in terms of that. My second point is Judge.
Vote for him.
My second point of my 7, Judge, is that when we had the flood bond, we had 23 watershed meetings where we went out in the community. You yourself, when you did your transition meetings, had public meetings. You have recently called upon us to have more public meetings to where we engage the public on important matter with regard to I-45. But on this matter, although we here have been aware that this report is in the eaves and found out on Friday that this is going to be put on today's agenda. And I do want to thank you for clarifying over the weekend that you weren't coming after the commissioner's job. So it wasn't quite clear in the first notice, but you did clarify that in your second notice.
How would I do that? I would never do that, my friend.
Well, I've had an experience before with our elections administrator, and so I just didn't know what was happening there. And so I thank you for that clarification. But Judge, I think that the public should have that same kind of treatment in terms of getting their input on a matter like this, that we try to give them on other significantly altering and important issues. And so, although I agree that we've been aware of this, I don't know that the public has been aware that we're about to change the way that you have to interact with the government. My third point, Judge, is the one about the 20 departments. In essence, what we're going to do is we're going to take the 20 departments and we're going to turn them into one. And in your report, that one has the authority to appoint and dismiss deputies, managing directors, and other department heads. In other words, when we are upset with someone now and we want to fire somebody or we want to hire somebody, as Commissioner Garcia said before, they have to come to this horseshoe. And we have to vote on those things. And there's a record of what our individual positions are when we want to fire somebody or hire somebody. But once we vote on this county administrator, I didn't fire that department head. The county administrator did that. And if you have a member of the public that wants to complain about that action, there's no accountability to that unelected county administrator. We're accountable to the people in our precincts, and you, Judge, to the entire county. But the county administrator has no duty except for to what majority, the three that there may be here in court. And so in essence, we become isolated. Oh, well, the county administrator fired them. Our fingerprints aren't on that action that could be taken. Or as Commissioner Ellis was talking about earlier, somebody's buddy got hired. Well, I wasn't the one that hired their buddy. I was hired by the election administrator. And as long as three of us aren't unhappy with them, they get to do with impunity within that division that they want to. And I find it kind of interesting, and I apologize for the illusion, but you know, in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien wrote about 9 rings given to the kings, 7 to the dwarves, and 3 to the elves. And there was then 1 ring to hold them and 1 ring to bind them. And so we're going to take our 20 folks that were out there that were reporting to the public and to us, and we're going to now have them be bound by the 1 ring. And I don't think that that is good, transparent public engagement policy. 5th, Judge, the reference to other places. The other places that are cited are Chicago, Cook County, Illinois, Los Angeles, Orange County. These are counties that don't have the massive unincorporated population that we have. We have more people that don't live in a city here than do live in a city, whereas those other places are predominantly dominated by a city, very similar to Dallas. Dallas doesn't have a very large unincorporated population. It mostly has an incorporated population. And so our service requirements, I think, are unique and different from those other places. And I would make an argument, Judge, that we don't have a massive exodus of people from Harris County going to Los Angeles or going to Chicago or going to Orange County. We have people from those places coming here. So maybe the concept that they have the better practices is not proved out with regard to the way that people are voting with their feet. This is a great place to live, to work, and to breathe. And people are coming here, and I think that we ought to keep those things that encourage them to continue to come here. My 6th point, Judge, deals with the public. As you're aware, when we saw this, we put it out and we notified folks saying, look, there's going to be this issue coming up in court. Come and make your voice heard. We've had 282 people that have reached out to us and told us they're not in favor of this change. We've had 4 that reached out to us to tell us that they were in favor of it. Not that this is voting, but these are folks who took the time to actually communicate with us and tell us how they feel about being able to see what goes on when we hire and fire folks and whether we change our governmental structure. And my last point, Judge, deals with the nominee. I don't have a problem with Dave Barry or any other individual that might have been suggested that's in there. This is not about him. I think that he has tried to work hard as best as he could to serve all of the people of Harris County by working with all of the members of this court, all 5 of us, even though there are times that we disagree. And there have been some important times to when I think that our budget director, Mr. Barry, has done a great job of finding the seams to where we could come to an agreement. Our last budget that we approved, where we came up with what should be the tax rates, I think he was instrumental in helping us come to a resolution of that. So this is not about him in a few moments. But Judge, I do not believe that anyone, no matter how well-meaning that they may be, should be given this Supreme Chancellor style powers over all the other 20 departments in this county. And those are my comments, Judge, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my, hopefully I've done so respectfully, but my 7 points of disagreement with this proposition.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to, again, for the record, Commissioner Cagle has used words like with impunity, supreme power. Walk us through a scenario where the county administrator thinks that someone has worn out their welcome prior to, we have dismissed a couple of folks around here, but they're still on the county payroll. And so walk through a scenario where the county administrator thinks someone needs to be terminated. Does that just happen and we hear about it the next day? How would that effectively work?
Yeah, so the idea is accountability, transparency, and collaboration. This will help us better understand who is and is not doing the job. When we go and say, we'd like Harris Health to take over care at the jail, and this request just evaporates, nobody ever comes back. We don't have currently, we're moving in the right direction, but benchmarks for each department. So we'll be better aware, to the point Commissioner Garcia made, and I think a point Commissioner Cagle made as well, we'll be better aware of to what extent the departments are meeting the vision that Commissioner's Court has set. It is in the interest of the county administrator to identify whether these departments are actually meeting the vision. Why? Because if we're unhappy with the decisions the county administrator makes, we'll lose confidence in them. If Dusty Baker puts a player on the field that is not hitting as he should, that is failing game after game, and doesn't trade him when he has the chance, we're gonna call, Dusty Baker would have called, or Jim Crane would have called the coach on it. We're gonna call the county administrator on it. So the idea is to allow the reason why it's important for the county administrator to have hiring and firing authorities, because if you don't have that, you may as well not create the system, because then there is no incentive for the departments to be to follow the direction in the minutia that the county administrator sets. But I would be surprised if, and from my conversations on this topic, it would be a process for the county administrator. If they're having an issue with the department, inevitably they would mention it to us. They would see if we have a big problem with it, and they would have an ear to the ground to make sure that they are or are not delivering. But now it wouldn't be each of us pulling 20 plus department heads in 5 different directions. And that we do need to seed. We do need to seed, okay, and I think we're gaining more important power. We're seeding the micromanaging. We're not calling up and saying, hey, what happened? Like I want an updated website from JAD. I want the backlog to be tackled. You want JAD to work on something else. You want JAD to work on something else. Instead, we need to in this horseshoe agree, what is the vision? What do we really think JAD needs to prioritize? Okay, we agree, these are the priorities, and then the county administrator will make sure that JAD goes and does that. Same with everything else. So we're actually being able to manage at a more impactful, higher level, as opposed to an inefficient level. So Commissioner Garcia, I hope that answers the question. And I do want to mention, jurisdictional models, Commissioner Cagle, it's benchmarking. We're behind. It's not just Cook and LA County. It's Tarrant County. It's Dallas County. It's all the large counties except for Travis have a county administrator right now in Texas, around the country as well. That doesn't mean that we want to copy everything those counties do. But when you have 2 reports 20 years apart, 2 independent reports suggesting the same result, and you see that all the other large counties, except for Austin, are doing this, and that the experts in the national counties and cities group do this, it's a no-brainer. We have to look at all of the different examples. What did they do well? What do they not do well? We're picking something that they do well. That doesn't mean that LA and Cook County do everything well. But let me hear, did I answer your question, Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ramsey, and then Commissioner Ellis. And we do have folks here and these are folks I want to make sure we're available also, y'all, to answer any questions. Is Jason Grant from the International City County Management Association is available. That's the world's leading association of professional city and county managers and other employees who serve local governments.
and they have best practices for how it works. And then we have the folks from PFM as well, in case folks have questions. Yeah.
Well, it's always good to be the last to speak, because I will try not to repeat maybe what I heard. I'll try not to sit here and be argumentative, but I will bring 40 years of experience in Texas, working for over 20 counties, 50 cities. So I've got a pretty good idea of best practices. And I'll just start, and I won't do a 7-point, because my father always said we need a 3-point sermon if you're going to have anything. So this will be a 3-pointer. And we're going to start with public transparency. Anybody that thinks that I find out about it on a Thursday, and we're going to talk about it on a Tuesday, thinks that is enough notice, that's not enough notice. If we are going to be the respected leaders that we should be, we need time. And it's not a lot of time. I mean, having worked with all those cities and counties in Texas, we have things called workshops where you actually get in a room and you invite people. I mean, we had 22 watershed meetings before we had a $2.5 billion bond issue. And we have no workshop. We knew about it, but most people didn't know about it. There may be some hybrid of this that would work. I'm going to be opposed to it, this particular motion that's on the table. But there might be some hybrid that we could come out. I always came out of a workshop thinking differently than what I went into a workshop. But we're going to have a marathon meeting today. There will be a vote taken, and everybody in this room knows what that vote is going to be. So public transparency, we get an F on in terms of this issue. I am so proud of Harris County employees. I am sick and tired of people saying, well, if you know somebody, you can go get a job there. We've had the most extraordinary leadership from our department heads over decades in Harris County. And in fact, this was a preferred place to go to work. And the reason I mention that, we have 18,000 employees. There's a lot of things we're doing here that's right. Now, there's some things, obviously, you've mentioned, Judge, that, boy, that doesn't work so well. Well, let's go fix that. But there's a lot of different ways to fix things, and it doesn't always have to be going to this level. This is a major change for Harris County. So I know a lot of things in Harris County are not broke. The fact that we've got resources in Harris County, unlike a lot of people, cities I could name, counties I could name, where did those resources come from? They came from great judgment made from previous courts and previous leaders, previous department heads, previous folks in this county. So before we break this, what we've got, let's be sure we know where we're going. And that kind of leads to the scope of the responsibilities. And even though, Judge, what you put here, we can fine tune that. That can be it. But, you know, we are one more meeting away from making this even more draconian. I don't know that we're not going to meet a month from now and the responsibilities, the power of, that's why I refer to it as a power grab, in that it's not necessarily what we do today, it's what this sets up for. This is step one in terms of making a significant change in a county that we need to be careful of. So I think PFM had a bias when they came here. They assumed that everything we were doing in Harris County was bad and needed to be fixed. Well, that wasn't the case. We know that wasn't the case. Is there things here that we can improve? Of course. Do we need to go to such a significant change with a county administrator? I don't think I'm certainly not there yet. And I think there needs to be much more time spent. I think at least some time spent with the public to understand what they got. Bless their hearts. There are going to be a lot of people here late tonight calling in, expressing their opinion. And then after the day, there'll be a vote. and it's over. And they'll go back there, and we owe them more than just a single day. Why can't we have a little time to meet with the public, convince the public that, boy, this is a great idea, rather than say, well, we're going to meet on Tuesday, we're going to vote, and that'll be it. I just think it's rushed. We don't know what we're going to break in the process of trying to fix. So those are my concerns with it.
And I think I'm happy to hear. I'm happy to hear, folks. I'm happy to hear from everybody today, and that's what we're doing. But the point of this is to make government more transparent, Commissioner Ramsey. It is to, I mean, it's opaque right now. It's opaque. These members of the public don't know what our vision is for justice, don't know what our vision is for public health, don't know what our vision is for environment, energy transition, economic resilience, flood resilience. They didn't even realize that they were $1 billion short on the bond. That's a big problem, Commissioner. Y'all, I appreciate it, and I know everybody appreciates it when folks clap, but it is a court, technically. So we'll just have to, we will have a lot of debates here, and we'll just have to try to keep it down. But look, the point is, yes, I'm so proud of the things that have been achieved, but would it have taken 3 500-year floods for us to finally have a flood bond? That, by the way, is not enough. Is not enough for us. If there had been this holistic look at things, no, we did dealt with. I mean, people knew flooding was a problem in this county back decades ago. Allison happened in 2001. But because it's a parochial system, these kinds of things went hush hush. Would we be the most dangerous county in the nation when it comes to car accidents? No, we would have built a world-class transportation system like they have in cities and counties around the world. We're ahead in certain things. We're a powerhouse for oil and gas. We've got a wonderful port. We've got the beautiful trails that you all maintain. We've got diversity. We've got culture. But we're behind on very serious things. And we don't want to be the next Detroit. We got to get ahead. We can't keep with the old way of thinking. So it's a very deep government structure conversation. I'd be very happy to hear from the public today, and we'll engage in that. But we gotta modernize, man. This is very wonky. I can't run a re-election on this topic. I'm doing it because it matters for good government. And I ran for good government because I want this county to do better. Like, y'all can be, it's taken me, how long did it take me to explain this? I can't cut an ad with this. This isn't for me this is because it's gonna make the county run better. A power grab for whom? All of us are saying we're gonna be able to gather at a higher level. This doesn't give me any extra authority. It's still going to take 3 votes to dismiss the county administrator. How many votes does it take to dismiss the department? Does it take right now to dismiss the department head? The same 3. I don't have any greater vote over any of y'all. We're all the same in this dais. Yeah, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Garcia, and I do want to get to the speakers. So we'll hear from
and I do want to hear from Mr. Grant and the vote will be of him as well. It is interesting, this interest in transparency. When I got here, they used to tell me, people in power, this is a shadow government, Senator. And so I was still acting like I was in the legislature. We are a legislative body, but it's like lower your profile. I was told once the meeting never lasted over an hour before I got here. And then they said, because I was asking so many questions, talking too much, maybe they drag on at most, maybe 2 hours, 15 minutes. If one of these meetings lasted an hour, I think one of you were about to have a heart attack trying to get out of here. But look, we structure this, Commissioner Garcia, the way we want it. I mean, I know it's 44% of the 1,300 counties that have a county administrator. The decision is made at this body. And if somebody wanted to dismiss a department head, most county administrators are pretty good thinkers. You know, if a president of the university wanted to dismiss a dean, they'd have some sense whether or not the next item on the agenda would be to dismiss them. You got it? So they would have some thought on how they do that. But I'd be interested in seeing how these issues, these questions that have come up have been resolved. in the 43% of the nation's counties that have an administrator, or in the 44% that give the administrator significant power. Some have more power than others. So I'm looking forward to hear what Mr. Grant says from an international perspective. I think you said international entity.
Yeah.
And from PFM.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And I, again, I'm trying to be very thoughtful in this decision because it is a major change. I still do believe that it does, as you mentioned, bring us better aligned with good government. But Commissioner Ramsey, just you were the mayor of
Spring Valley.
Spring Valley.
Safest city in Harris County.
And maybe because you had a city administrator. But my question.
No, I had a good police chief.
Okay. Well, my question
He
is.
did not report to the city administrator.
My question is, you were the mayor there. Are you, where would you say you're at right now? Do we need this based on your, I'm trying to lean on your experience. Do we need this or not need this? From your experience as the mayor of Spring Valley, having had a city administrator and we're contemplating bringing a county administrator, do you, with your experience, do we need it or not need it?
I don't think we need a county administrator.
Okay.
I would agree with the judge. I'm going to answer that completely. I do think, as the judge has alluded to, some issues we need to fix.
Yeah.
We do need to fix those. City government and county government, boy, those are two really different things.
Gotcha. And I'll take exception that they're different. They're not very different. But I had to ask the question because as the mayor of Spring Valley, I understand you appointed and then reappointed your city administrators. So when you had the opportunity to take that bureaucracy out of the way, you didn't. So I got to believe that it's good to some extent. I'm just trying to formulate some thoughts there, Judge. Thank you.
So we'll take speakers, Lucinda, and if you could please start with Jason Grant. I know Commissioner Ellis wanted to hear from him, and then if he's on the line, and then take the other speakers.
I'm sorry, Judge, he is not on the line yet, but if I can take one and then I can free up that line.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Rob Hungate, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and thank you for your service to our county. I want to speak to you today and respectfully voice my opposition to executive session agenda item 454 and the creation of the county administrator position. Our current system of 4 elected county commissioners and 1 elected county judge continues to serve our Harris County citizens well. Adding an unelected county administrator with the responsibilities laid out in the agenda document would unduly empower one single person without any accountability to the Harris County voters. Personally, I have spent a 35-year business career analyzing ways of streamlining, reducing costs, and increasing efficiencies that return value to stakeholders. Your responsibility is no different to the voters of Harris County. Creating another silo of management and saying that it will make government more efficient just does not make any sense. If the voters of an individual precinct do not like the direction that their commissioner is leading their part of the county, they can always vote against them during the next election cycle. If the voters do not agree with the direction that a county administrator is leading the county, there is no recourse at the ballot box. Every responsibility that you lay out in the agenda item is already handled well by our current system. Additionally, I've dealt with many consultants over the years, and they have their own language. I call it consultant speak. One word they use quite often is silo. The agenda language also states that this will address long-standing equity issues experienced by people in diverse communities across the county. Our current system is boots on the ground, already does this, and we have precinct officers throughout the county to serve the community. You cannot manage this from a silo in downtown Houston. Our court is full-time and not simply oversight. Commissioner Garcia brings up Commissioner Ramsey being the mayor of Spring Valley. Well, he was not a full-time mayor. That's why he needed administrators to do this. The agenda language also mentions U.S. counties like Los Angeles, Cook, Maricopa, San Diego, and Orange that have these positions, and that leaves Harris County as the largest U.S. county without one. That doesn't mean we need one. Further, those are not U.S. counties that should be made to be examples of good governance. In closing, adding more layers of government bureaucracy does not lead to more efficiencies. How many more law enforcement officers could be hired? How much more flood water could be mitigated with the proposed budget of this new position? Their budget will only grow over time. At a time when our citizens are recovering from a pandemic where they were forced into unemployment, business failures, loss of their homes and freedom, this is not the time to be adding unnecessary layers to our county government structure. Please focus on the basics of keeping the citizens
Thank you
safe
so much.
with law enforcement,
Your time is
courts,
up.
and other departments.
Your time is up.
I've muted him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Robert Cadena, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you, Judge Lena Dago and commissioners for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to voice my opposition against this position for administrator. And many of you have pointed out some very important facts, and I just want to reiterate on some of those. One of them being is that, there was mention that the administrator is going to have a hiring and firing authority. As a constituent, I don't believe that to be a very wise thing on y'all's part. You as commissioners and as a judge have been elected to make those decisions on who to fire and who to hire. I think that it should be, if you're going to move forward with this, I think you should be using that under advisement, not giving this administrator an authority to make such decisions. That is what the elected voters have elected each of you to do on their behalf. And to spend a $2 million proposed budget to create this position, that $2 million could be used somewhere else. You've stated many times there was a budget shortfall or there was a bond shortage. Well, I mean, you're taking $2 million that could have been used somewhere else. That probably was directed somewhere else, but you're going to use it for an unnecessary position that each of you, as commissioners and judge, are currently responsible for as an administrator or manager of this county. Now, it's been mentioned that this is a power grab, and on either side, I personally, it is such a power grab, but it depends on which side of the aisle you're on. And whether if you want to admit it or not, that's up to each of you. But for as a voter, I don't believe that this is in the best interest of the each of the voters. And if you really believe that it is, why haven't you had any hearings, public hearings, where the public can vote or not vote, but state their opposition or state their support for this? And I get it. We voted each of you in to make these decisions. But if this is the kind of decision that I think all the public should have a hearing and have a say in this matter, especially something that potentially could cause increase in taxes, because you're proposing a $2 million initial budget. But what's to say next year or the year following that this budget doesn't increase? And we all know the budget increases on an annual basis. So I just want to strongly encourage each of you to really think through this and not propose a political agenda item that you are propagating it as if it's not. It is. And anybody that refuses to see this for what it is just lying to themselves and lying to the public. And thank you.
Judge, I have Jason Grant with ICMA. Go ahead, please, sir.
Hello, this is Jason Grant. I'm with the International City County Management Association, and as stated, we are an international nonprofit organization We're committed to advancement of effective and efficient local government that works for the people. And so I want to be able to address any questions that you may have, here to offer any guidance or insights based on our experience and what we've seen both nationally and internationally with regard to professional management. Addressing some of the concerns that I've heard about a county administrator that would usurp power from the commissioners and place it in the hands of a non-elected bureaucrat. The reality is that commissioners lose no power in the hiring of a county administrator because the county administrator is beholden to the policies and outcomes established by Commissioners Court. So just as a business hires a CEO to manage the day-to-day operations and to achieve the goals established by the board of directors, so too does a county administrator operate to assure that your goals and outcomes are met. And then jurisdictions and organizations without clear executive authority have a greater challenge in achieving a high level of efficiency or effectiveness. That's largely because when each department head is beholden independently to commissioners without regard to the performance of other departments or the government organization as a whole, it does create divisiveness. It exposes government to the risk of bloated budgets, and it creates inconsistent service models. One example I can kind of point out, there's often economies of scale across departments and agencies where they would otherwise be able to share resources, but those are often overlooked without anyone provide professional management of the organization writ large. And so that we find that a lot in areas where there is no executive management oversight. I'd also point to research in the Journal of Accounting, Finance, and Management Strategy shows that counties who hire a county administrator perform better than those that do not. And that's not to suggest that Harris County does not perform well. This is just research across the board when they look at that. And I'd say also that the first priority always, and I think all of you have stated this, is to make sure from the elected body that the government meets the needs of the people. And that's why policy decisions, even with the county administrator, the policy decisions must rely solely with Commissioners Court. It should not be placed in the hands of the county administrator. And to make certain that government is managed effectively to accomplish the goals and outcomes that you all set, the people are best served by having a county administrator hired by their elected representatives and held accountable to achieving those outcomes that they set. So the county administrator fails to effectively manage the government operations, then the elected body may terminate the county administrator's employment at any time. And that's why there's no usurpation of power from the commissioners, because the county administrator has no authority to circumvent or ignore the policies that you all establish. And the accountability of the people is far greater because the county administrator can be fired at any time. The people don't have to wait to the next election cycle to get rid of somebody that they don't feel is performing. They can appeal to the commissioners, and you all as a body can decide whether that person is performing.
Thank you so much.
If not, move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Rodney Ellis. I'm a commissioner here. I think you were listening to most of the conversation. I was going to ask you a question, but is there a wrap-up point that you want to make?
Yeah, I think mostly I would say hiring a county administrator is about assuring professional management, strengthening fiscal performance, creating consistent and effective management for all those that are serving in the community. So that's why in ICMA, based on the research, based on what we've looked at, based on what happens across the country, professional management is absolutely essential to effective, efficient, and equitable government.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'd appreciate, I think all of us, if you would stay on the line in case more technical questions come up, Mr. Grant, but thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Happy to remain on the line for sure.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Thank you. Michael Adams with Texas Southern University. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Honorable Court. I'm Dr. Michael Adams. I'm the former dean of the School of Public Affairs, and I've been a professor of public administration and political science for more than 40 years. I think this is a great idea to have a county administrator, and I'm here to speak in support of it. And I've listened to the comments around the horseshoe, and I think all of you make very salient points. But in the words of Woodrow Wilson, I think we have to separate politics from administration. In administration, I think we should focus on the technical aspect. And in my many years of teaching and being an advocate for transparent and effective public administration, is based upon the technical and the erudite aspect of it. And I think whomever you hire as a county administrator, that person would be a degreed individual. That individual would be someone who is very knowledgeable of public administration and also would have an ethical standard to rise above the political fray. And not only I think that Harris County has changed from a road and bridge kind of operation. We've grown from a population of 300,000 to more than 4.5 million. And I think right now the clique lights are on Harris County Commissioner's Court. We've gotten a lot of good publicity, and I think the addition of this county administrator will place Harris County at the centerpiece of students and educators like myself to look at this government as a model and not something that is a laughingstock, or as we used to say, as being the cesspool of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. This is Rod Nellis. I made reference to what I learned at the LBJ school earlier. I should have pointed out, going to UT, I can only get 2 degrees from UT because of what you all taught me at Texas Southern. So thank you for chiming in.
Thank you.
Charles Blaine with Urban Reform. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Blaine. I'm the founder of Urban Reform. I'm calling to oppose the creation of the county administrator. Judge, at the start of this conversation, you said that if anyone is surprised by this move to hire an administrator, they haven't been paying attention. But the reality is this past year has been ridiculous for everyone, especially residents. So they definitely were not paying attention to 8-hour commissioners court meetings. So they don't know. And what you guys are doing today is considering pushing through a major restructuring of one of the largest entities in the country with little public notice and little public input. If you truly feel what you're doing is right, you wouldn't rush this through and you would take the time to sell this to the people that you guys work for. If you're willing to put an initial $2 million budget behind this, then you should be willing to spend a little more time to take it to the voters, or at the very least, you should be willing to spend money for a series of town halls and a robust campaign to explain this item to the public, gain feedback, and get community buy-in before approving it. In posts on social media over the weekend, the judge mentioned Bexar County. Well, in 2011, when Bexar County was considering this, Don Lee, the director of the Texas Conference on Urban Counties, said, and this is a direct quote from him, what Bexar County is considering is very similar to what Harris County has been doing for decades, although the role there isn't called county manager, but court coordinator, budget officer. That's a direct quote. So on a whim, we're shifting away from what has made us a leader among big counties in Texas. If you want to streamline government, do so within the existing structure. I don't think we should create a new patronage position. Don't make government more unwieldy, and don't load them up with a $2 million budget, which will surely grow every single year. And if you guys really are confident in this, then take it to the communities you work for and sell it to the people who put you in those seats. Don't steamroll it through with little notice, little time for the public to digest it and provide input, and little explanation from more than a few social media posts. I can promise you most of the residents you serve are not on social media paying attention to everything that comes out of their local government. Judge, you also brought up an analogy, so I want to bring up one too. Imagine a company where employees make a massive structural change to an organization on a Tuesday after only alerting their bosses about it on a Wednesday, without considering it with their boss, getting feedback, and collectively moving forward. That's exactly what you guys are doing here today, or at least considering doing. The residents of this county are your bosses, and they should be included in this process. So I just hope the public pays attention to any commissioner who votes for this, while knowing that there was no earnest attempt to get into the communities and explain this to the people that you work for. Take a moment, consider the implications, and do the right thing. You said it yourself. 2 papers 20 years apart came out that said that this was a good thing. So why can't you guys hold off for a few weeks or a few months just to get public buy-in?
Thank you.
Jim Robertson, go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Jim Robertson, and I have lived in unincorporated Harris County for 32 years. I'm speaking regarding item 454 in today's court agenda. My comments deal with cost, transparency, and accountability. Cost. At least 5 new high-level positions, county administrator plus 4 deputy county administrators, will be added to Harris County government in this new department. These new high-level positions will be paid to manage functions that are currently handled under existing staffing levels. In addition, the county administrator would appoint deputies and managing directors in a yet-to-be-determined organizational structure for an entirely new department with a yet-to-be-determined number of employees. An initial budget of $2 million is proposed for this new department. What is the projected cost in the future for managing this department on an ongoing basis? Transparency. I attempt to be informed about Harris County government activity, yet the publication of this item in today's agenda is the first time that many became aware that an outside consultant had been hired for a 2-year study costing $5 million and recommended a major reorganization of our county government. How has Harris County shared information about this study with Harris County residents? Transparency is mentioned several times in the supporting document. However, first learning of a major potential reorganization and centralization of our county government only 4 days before action could be taken completely lacks in transparency. What kind of input for this study was gathered from the public through interviews, focus groups, or public meetings? How many residents were involved? How was input from our diverse county population incorporated into this study? In the 6-page recommendation, the phrase 20 departments is mentioned several times. However, nowhere in the document are we told what 20 departments these are. In the interest of transparency to the public, why are the departments and their specific functions never listed? This is a major change in how Harris County government would operate. Adopting this recommendation today without the opportunity for further input from the public is a complete lack of transparency. Accountability. Currently, our present commissioners are elected by each precinct's residents. They and their staffs are directly reachable and accountable to us. They can be contacted by an email, a phone call, or via their website. If a resident is not satisfied with the services response of the staff, the resident can go directly to the commissioner. The proposed department will be managed by appointed positions which have no direct accountability to the residents and voters of the precincts. How is removal of the current accountability and the move of departments from a distributed to a bureaucratic centralized organization a good thing for us as residents and voters? Finally, the proposed reorganizational change currently is the proposed reorganization will change legal under Texas law. Why should not this major change in our county government be subject to voter approval? Cook County, Illinois, and Los Angeles County, California are two of the counties cited as using this model. Personally, I'm not sure I want to model our county government after these two examples of how government for a major government organization is organized. Thank you.
Catherine Colbert with League of Women Voters of Houston. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Catherine Colbert, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Houston, and I am a resident of Precinct 1 in downtown Houston. Our national affiliate, the League of Women Voters of the United States, and our statewide affiliate, the League of Women Voters of Texas, have endorsed the following policy to guide governance at all levels of administration. Quote, we believe that democratic government depends on informed and active participation at all levels of government. The League further believes that governmental bodies must protect the citizens' right to know by giving adequate notice of proposed actions, holding open meetings, and making public records accessible, end quote.
Judge, it sounds like she disconnected.
Yeah, but if you can get her back, we can pull her back on.
Yes, ma'am, we will try. The next speaker is Sarah Casper. She's in person. If you could please approach the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Casper. My family moved here when I was 5 years old, and I've been a resident in Harris County Precinct number 2 for 63 years. I'm here today to express my grave concerns regarding item 454 and the creation of the new position of county administrator. I learned of this yesterday morning through a friend whose precinct commissioner advised her of this meeting today via email last Friday. Unfortunately, my precinct commissioner did not afford me that courtesy. In fact, when I called my precinct commissioner's office, I was told they had no information on item 454 and suggested that I call the office of the Harris County judge, which I did, but unfortunately to no avail. The county administrator will be appointed with a simple majority of the commissioner's court, made up of 4 precinct commissioners and the Harris County judge, 5 in total. With 3 members in agreement, the appointment of the county administrator will be approved. I understand that this position will have no term limits attached, and the responsibilities, though vague now, can be amended again by a simple majority. It greatly concerns me that with a 3-2 vote, citizens of 2 entire precincts will lose their direct representation and therefore their input in what future policy changes may occur under an appointed bureaucrat whose authority can be amended. I believe the importance of such a radical change, shifting authority away from our elected precinct commissioners in order to streamline operations, will actually result in the centralization of authority, which will take us in the opposite direction from our current direct representation provided by our duly elected precinct commissioners. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I did hear a concern about, will the precinct commissioners be able to do their job? Of course. And there's all the elected officials, and as the expert with the International Association of Counties, but let me present another example of something that we're already working on that was long overdue because there wasn't a holistic view of things and is delayed even now. Is the 311 system. Folks live in unincorporated Harris County. If you find a pothole, you have to figure out what your precinct commissioner's phone number is. Y'all, we have almost 5 million people in this county, and people have to go find the phone number for the precinct commissioner office. Those precinct districts, those boundaries are not easy to determine. The boundaries are complicated. It's not simple to know which precinct you're in. A very basic function of government is being able to quickly report that kind of thing. So for example, in other jurisdictions, you see a pothole, you call 311. That's what we're developing as well. You could say having a 311 system is a undue centralization of power and needs thorough community engagement. No, it's efficiency. So folks will now, as we're working on, we'll be able to call 311. Government does the job of routing the request to the right commissioner, and then the commissioner's office can take care of it. Or, if they don't want to be working directly on the pothole, whoever they contract on for that. But it's the same idea. It's simply about efficiency. Any other speakers, Lucinda?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I've got Ms. Colbert back on the line.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Catherine Colbert.
Hello, sorry. I guess being on hold for that long, my phone didn't want to stay connected. Anyway, so I'm assuming that
we want to get a little closer to the microphone. You sound a bit far away.
Okay. I'll just start over. Hello, my name is Catherine Colbert, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Houston, and I'm a resident of Precinct 1 in downtown Houston. Our national affiliate, the League of Women Voters of the United States, and our statewide affiliate, the League of Women Voters of Texas, have endorsed the following policy to guide governance at all levels of administration. Quote, we believe that democratic government depends upon informed and active participation at all levels of government. The League further believes that governmental bodies must protect the citizens' right to know by giving adequate notice of proposed actions, holding open meetings, and making public records accessible, end quote. In keeping with this theme, LWV Houston believes that the proposed county administrator will make possible greater clarity, efficiency, and transparency in Harris County government, and is therefore pleased to support adoption of this proposal. As you all have read, this same court in 2019 had an independent consultant conduct an operational and organizational review of Harris County government. While PFM recognized that the current way of functioning as 4 separate precincts is, quote, very consistent with the principles of democracy, end quote, they also point out that in the absence of countywide approaches and strategies, it is easy to see how policies relating to housing, public health, and economic opportunity can continue to exacerbate inequalities. The report goes on to outline how a lack of the county's elected leadership to set a clear vision and goals for the county's future make the county to be reactionary and miss opportunities for efficiency. We are seeing this play out in the flooding bond issue, where areas of our community are not getting the proper funding, which is causing a scramble from other departments to find funds to keep your promises to the constituents. If we had a streamlined approach to managing all the projects within the county, there would be less uncertainty for areas like the Halls and Greens Bayou watersheds. Many other counties and all but one large county in Texas have already upgraded their governance structure by creating a county administrator. And doing a quick Google search shows many smaller companies in the state also have a county administrator. Although there is worry that appointing a county administrator could effectively remove the responsibility from your elected officials and strip residents of their ability to have local representation, the opposite will occur. This position will not eliminate the roles of the 4 commissioners. Instead, it will bring everyone together to have common goals and strategies. Having a centralized administrator will provide a strategic vision for all the departments in the county and will allow for equitable distribution of resources to allow all of our residents to benefit. It is true that bureaucracy does not add to efficiency. Unfortunately, Harris County is caught up in bureaucracy and does not run efficiently as a leader of the different departments in conjunction with other municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George Brian Vekris is in person. Please approach the podium.
County Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners Ellis, Garcia, Ramsey, and Cagle. I'm George Brian Vekris, resident of Commissioner Precinct 2, election judge, licensed professional engineer, certified public school teacher. The purpose of my statement is to speak in strong opposition to agenda item 454. The backup letter from the county judge proposes to gather over 20 agencies that now report to the elected county commissioners into a single bureaucratic organization under an appointed county administrator. So when a citizen has a local complaint, concern, or call for county services, instead of being able to contact their elected commissioner, who must be mindful of the next election, would now be required to go through bureaucratic channels. The backup letter further quotes a consultant's report stating that many processes lack transparency and the opportunity for meaningful public input, provide limited opportunity for input on policy and programs. Really? The proposal specifically mentions flood control as an area that could benefit from this undemocratic consolidation of power. In what way would the availability of public input regarding flooding concerns and flood control have been improved by an unelected county administrator? The Harris County Flood Control District held about 24 public hearings before the bond issue was passed, resulting in the inclusion of 38 new projects prior to the bond issue vote. Since the bond election, the Flood Control District has held over 100 additional community meetings. How would an appointed county administrator improve this process? How would an extra layer of bureaucracy be more democratic? So let's look at an area where the elected official already has been replaced by an appointed bureaucrat, Harris County elections. As an election judge, I had voters coming into Atascocita Middle School from Eagle Springs telling me that Eagle Springs had shut down voting because the voting machines had not been placed in the correct room, according to the inspectors who came by. The micromanagement of the May 1st election appointed by the appointed county administrator actually caused delays in people voting. In what way did this bureaucratic takeover promote democracy? When elected officials of either party ran the elections, we had no such difficulties. Which of you elected county commissioners would not gladly listen to a citizen complaint or concern? Which member of your staffs would be unavailable to speak with a concerned citizen? This agenda item is based on a false premise. I know all of you commissioners care about your districts and your citizens. I leave you with a quotation from the great economist and anti-fascist Friedrich Hayek in his Road to Serfdom, wherein he stated, "The belief is becoming more and more widespread that if things are to get done, the responsible authorities must be freed from the fetters of democratic procedure. I urge you to promote the responsible use of dispersed power by local elected officials, deny this request toward bureaucratic centralism, and retain power in the hands of elected officials." Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Anna Perez, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. I live in Precinct 1 and I work in Precinct 4. I have immediate and extended family and friends that reside in Precincts 2 and 3. I'm speaking today because I am opposed to the creation of the county administrator. Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners, you were elected to manage the Harris County departments for the benefit of its residents, a duty you propose to hand off to the county administrator. Are you saying to the voters of Harris County that each of the departments of each of your precincts you propose to hand off to this administrator cannot come together to discuss issues and find mutual resolutions for the benefit of all of Harris County residents? Judge Hidalgo, you referenced an example of Harris County Health taking over medical issues of the Harris County Jail. Why can't Harris County Health meet with the folks at the jail and work out a solution. Why, as judge, have you not told them, get it done? Commissioner Ellis said that this position can have a large amount of power. Then why is this position not an elected one, but an appointed one? Judge Hidalgo, you said we were behind on many items. I agree with you. There's a lot of room for improvement, but this shows a lack of leadership skills from those who cannot do the job that they were elected to do, or those county employees you have in your respective offices across the board of Harris County. You spoke of the inability of judges or commissioners to make the time to work on the assorted departments to make changes to better be in line for our needs. I understand that not every issue is the same or may not be of the same degree of intensity in each of the respective precincts, or that there may be a service or program more wanted or needed, and it varies. But this is exactly what you were all elected to do. Please start talking to each other and not at each other, and come to some resolutions for the benefit of the residents of Harris County. Let's see. Please consider this proposal and step up to the job that you were all elected to do for the benefit of the residents in your precincts and all of Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Morales in person, please approach the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Morales. I'm from North Harris County, East Alden District, Mr. Garcia. I'm here to talk about my opposition about 454. I still do not understand the reasoning for this position to be created. It seems that this position will divert the duties and responsibilities for the Harris County Judge and his commissioners, perhaps a $2 million scapegoat. We should not spend more taxpayers' money to create this new office. At the end of the day, this item 454 will be passed by party lines. We need to be more transparent and must stop being politically biased and truly work together on both sides to help the county as a whole with bipartisanship. We should not add another layer of, bureaucracy. We need not to add more red tape to our county government, taking our constituents' rights away to vote for a county. Just know, if you vote yes for item 454, then you are voting for a voter suppression. And like you said, there's a buddy system here. Did you guys just recommend somebody just for the position? That's what I heard. So also, since we're talking about the buddy system, who is this guy? Please tell us more about him. I don't know anything about him. Don't we vote for you guys to handle this situation? I still don't understand why we still need this. And you talk about websites, I can design a website for you for free. That's a problem. There is no such thing as getting out of the way a little bit, Mr. Garcia. It's either get out the way all the way. There's no such thing stepping aside. Moore County administrations always get fired. That's what, Commissioner Ellis said. The turnaround is big. Are we ready for something like this for the county? Just a question. It's food for thought. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Patricia Moore.
Yes, hello. I'm Patricia Moore, and I want to oppose the agenda item 454. The appointment of a county administrator by 3 members of the commission court could and would effectively remove the responsibility of elected officials and strip residents of their ability to have local representation. Now, these recommendations stem from a study that was conducted, a $5 million study to Harris County by PFM Consulting Group. Well, who are they? They're registered as a foreign entity. let me repeat, they are registered as a foreign entity. This consulting firm, run by an executive who advocates for defunding of law enforcement. We can just look for their examples, shining examples of how their bureaucracy was implemented in LA County and Cook County, to look at the atrocities it has created in those counties. People are fleeing those areas because of the governance. This firm is also critical of the ability of local elected officials and law enforcement to serve constituents. PFM also favors eliminating the county's rollover program, an initiative that encourages fiscal responsibility. As we say, you initially put in $2 million, and then the budget will grow and grow and grow. And they will be in charge of things such as risk management, hiring, firing. Does that mean that they can arbitrarily go and start firing our sheriffs, our constables? It sounds very totalitarian to me, leaning toward Marxism. And must have community input. We need to have town halls about this. For you to destroy our system of governance without community input is just abhorrent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Selma, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
go
you
ahead,
hear
please. Yes, go ahead,
Right,
please.
thank you. I am Joan Soma, a 55-year resident of Harris County, and I reside in Precinct 3. I represent myself, though I know numerous others who share my same concerns. I greet you this afternoon, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners Ramsey, Cagle, Ellis, and Garcia. I want to tell you that over and over again, I have heard in the Harris County Commissioners Court meetings in the last year and a half, quote, the state won't let us do what we want to do, end quote. There's a good reason for that. We are a constitutional republic and not a democracy, as has just about everyone been trained in the last 100 years in this country to say since the progressive socialists and, yes, the Marxists trained people to blather the word mindlessly from sea to shining sea. We are a representative republic. That means we elect people to represent us at various levels of government. You on the court took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Whether you took those words seriously or simply mouthed them to get on with your agenda, we don't know. So we come to the question, did some of you on the Commissioners Court suddenly come to the conclusion after being sworn in that you are incompetent to run this country on your own talents and education? And did you then decide you wanted to retain your position and hire someone to do that which you are incompetent to perform? Let everyone note that previous Commissioners Courts have had the experience, the skills, the brainpower to run this county. But it is to be said after taking office, or is it to be said, you realized that you didn't have those capabilities? Are you willing to surrender your pay in order to pay for someone else to do your job? If any one of you has fantasies of seeking higher office, what would hiring someone to do your job say about your abilities to run this county or the country? The Hidalgo plan puts county departments and services under the authority of an appointed county administrator. That means there is no one in this county that has any say at the voting poll about who that person is. Reality, this will add bureaucracy, not streamlined procedures, and is said to be seen as a progressive measure to give more authority to the county judge. Executive power would be total power, likened to that stripped from Ann Harris Bennett, our elected voter registrar, and Tanisha Hudspeth, our elected by the people county clerk, that was just given to an appointed, not an elected, election administrator.
Thank you. Thank you.
Celeste Ligona, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Celeste Lacuna Watern. I have lived in Precinct 4 for over 25 years. I'm here today to discuss my discontent with item 454, which allows the county to appoint a county administrator. Why do the citizens of Harris County have to pay for another position when Lena Hidalgo and 4 county commissioners were elected to perform? The fact that I am here to tell you that this is a bad fiscal decision that the progressive liberals of this court, Lena Hidalgo, Rodney Ellis, and Adrian Garcia, are attempting to push through, in addition to the $5 million of taxpayer money spent to an outside consulting company that went into this poor idea, is astonishing. And without any input from the constituents of Harris County, is nothing short than trying to undermine the public, which I would like to add, this is not the first time that the progressive liberals of this court have tried to undermine the citizens of Harris County. This is bad policy, and by putting a non-elected county administrator or another progressive liberal in charge of administrating county-wide duties would just give them permission, for example, in the future, to take money from fiscally responsible precincts like those ran by Commissioner Jack Cagle to put into precincts that are not fiscally responsible like those ran by Rodney Ellis or Adrian Garcia. The time and money of this court needs to be spent and focused on real issues affecting Harris County, not on adding more pork on positions like county administrators that are not needed, required, or wanted. In a nutshell, the county administrator would be just a puppet position handled and strings pulled by the progressive liberals of this court. And this is definitely a centralized agenda and it's draconian and definitely not transparent. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy Fairchild with Super Neighborhood Alliance, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. County Judge and Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today to you about Agenda Item 454. For the record, my name is Stacy Fairchild, and I am here representing the Super Neighborhood Alliance, the only organization codified in the City of Houston's code. We represent 88 geographically aligned super neighborhoods in Harris and Fort Bend counties. We learned of this item at 5 p.m. last Friday, and the report was not made available to us until this morning, although it was published last November. This is hardly enough time to read a 162-page report and understand the report's far-reaching ramifications. On behalf of the Super Neighborhood Alliance, I'm asking you to table this item until fair and equitable public engagement can be done to educate our communities about the impact of the study's recommendations. So before any of these recommendations are implemented, we ask the court to come to one or more of our monthly meetings to explain it to us. We are happy to hold a special meeting or a set of special meetings to accommodate your schedules. The Super Neighborhood Alliance stands willing and ready to collaborate with all commissioners in getting your message out in an equitable and timely manner. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Iris Gonzalez with SEER, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Iris Gonzalez, and I serve as the Coalition Director for SEER, the Coalition for Environment, Equity, and Resilience. We're an advocacy collaborative of 28 nonprofit organizations working on environmental justice and resilience. I'm here to speak in support of the establishment of a county administrator with an initial $2 million budget. I believe this new role will create a new level of accountability, coordination, and transparency that is needed to solve our biggest problem. We have worked with many county departments and staff on issues like flood resilience, environmental pollution, and climate change. To tackle these complex issues, we need to work at the intersection of health, engineering, flood control, and more. SEER understands the interconnectedness of these issues and also understands how shocks like disasters, floods, chemical spills, and more are multipliers for what is happening on the ground. The solutions lie in many departments understanding how the puzzle pieces connect and showing up in a coordinated, strategic way to address the root of the problem. That's why the role of a county administrator is so critical and needed. You know, in our work with county departments, we often find that there is a culture where departments don't talk to one another as much as they should, or in the ways that they should to maximize their impact. There are silos and a culture of minding your own corner of the big universe that is Harris County government. In my experience, these are habits accrued over time and are not unique to us. But undoing these practices will not just happen on its own. We have to be intentional, consistent, and strategic in our approach. To give you some examples, we often hear things like, well, we know that department collects that data, but we don't have access to it because our data systems are different. Or our funding is restricted to these activities, even though we know that department is better positioned to do them, or they used to do them. As advocates, we will often learn about some
Sounds like we've lost her connection. We'll try to reach her again.
This shouldn't be the case, and I think we can do better. I also know it's a big job to do that kind of silo busting and dot connecting for a county of our size. So it makes sense to follow the example of so many other places and modernize our practices by creating a new role with a robust budget. A county administrator will ensure we're all marching in the same direction and make the job of Commissioner's Court more impactful. This new position will help you in your elected role to govern and set good policy. It will yield better results for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mary Michaels, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I am a citizen of Texas for more than 60 years and a citizen of Houston for more than 40 years. I appreciate the comments by the young lady that just spoke, and I do appreciate the concern for making government bureaus, agencies, and public servants accountable for their actions. However, I do not support this move proposed by our county judge. I feel that if enacted, this would have several detrimental impacts. First, it would place a distance between citizens themselves, members of the public, and their commissioners' court, their various commissioners. And I feel that that would remove the responsibility from my elected officials and cause an impediment to the residents for their ability to have local representation. Additionally, I feel that Texas in general, Houston and Harris County are still trying to recover from the impact, the economic impact of the pandemic that was declared last year. And we still have great economic strides that need to be made. So an expense of $5 million and the expense of an ongoing salary for an administrator is uncalled for. I would suggest rather that this issue be tabled and have a look at it again a year from now after our county and our citizens have recovered financially or had a chance to recover from the impact of the pandemic last year. This is going to be a burden on the taxpayers. In addition, so both of these, in terms of removing citizens' access to their commissioner's court for their voices to be heard, plus the economic impact, it is not worth it. We are a good county, and we run very well. We do not need, regardless the statements of the previous young woman who has represents some nonprofit groups, and she was very well prepared with her argument, and others of that nature. I do not agree. I feel this is a mistake at this time, and it is not urgent. that it could be tabled until a year from now, reassessed, re-looked at, in addition to which I feel that firm has been hired.
Thank you. Your
CMS
time is up.
consulting
Thank
has
you.
a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
I've muted the speaker. Tamara Bell, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I am here to say that I oppose the creation of an executive administrator. I looked up the Texas Association of Counties, and I looked up county judges. County judges are presiding supervisors of the Commissioner's Court. They help govern county government, including providing safety protection, public transportation, parks, hospitals, and buildings, providing zoning, wastewater, and permit regulations, levying and collecting taxes for county and municipal organizations, and overseeing and enforcing more specific duties as laid out by Texas statutes. Though county judges are presiders, they may not veto the commissioners. Accountability. Numerous times you all use that word, accountability. I wish you really meant it. Your speech, Judge, was eloquent. If it was real, this is not accountability. You were a guest speaker in May at the Super Neighborhood Alliance. You could have brought this up, but you didn't. You had to report back in November. You could have sent it out, but you didn't. This is a power grab, and this is voter suppression at its highest. We elect you all to make you accountable to us. You all have all talked about how accountable that person will be to you, not to the people. If you don't want to run and be accountable, don't do it. You don't have to run. Hell, I've been doing Super Neighborhood for 20 years. Every time I turn around, somebody say run for something. I run like Forrest. I run the other way because that's not what I want to do. But I'm telling you, you all, I know you're going to pass it because it's not election day like you did with Tanisha and Ann Bennett when you snatch that from them. So you're going to snatch this in the open. But I'm telling you, this is wrong. You know it's wrong. You can get a person in your office to do what you're saying. I'm not about to say you're wrong about the health care. You're right as hell. It needs to be something done. Harris County Public Health, Harris Health, Harris Mental. You're right. You need to look at that. But you got intelligent, efficient staff that can do that. Then let's get to that buddy system crap. Man, I can't believe that fell out of some of y'all mouth. That's how you live. That's how you eat. I mean, you got the judges crap crazy scared to even do justice. You've held up the court since Harvey. We have crime running through the streets. And let me tell you, it's a piss poor chef that don't keep some flour on the shelf. And you're going to sit up there and take the reserve from the sheriff's office and from the constables with everything else going on to come up with that public safety. That is wrong. It is wrong. You all know it's wrong, but you don't give a damn. You don't care. You only thinking about yourselves. You are not thinking about the citizens who you work for. They don't work for you. You work for them. You need to show, pretend you care, because you don't. This is lunacy. I can't even believe that you all did this on a Thursday night to talk about it on Tuesday when you've been able to avoid this. No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damian Derby, go ahead, please.
Hi, I vehemently oppose this. The county administrator, the appointment of the county administrator. But first of all, I want to know who approved the PRM Consulting Group research and spent $5 million of the Harris County tax dollars to research this position. Can we have that answer right now, please, before we try to propose the position? Who approved that? That's insane. That's our money. That money needs to go into Harvey. You know, there's people who haven't even moved back into their house since Harvey. What have y'all done with the money? And like the lady said before who was online, this is voter suppression. This is a power grab. More government is not the answer. You need to go on a budget diet and reduce government and find a way to become more efficient. And you do need to become accountable to the people. That's why if you want this position, it should be an elected position. Let the voters make the decision. This is a power grab. And who's going to answer this question? Who approved PRM Consulting Group to conduct $5 million worth of research to find out how to suppress the voters? Is that you? Is that the Judge Hidalgo? Did you do that? Can someone answer the question? Is there anyone there?
For you to finish your remarks. Lucinda,
I'm finishing my remarks. Thank you. I'm talking. I want to know who approved the $5 million to PRM, a George Soros funded operation for $5 million of Harris County tax dollars. Is there anyone there?
I just think there's some confusion, roughly speaking. How many votes does it take now to approve a PFM study? I don't know how many votes it passed with, but at minimum, it would have taken 3 votes. It takes 3 votes to dismiss the department head. The public can't come dismiss a department head. It's going to take 3 votes to dismiss the county administrator. It's the same thing. I
don't think you've heard the voice of the people. They don't want a county administrator.
I asked if you were finished with your remarks.
Were you an interpreter before this position?
That's enough.
When did you graduate law school? 5 years ago?
Can we go to the next speaker?
Or was it 3?
Thank you.
I mean, listen, if he wants to finish his time, we'll listen to his questions, but I just, this is what happens when folks send out misleading information about what we're doing, because we're doing
is voter suppression.
What we're doing.
Everyone who has spoken before me was true.
Please.
This is a power grab.
We'll just wait for his time to expire, Lucinda.
You're struggling with these questions because you know it's true. You're gaslighting the American vote, the Harris County voters. Why don't you do this? Let's bring this to a public forum, okay? We'll bring the whole Harris County out together, and we'll listen to your proposition about a county administrator, since you feel like it's misinformation. That's why people are upset. If you really feel like it's misinformation, then let's find out what the truth is. Let's have the accountability you talk about. I yield my time.
Laura Murillo with Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to speak in support of this newly proposed position, as we believe that anything that will help provide a more streamlined, transparent operation at Harris County that serves the interests of constituents is something that we would support. And we understand that the volume and the sheer mass of duties and accountability and responsibilities that are now greater than ever, that it is our opinion that this is something that would be, in fact, beneficial for all residents of Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, those were all the speakers we could reach. There were some that were in person and did not check in at the front desk. We do still have Jason Grant on the line. Do you want him? Do you still need him on there?
Yeah, it looks like there's a few more speakers. Go ahead. So let's just take folks from in this order. So go ahead, ma'am, and state your name and affiliation for the record. Oh, we need to approach the podium so that folks can hear you online on the live stream.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am a retired Klein ISD teacher and a 35-year resident of Harris County, Precinct 4. I am here today to add my adamant opposition to item 454. This proposal would create the new position of county administrator, supposedly to centralize and streamline authority. This administrator would be an unelected political appointee with a $2 million budget and no accountability to the voters of the precincts affected by his or her decisions. Despite assertions to the contrary, this administrator would indeed absorb power given by the people to the elected commissioners of their precincts. The full extent of the powers that would be granted to this new bureaucrat are not yet cemented in writing anywhere I could find it, which is extremely concerning. With the recent appointment of another political appointee by this court, carried by a 3-2 vote along party lines, a pattern is emerging. Commissioners in the minority party on this commissioner's court are losing the authority granted to them by their voters. Diluting the authority of 2 of our duly elected commissioners is exactly what is occurring here. Centralizing is a political euphemism for replacing local representation with a more distant, less accountable authority. Local representation with its accompanying accountability is essential to our democracy. Contrary to what was said earlier in this meeting, this impactful, far-reaching action is being proposed with minimal public notice and almost no public input. As Commissioner Ramsey stated, this proposal deserves an F for transparency. Coming from a teacher, expanding government bureaucracy will create less transparency and accountability, not more. I do not think this proposal can survive the strong public spotlight that many of us intend to shine on it. As the saying goes, democracy dies in darkness. Bring on the bright lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you state your name and affiliation? Can you please, we need to record it.
Mary Shea, 35-year resident of Harris County.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service in these schools.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Kim Sauk, and I am a resident of Harris County for 39 years, and I'm in Precinct 1. And I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So I wanted to oppose this idea of a county administrator position. And I do not think that that is necessary, and that you all who have been voted in are talented and gifted and have the competencies to move forward with this great city and county. So I also think that the $5 million that was targeted for this consultation was costly, and I didn't know about it, but it also seems as if this particular group also does not encourage the current fiscal responsibility that is in place. So thank you, Judge Hidalgo, for the letter. I did read your letter, and I did pick out a lot of words that I thought just needed more clarification. And they felt good, and they read well. And so, like, grow and prosper, we have to have efficiency. It must be effective, resilient, innovation. And so those are all good sounding words, but I didn't find a lot of how-to nuts and bolts within this letter. And I did want to make mention that with as far as the benchmarking that was done with these other counties, those truly are places within our country that are suffering with the prolonged closure of the economy. And so it would have to be, they have a this person in place that is called the county administrator. They have that person in place, And therefore, and because of it, we have this better service. So I'm opposed to this, and I know you did mention healthcare. That's a difficult area to manage. I am a healthcare professional.
Thank you. Your time
I
is
have
up.
an MBA, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I was here
State your name and
February of
affiliation.
2020. My name is Skip Warren. I live in Spring, Texas. And when I got the information about what's going on, I'm really disappointed. And here we are, round two. In February 2020, y'all tried to do away with the constable contract program. Here we are, you're coming at it again in a different direction. And I don't understand y'all's thinking. And Mr. Ellis, I'm disappointed in you. You didn't say much in that meeting in February. If you recall what I asked you at the end of it. But here's the question I want to ask every one of you right now. We're going to start with Mr. Cagle. What color is your blood? What color is your blood, Mr. Ramsey? What color is your blood, Judge?
Red.
What color is your blood, Mr. Garcia?
Red.
What color is your blood, Mr. Ellis? I believe they call it red-blooded Americans. And I think we're all in the race of the human race. And from my perspective, I took a little note. This is my Mike Leach notebook here. Y'all know who Mike Leach is. He was our great coach at Texas Tech. And I'm a very faithful Red Raider. And this Red Raider is madder than hell. And I'm going to tell you something. There better be some more thinking of this. This is what y'all did back in February of 2020. And Judge, you didn't listen. And Mr. Garcia, you didn't listen. Because you didn't listen to that song that I requested y'all listen to. And I got you another song I want you to listen to. Merle Haggard sings it. And part of the words in it is that I'm proud to be American. And if you don't love this country, leave it. And from my perspective, it seems like that Mr. Garcia, you want to be king and the judge wants to be queen. Well, this country doesn't allow that. And what I'm willing to do at my expense, I'm willing to move y'all to a country that has a king and queen, and y'all go there and live happily ever after. And I'm serious as a heart attack. And I just think this is disrespectful and disgraceful to the people in this county. I was born and raised in Texas. I hope to die in Texas, but this is the second time I've been down here to have to argue some stupid points that y'all have brought up. And I think y'all are a disgrace to this county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
this is Lucinda. To clarify, the speaker that just spoke was on item number 442. The speakers should be addressing item 454.
Correct. And that's what I want to make sure. And so we're on item 454 and we need the speakers for that so we can move on to the next items. And so you had a comment, and I think the woman, you were signed up for this item as well, ma'am. So I think those are and the woman in the red. So there's 3 more speakers, the woman at the podium and the 2 ladies here on that side of the chamber, and those are all the speakers. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michelle Hines. I oppose the hiring of a county administrator. I am shocked and troubled that you are attempting to appoint a county administrator. The fact that this was done quietly and quickly without any public discussion or citizen input reeks of political negligence at best and political misconduct at worst. This rush decision is potentially a $7 million power grab. The appointment of a county administrator is supported by only 3 members of the 5-member Commissioners Court and opposed by most Houstonians. No one should be given supreme power over all of Harris County, especially not someone that is elected by the constituents. Sadly, you paid PMF Consulting Group $5 million to study Harris County, a firm that advocates defunding of the police and favors eliminating the county's rollover program, which is an initiative that encourages fiscal responsibility. Your hiring of PMF kind of reminds me of your hiring of Dr. Colin Seprin as lead analyst of JAG. He's an anti-prison activist, and he's very vocal about that. And he publicly states he wants to abolish all prisons. So this time, you've once again hired an activist, this time one that wants to defund the police to help facilitate your progressive, non-transparent wish list. If you are successful in hiring a county administrator, I hope and pray that the services that are now directly responsible to the voters of that precinct will not become centralized and managed similar to the city of Houston, which most Houstonians feel is a catastrophe. I plead with you to change your mind on hiring a county administrator. If you do vote for a county administrator, you are voting for voters' suppression. Before closing, I do want to point out the incredible gasp heard by everyone in this audience when Commissioner Cagle and Commissioner Ramsey were falsely accused of misinformation. For someone who falsely says things about felony bond reform on a daily basis, it's pretty repulsive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Judge, please note that she's already spoken before.
Yeah, it's a different item. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Kara Van. I'm a small business owner in Harris County, a mom, and I've never attended a commissioner's court meeting until today, and now you get to hear from me 2 times. I can no longer stand by and watch what is happening in my beloved Houston and be silent. I am representing my family and hundreds of friends and colleagues that could not be here today that do not support the idea of a county administrator. I feel that this is being rushed. I feel that the county judge's desire to hire a county administrator is truly nothing more than a power grab. If passed, I feel this administrator position could absolutely violate the principle of subsidiarity, which says civic, political, and social issues should be dealt with at their most local and immediate level. Our elected precinct commissioner has his constituents' interest at heart more than any county administrator would. Our court admonishes those who allegedly want to clean up the voter rolls, but then moves to make non-elected officials in charge. This could strip constituents of representation and would suppress one's vote. This power grab is happening by a court that already leans 3-2, and it's definitely not in the best interest of all of your constituents. The voters of Harris County elect their commissioner to represent their best interest. If this new structure turns out to be what it sounds like, the court could become centralized and managed similar to the city of Houston, which in my opinion is not a good thing. The appointment of a county administrator by 3 members of this court to realign the county department operations could effectively remove the responsibility from my elected official and strip residents of their ability to have local representation. I urge you as a court to work together, discuss this, work through all of this information before taking a vote. Let your constituents decide if this is where they want their tax dollars spent. And then let the court act in the best interest of all voters. Your approach seems less than transparent. That you added this to the agenda on Thursday to be voted on a Tuesday does not sit right with me. Thank you.
All right. I believe, go ahead.
My name is Alexi Swirsky, and I am against hiring a county administrator. Harris County, Texas has a larger population than that of 23 states. Imagine if each of those states had no mayors for their cities, no commissioners for their counties, and instead a central administrator for the state ran everything. That's kind of what you're proposing for the same population. My family moved out of the city of Houston city limits 5 years ago into the county unincorporated areas. I asked my husband why the road leading to our subdivision was in such terrible condition, or for most of it, when generally the roads in our precinct 4 are in great condition. I actually asked him, why does Jack Hagel allow this road to be so terrible? It's got a ditch on either side, only one lane in each direction, and terrible, terrible potholes. So you have a choice of running into the ditch, running into the car coming the other way, or getting your car damaged by running over the potholes all the time. My husband said, oh, well, no, that part of the road is in the city of Houston. I had an aha moment as I realized, okay, after the road crosses the bayou, it goes from very good condition to terrible condition, as this county no longer maintains the road, the part of it that's in the city of Houston. If this is allowed to go through with having a county administrator, we will not have as much local control, and there will be many other services as well as the roads that will be in terrible condition. Local control is also part of the constitutional republic form of government. The closer the representation is to the people and the smaller the units represented by elected officials, the better services they will get. The $5 million paid to the JFM group to study the needs of the city of Houston is a prime example of the gigantic waste that would result in having a county administrator. My goodness, $5 million could have helped so many people in real ways. I wouldn't have paid this group 50 cents for their opinion, as they recommend defunding the police. They're not a good source of wisdom. To implement such a radical restructuring of the form of county government with very minimal input and notice to county citizens is not right. If this passes, I will campaign against you, Judge Hidalgo, and any commissioner that votes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to
Judge?
everybody. Yes.
I'm sorry. Please note that the speaker also signed up on number 442.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who spoke. Let me briefly mention the various motions here. And just to be clear, this is simply it's a management adjustment. It's about keeping the machinery of government well-oiled. The commissioners still have their teams, the departments. It simply means that now you can hold the commissioners and the judge accountable on a policy level, because we now would have a person to help us implement that. But there's no different in the precinct management. It's not like the commissioners and I suddenly report to a manager. And that's what I'm talking about, is some of this has moved beyond a policy discussion into a rhetorical debate. And it's just really unfortunate. It's what happens with so many issues. And it's very unfortunate. As I mentioned, every large county in Texas, including Republican-led counties around the country, have this system. And in our state, we are the only one of 2 of the 8 largest counties that don't have this system. It's not anything different or alien or from the Democrats. It is simply a best practice that will ensure that we can govern based on big, bold policies, tackle the biggest challenges we have, as opposed to trying to micromanage. It is giving us an additional level of accountability. And just as with everything, it will always take 3 votes to make decisions. It's not like before today, 2 commissioners could do something by themselves, and after today, they no longer can. It always takes 3 votes to do that. So here's the different motions related to this item. And I'm very proud to offer them. I think from the very beginning, and I came into office and I did many town halls and have had many conversations. And one of the big issues is a simple lack of coordination on basic services, basic functions that don't get done because the left hand doesn't talk to the right hand. And this will help us have somebody who is coordinating all of those sides. That's where this comes from. It does come from a lot of community conversations, including the discussion today. Here's the motions I propose, and there are several. To appoint David Berry to serve as the county administrator for Harris County, effective immediately, while retaining his position as the county budget officer and, until a replacement is hired, also retaining his position and duties as the director of budget management. To assign the county administrator to develop an organizational structure and transition plan to guide the realignment of department operations under the county administrator and an associate organizational and reporting structure consistent with best practices for Commissioners Court approval within 45 days. Note this, which has been there all along. The organizational and reporting structure will not apply to elected officials, who will be included only for the purposes of increasing coordination, and will not include the employees and functions of Commissioners Court offices. Create and fund a county administrator position and department to coordinate and oversee the activities and functions of county departments that currently report to Commissioners Court. To supervise day-to-day operations and long-term strategic planning efforts, and carry out other duties adopted as part of the transition plan. Grant the county administrator the authority to appoint and dismiss all employees of the office of the county administrator and all department heads reporting to the office of the county administrator per the forthcoming organizational and reporting structure. Appointment and dismissal authority will be effective upon Commissioners Court approval of the transition plan. Such authority will not extend to positions that must be appointed by Commissioners Court, according to Texas statute, in which case appointments should be made by Commissioners Court on the recommendation of the county administrator. Do we need to pause for the system to come back online?
We can still hear you, Judge. We just can't see you.
Okay, so you're good?
We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Provide the county administrator with an initial budget of $2 million. Authorize the county administrator. Why don't you fix it when we're in break so that we don't have the beeping? Thank you. Authorize the county administrator to retain an outside consultant to support transition planning and implementation, and to utilize authorized search firms to assist in recruiting key positions under the new organizational structure. Direct the county attorney to assign one or more attorneys responsible for assuring that the creation of the county administrator and organizational structure comply with all legal requirements, and to conduct a legal review of the organizational structure and transition plan before the county administrator seeks Commissioners Court approval. Direct all county departments to take all necessary steps to support the county administrator's efforts to develop and implement an organizational structure and transition plan to realign county management and reporting functions under the county administrator position. Those are the motions. They're the same that had been circulated before. Yeah. So I'll make the motion. Commissioner Garcia will make the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Okay. Thank you all so much. So we're at a point to break for 10 minutes. So what I propose is we break for 10 minutes, and Lucinda, we will then take the item that Commissioner Garcia had mentioned, 434, and that's all connected with the other backlog items. So before 34, 269 and 268. Those are all related items. Commissioner Garcia, we're on the same page? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Until 210.
Oh, is that right?
268. And we'll break till 210. Thank you, Lucinda.
Thank you.
It's 2:17 and Commissioners Court is back in session. Commissioner Garcia, I know that you've done a lot of work on this, so we'll take Folks, court is back in session. Thank you. We'll take three items together, item 434, 268, and 269. All are related to the backlog issue, which is a major issue at the core of the crime challenges we're facing in the county. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. And I'm very excited because obviously our citizens, we heard from the family of a victim of violence, and it is something that I've been immensely concerned about. And so I've been working to make sure that we're empowering our law enforcement officers, our courts, our deputies, to have the resources that they need to better protect the community. And so today I'm proposing 14.8 million in unallocated funds from the fiscal year 2021 for technology investments that will protect public safety. The first priority will be investment in systems that will have the effect of taking a huge chunk out of the backlog in our courts system. Putting away the bad guys currently awaiting trial and freeing up our law enforcement officers and prosecutors to go after the ones that have yet to be caught. This will be in conjunction with another item that we expect to be, or that is on the court, an interlocal agreement with the city of Houston, or that we are hoping to have the same system of body cameras and office reporting. This is one of those items that it may not sound like a whole lot, Judge, but it is a game changer. Having a uniform offense report, having the same platform of body camera technology, after hearing from the district attorney about the challenges that her office faces in getting all of that data and how it slows down their ability to effectively and timely prosecute bad guys, it is imperative that we address this. And then, right now there's 86 law enforcement agencies, and I'm just talking about Harris County, just how much it'll help just amongst Harris County agencies, the constables that are here, the sheriff's office. But as the district attorney addressed comments on at previous times, there's 86 or 87 different law enforcement agencies in Harris County, many using dozens of different systems. And as a result, in any given case, law enforcement and prosecutors are spending hours upon hours and sometimes days downloading different media players and working through different technological kinks. This is not efficient. With the two largest law enforcement agencies and 8 of the largest ones on the same system, we will create purchasing power that will incentivize the other agencies to join in with these systems, increasing efficiency across the board. The less time our law enforcement agencies and prosecutors are spending sorting through messy technology, the quicker they can bring charges and bring cases to trial. Beyond those, I'd like to see the county make greater investment in technologies like ShotSpotter that we're currently doing in Precinct 2. ShotSpotter, as the good DA and I were in the gang office years back, it was a technology that was available to us, but by far more costly than today and cumbersome. And so ShotSpotter is a technology that detects gunshots and routes the information directly to law enforcement dispatch, including the location of the shot, even the type of gun being used. I've invested my own precinct budget on this pilot project, and we have already seen phenomenal results. In just a few months, it's resulted in the arrest of 17 dangerous criminals involved in gun violence, as well as shutting down a drug operation. And so let's see where else in Harris County we can provide this service. So I have this to say to anyone who wants to think that we're not concerned about public safety, and that is we're putting this money to work on behalf of the citizens of Harris County. And so with that, the other aspect of this, Judge, is that the associate judges, the backlog in the cases, I've heard from the district attorney, I've heard from our partner, Police Chief Finner, adamantly speak to the need to ensure that we're moving and bringing our court system up to speed, moving those cases as fast as possible through the system. These $14.8 million will go a long way in addressing some of those systems. We'll still have a way to go, but I'm looking forward to continuing to have those good, very productive meetings that will allow us to find efficiencies and solutions to this process, and doing everything we can to empower public safety here in Harris County. So that's my item, Judge, and I'm excited to present it.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And thank you for your thoughtful, deliberative approach. You were kind enough to invite me to a number of meetings with the DA, police chief, and others there. And as you said, this is not the totality of it, but it's a big step. It's not a sound bite. It's tough stuff. It's easy to find the sound bites. And I think you are being very responsible, and I'm proud to second your motions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Cable.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Is this on 434 only? Is that the motion?
No, this is,
does it include 269 as well?
Let me see.
I think so.
We have separate motions on 268.
Don't have 269.
So we're not 269. We're not 269.
Correct. 434 and 442 are the items.
But at this point, these thoughts in terms of, I like the body cams. That's getting these agencies to work from one platform is a really good idea. We are in Precinct 3 about to move forward with some ShotSpotter deals, so we'll be working with your office because y'all have done some preliminary work there. The $16 million, where is that coming from? Is that general fund? Where are the dollars coming from?
I'll let Mr. Berry talk about that.
Mr. Garcia, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
If I recall the motion right, that I've seen, it's from the rollover funds that would have been advanced on the old rollover policy, as well as other county resources if appropriate. So for example, there's a technology investment, we might want to use debt financing, but very much an incremental investment. This is on top of things we're already doing, bringing new money to the table.
And that was really my question. So the dollars are coming out of the rollover dollars that were
unspent,
moved in previous. Mr. Garcia, did you, since I think I know the constables contributed significantly to those rollover dollars, did you work with the constables in coming up with these ideas in terms of what we might do?
Well, in part, there's several items. Body cams are almost on every constable's budget that they have to figure out how to purchase and to purchase. We took that off their burden and centralized it to this particular item. As an example, ShotSpotter technology, we need it in more places, and we need to make sure that everybody's having the resources necessary to implement ShotSpotter effectively. And so all of these things are done with things that I've heard during the budget hearings and finding ways to be much more efficient.
Commissioner Cable.
I have two thoughts on this. The first one is, I think these are great initiatives and I'm supportive of them. The question is how to pay for them. And I think that we have other means of paying for them, but I cannot and do not want to violate what I have been consistent in believing, that when we take the rollover away from our constables, that is a budget reduction. That their rollover is like their savings account, whether it be this account or any other account. And I know that we've had some rhetoric that says, well, you know, they've squirreled away or it's not being used. We do the same thing with our PIC fund. We have money that we're waiting for the next hurricane so that if something bad happens, we can pay for it, but that's what's available to us. Many of us in our home budgets, if you pay your bills in the first of the month and you have somebody come into your budget in the middle of the month and say, oh, look at this money that you sat here that you didn't pay bills for, and they take that out. When the end of the month comes and it's time to pay next month's bills, you won't have the money that's there. I know that some of our constables are here to talk about how we approved, I guess, for Constable Heap over there, we approved for him to have 15 positions back when he had a rollover fund that he could use to fund those positions. But once we took his rollover funds away, he won't be able to have those 15 positions because that was his savings account and the vernacular he was going to use. SB 23 was real clear that if we have a reduction or reallocation, no matter how well-meaning that reallocation may be, and no matter how much I agree with it, because I'm supportive of these initiatives, but I want to support them in a way where it's not going to have a fingerprint of being a reallocation from our constables into another worthy cause. I don't want to vote for a reallocation.
Here's a just line I promised the county attorney I would draw. There's a discussion on the proposal to invest the 14.8 million, is it, on technology. I see that as a commitment to tackle the backlog, and that's how we presented alongside Chief Finner and Sheriff Garcia Gonzalez, excuse me, and Sheriff Gonzalez yesterday and Commissioner Garcia. And that would be the context I recommend we talk about it in. If we want to talk about the rollover, we need to take item 463 first and consult with the attorneys before we begin talking about SB 23.
And I'm fine with that on the legal side. It's just when the answer came that this is where the funds are going to come from, is out of rollover funds, that threw us back into that discussion.
So Commissioner, what do you think about, we take the speakers on your item, we discuss the other two items related to the backlog and speakers related to those items, and then we can take a vote either before or after the executive session. But just so we can finish this discussion without wading into the conversations that are a whole other can of worms.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Which would be along the lines of that we support this initiative, but that we find funds other than from the rollover?
I'll leave that to the budget director to decide whether that's possible.
It would certainly clean it up.
I think it's up. I think it's up to Commissioner's Court. We can implement it either way, and so from my office perspective, I don't see a problem with that.
If you would say that it would come from a source other than the rollover, I'll second it. Or well, I guess Commissioner Ellis has already seconded, but I'd make it a bipartisan and second it if it comes from a source other than the rollover.
I'll keep it up with mine.
And Mr. Berry, I don't want to cross the line that on issues we'll talk about it in executive session, but I will want some sense of the impact of it. It's not as though there's just money laying around, you know. So what's the impact of it? Obviously, that legislation they made reference to does not go into effect till January. But I want to know what impact. Maybe we ought to save that until we're in executive session.
I think that makes sense, Commissioner.
So are there any items on, any speakers on this item 434, Lucinda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's bring up 268 and 269 just so we can finish that topic real quick of the backlog. And so 268 is a transmittal by JAD and possible actions on alleviating the case backlog. JAD has several recommendations, including additional operations at NRG, visiting judges, as well as support for temporary staffing for the criminal courts, district attorney, and sheriff's office. I believe the motions have all been circulated, but I can also read them just to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah. So let me just go over the motions real quick. Everybody read the report, and Jim, if you have anything to add, let me know. We'll hear from the speakers. The motions would be to approve a budget of up to $600,000 from an appropriate source determined by budget management, to expand jury operations at NRG Stadium, and assign budget management to work with the district courts, the district clerk, the Justice Administration Department, facilities and property maintenance management, and any other relevant departments to finalize and transmit a final plan and budget to Commissioners Court on July 20th, 2021, with the goal to begin expanded jury operations at NRG by August 2nd, 2021. To approve funding for 3 visiting judges and necessary support staff, with the primary purpose to prioritize the most serious criminal cases in the criminal district courts and significantly reduce the criminal case backlog, subject to receipt by Commissioners Court of a proposed budget and project plan from the district courts that covers goals, timeline, staffing, and space needs for the 3 visiting judges and has been reviewed and approved by JAD and by budget management in advance. To direct that JAD and budget management work with the county criminal courts, district attorney, sheriff's office, and any other relevant departments to evaluate the remaining recommendations from items 268 for temporary staffing and resources to address the criminal case backlog and, where appropriate, return with a proposed budget, timeline, staffing, and evaluation plan as to each for possible approval by Commissioners Court on July 20th, 2021. Commissioner Cagle and then Commissioner Garcia.
Judge, on 268 and 269, it's not a perfect plan, but it's a workable plan, but there is a serious deficiency within it. And that is this, that if you want a quick, fair trial, you're going to have a judge to preside over it, which we're addressing that issue as one of the parties that's in this. You're going to have adequate defense counsel to make sure that an adequate defense is going on. And you're going to have adequate prosecutors to make sure that the system goes through. If you don't have enough prosecutors to get the cases to trial, if they're overworked or if they're going to be in conflicting locations, then it's like in an automobile motor. That motor needs to have both oxygen and gas. And if you have too much gas and not enough oxygen, it doesn't run. If you have too much oxygen and not enough gas, it doesn't run. You need both defense counsel as well as prosecutors to get your cases through. My problem with this plan is that on 268, everybody's.
Okay, it's 3:10 and Commissioners Court is back in session. Commissioner Ramsey. Folks, we're back in session.
Okay, I just wanted to, again, affirm, I believe, what Commissioner Cagle has said about additional folks from the DA's office. I concur with Commissioner Garcia on that. The one point I would make, since we have what I would consider a fair arbiter being JAD, that we should approach this issue as urgently as we have a lot of other things, namely the county administrator. So my comment here is, let's do it, and let's do it immediately with a high degree of urgency. I know the JAD's involved, and they've done all their studies, and now it's time to get some things funded and get the DA's folks in there, judges in there, other folks, get these courts up and running with a high degree of urgency.
Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Look, I agree. I do want to stress, in addition to making sure the DA has whatever is necessary to operate the courts, that we also are fair, as you made reference to, and balanced on the indigent defense side. And historically, we have not been, including with the way we do it. I mean, we know our PD office now might be at 11% of the cases. Hopefully, the judges are going to do it. Judges will do a MAC, but we ought to make sure we're balanced on all sides. And I do want to stress that when JAD is coming up with it, even with these administrative judges, the thought was that when we clear the backlog, it's not that easy to stop something you start. I get that. And who would do it if they thought in 6 months or 1 year they wouldn't be there? But a lot of this is supposed to be to clear up a backlog, and with all of these great minds, and hopefully with all the things we're gonna do, obviously, we are gonna get back to some normalcy, and reduce crime.
I did want to make one point, which is I asked the team to look for charts to see the progress of the backlog from 2017 to now. They can't get the data from before 2019. Now, 2019 is already very high. That was before the pandemic, so you can only guess that Harvey, but the fact that we can't even get accurate data going back to 17, we really need all the stakeholders. If we're going to be providing this funding to not only the courts, but the DA, the sheriff, et cetera, we need them to give the information to JAD so that we can actually look at the problem and see whether the solution's working. One of the main questions that came up yesterday was how quickly are you going to be able to implement this, and how quickly you're going to see a dent in the backlog. And if folks don't do their part to share the data so we can track the progress, we won't be able to know whether it's working or not working, whether we need to pivot or not. So I do ask JAD and budget that you guys avoid any kind of misunderstanding about what data was requested and what data was received. I'd encourage you guys to itemize.
So do they
this
not have it as an issue? It was not
they're
collected?
just not receiving the information from the district courts, the district clerk's office, whomever has the data is just either doesn't have it or is not providing it. And we have this conversation a lot at the dais. So that's why I think it's important for JAD to say, we need to build these tables. In order to have that, we need this information. It's been requested, and here's what we heard back or didn't hear back. And because we for a major investment like this, we need to be able to know whether what we're doing is working or not.
This is difficult for me to put my brain around to grasp why we're having this problem, because I know that back when I was serving in the courts, that was something that we, as all the judges had, is every month we looked at the numbers to see what was your caseload. And not that there was a competition to have the lowest caseload, but nobody wanted to be the person on the bottom. And he or she that had the biggest backlog was going to get extra scrutiny. And so this was all public data. This was available for the whole public to look at and was published and used in political campaigns. And so why we don't have this information now, I don't understand.
So that would be, hopefully there's some person that had the answer at their fingertips that somehow wasn't contacted. That's how it should be, but I know it's happened before with information requests where one side said they never got the request and the other side said they never got the information. So this is such a big issue. We need to move quickly, and I don't want us to get stuck in this he said, she said on data.
If JAD can't get it or the soon-to-be administrator can't get it, we ought to have a session just on why is it we can't get it?
Right. But to have that session, we need to know, what do they need?
Yeah.
Did they send the request for what?
Yeah.
And did they get an answer back, yes or no? Because, just putting that out there so we don't fall into that trap again.
This is public data, should be collected, should be posted.
And if we gotta
If you
pay
want the
somebody.
information, you
if
should
we
be
gotta
able to
pay
walk to the
somebody
clerk's
do it.
office and say, print me off what the caseloads are for each of the courts.
Yeah, Cactus, even 17 is a good year, but it would be nice to go and look at when crime levels were even higher. What were the numbers? It ought to be there somewhere. You can't throw it away.
I think you make a good point. If we go back to like 2015, so we can get a base.
It may tell us something.
You should go back to 2008, 9. Remember, the county jail was overcrowded.
Your mic, Commissioner.
You ought to go back to 2008 and 9, because that's when the county jail was overcrowded by 2,000 people. And we're sending them to those private prisons in Louisiana at a tune to $20 million a year. Presumably, if the jailhouse was full and overcrowded, it was because the crime rate was driving part of that. So I think looking at that will help us understand how all that was working.
Yeah, because I'm just closing saying, if the question is asked and some department won't give it up, as a policy-making board, the only power we have is to ask and tie some metrics to their budget to get it. But I just can't fathom somebody not giving it up.
So that's 268, and they've asked me to reread the motion, and I'll reread it before we vote on it because of the feedback.
I think we
going
have some
down.
speakers.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the motion for 269, and then we can take the speakers for these items since they're all on the same topic of the backlog. So 269 is the proposal for the creation of the associate judges. And so that's very exciting. Another big thank you to Jad for working on this and item 268. The motions here would be to create 6 associate judge positions and approve an initial budget of up to $2.5 million from an appropriate source determined by budget management to cover a 1-year associate judges program for the criminal district courts, with the primary purpose to significantly reduce the criminal case backlog in the Harris County Criminal District Courts, pending confirmation of the following information from the criminal district courts to Commissioners Court in writing. A copy of the Associated Criminal District Court local rules once they're established, intended goals and outcomes for the program, and associated timeline for initiating and implementing the program and achieving the stated goals and outcomes during its first year. To assign the Budget Management Department to work with the criminal district courts, JAD, the DA, engineering, facilities and property maintenance, and any other relevant departments to evaluate and, as soon as practically feasible, return to Commissioners Court with a proposed plan, timeline, and budget for any additional space and temporary staffing needs to support the 1-year Associate Judges Program. At the end of 1 year from program initiation, Commissioners Court will consider approving additional funds to extend or scale the program based on its impact on the criminal district court case backlog. Lucinda, can you please pull in the speakers?
Yes, Judge. We've only got DA Kim Ogg, and she should be in person on item 268 and 269.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. May it please the court. I'm Kim Ogg, your Harris County District Attorney. And by statute, I'm the top law enforcement official in the county. I want to take a minute to thank Commissioner Garcia for the time that he spent with our office and our leadership investigating himself how to better move this backlog. And the leadership that he's shown on item 434 is to be commended. The largest contributing factor to the delay in trials is body cam footage. And so creating a uniform body cam system will greatly improve the system. But from there seemed to be a real disconnect between the Justice Administration Department and sound operations. So I'm here to express my concern, which has been voiced by Commissioner Garcia and also Commissioner Cagle and Ramsey, about how items 268 and 269 are presented to this court. Let me give you first a baseline, just so you know from us what the statistics are that we show. Additionally, I wanted to be clear that these statistics have been sent to JAD repeatedly. Ms. King has sent 10 years worth of case information, so we can answer your questions now or later about what's happening. But right now, there are 147,200 criminal cases pending. Approximately 98,803 of those charges are pending on the dockets of 16 county criminal courts, 22 district courts, and 3 juvenile courts. You'll notice that that's 41 courts that our prosecutors are responsible for staffing daily, along with a 24/7 intake division, of course, Office of General Litigation, and many of the other responsibilities that we hold, not the least of which is about 500,000 cases that come through your justice courts. So we directly serve the people of Harris County by prosecuting the criminal cases. And where do those criminal cases come from? I think that's important to remember. Each day, the fight against crime begins with innocent citizens calling the police to report crime. The district attorney's office does not create the crime. The law enforcement leaders don't create the crime. Crime is committed by individuals who violate our law intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly, and they must be held accountable in our society if we're to live freely.
Does anyone have a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam DA, tell us more about that point you were just making.
And the one after it.
I think it's really important to understand that of the 147,000 cases, 98,000 of them are live, but the other 44,000 don't just sit in a drawer. These are real murderers, real rapists, real robbers who are fugitives. So we have the responsibility of preparing those cases now. We can't wait to talk to the witnesses when they're arrested later. And sometimes they're arrested today and sometimes they're arrested later. But it's important to include all those cases because we have the responsibility to see that justice is done in every single one. And in short, that takes people. So yesterday, during a 24-hour period, we filed 267 cases on behalf of law enforcement. Those cases were screened, they were reviewed, they proceeded to probable cause court and to the trial courts. That is an average day in, day out. We're filing about 90,000 cases a year. This is about 20,000 fewer than were filed at the height of the district attorney's office filing back in the early 2011s, 2012s. So we've got the filing numbers down. What's backed up are the cases pending in the courts. And what kind of cases are we talking about? Right now, we have about 1,800 capital murders and murders. That means families like ours who've lost loved ones to crime are waiting for their day in court. They're waiting for someone to be held accountable. And of our 147,200 pending criminal cases, we know that about 8,500 are in jail. About 5,500 of those are waiting pretrial. The others are being held for other reasons by other counties. But everyone else is out on bail. So every day that this case count pins, dangerous individuals charged with serious crimes are on bail. What we need are faster trials. To get to trials, we, of course, need to clear up our dockets. To clear up our dockets, I laud the idea of additional courts. But a court without a prosecutor won't work. It's an empty courtroom. So a bailiff, a clerk, a judge, as proposed by the Justice Administration Department, would literally preside over nothing. Our prosecutors cannot be in Court A and Court B and Court C at the same time. So the extra money to keep NRG running is good. We need people to serve on juries, and we need juries now to try cases and hold individuals accountable or let them go. But we also need prosecutors to work the daily docket. And we can't be in three places at once. Our case workers, our lawyers, they handle on average hundreds of cases, sometimes 800 and 900. Well, the public defender is capped at 150. But of course, private defenders can be appointed. So there's a plethora of resources currently for indigent defendants, but not for prosecution. Several years ago, I was here to ask you for more prosecutors. If we'd started then, we might be ready now. If you wait according to the Justice Administration Department's recommendation, you'll have courts and no one to staff them. Additionally, I can't hire experienced lawyers today, train them, recruit them, and give them the experience they need to try the serious cases that have to be tried. We're not talking about kids with joints. We're not talking about criminal mischief cases. We're not talking about felony drugs. We're talking about aggravated rapes, robberies, and murders. While this body is right to consider helping us in the backlog, this has got to be done in an operationally sound way. Otherwise, it is not sound. It is a bad plan. The Justice Administration Department, I'm not sure why they're telling you they don't have access to information, but the district clerk keeps the records of cases. We keep records of cases. We have the numbers. What we can't get from the Justice Administration Department is just how many people are on bail. But we do know that they supervise pretrial services and that 4,000 different people right now are on ankle monitors out on bail in our county. Those are clearly high-risk offenders that a judge has deemed, although worthy of bail, somebody that they would like watched. We would urge the Justice Administration Department to handle those issues while they make recommendations about how to handle the backlog. I can give you a clue as to why we're not included. We went to a few meetings, but there's no study that I'm aware of that's behind JAD's recommendations. They're just recommendations. I don't believe that PFM, I'm not sure, but I know we've given them the information they need, and we provided the district courts with the number of prosecutors that we would need to realistically handle cases. Another issue with 268 and 269, both of which have good ideas in it, is that you can't hire professionals on a temporary basis. I can't hire part-time prosecutors. This is not municipal court. These are people's daughters who've been raped. These are people's homes that have been broken into and invaded. Every single case reflects people, and it takes people to review it and to process those cases. So our backlog reduction program, which this body has approved, has given me the ability to work our prosecutors at night and on the weekends to re-review non-victim cases for alternative solutions. But what we can't do is tell you in gross generalities or by an offense category what our results are. We have to tell you case by case by case. But we can indicate our process through those case dispositions and fully intend to as the numbers come down. So we appreciate, I appreciate this body taking up the cause of crime victims and the surge in crime. And I know that Commissioner Garcia, as former sheriff, is very sensitive about it. I know that Commissioner Cagle, having sat on a bench, understands the workings, operational workings of the courtroom. But I would urge the members of the Justice Administration Department to take a serious look at plans that just leave out the district attorney's office for the first year of funding. It's an assumption that just won't fly. And unfortunately, it challenges public safety rather than helps it. So the new funding that is coming for uniform body cam and perhaps offense reports is something that will really speed us along, Commissioner. And thank you for your consideration of my phone call to you that says we've been left out of the funding. We weren't left out of the recommendation process. The district courts included us, but for whatever reason, the Justice Administration Department didn't see fit to include us in the budget. It just won't work without us. We're the moving party in a criminal case. And while we don't represent the crime victims, we represent all the people of Harris County's interest in living in a safe and free society. And that's why we're the prosecutors. We hold people accountable. We bring evidence. Courts rule. Either way it goes, we're there with the idea of doing justice in each case.
I think there's a lot of issues today that we disagree on, but I don't think there's a point of disagreement, Madam DA. The item's very clear. It says commit the funding right now for to get the visiting judges on board and the associate judges on board, and it acknowledges that it doesn't offer funding right now for the courts, the existing courts, bailiffs, et cetera, the sheriff or the DA, and it said or other relevant departments, and it says go figure out how much they need to make this work and come back. So that, I mean, we all agree we need to go get this ball rolling. I believe very strongly that this shouldn't just be throw money at the problem, whether it's for the judges and whatever it is. We need to be able to see the progress metrics. So I will be asking for these charts. I got a message from Jim that now they pulled it together, but I need to be able to know that we have this data as we invest the funds. But we're all in agreement. You need to work with them on a proposal.
We just can't get the cart before the horse, Your Honor. And creating courts without people to work them won't work. And so we can't be delayed in our funding because it takes us months to recruit, hire, train, and then try to keep it if the job is
Two a number out of thin air today, so please work with JAD, work with budget. I mean, all of this is gonna take time. It says bring it back by August 2nd and July 20th, so that gives you guys a month to work it, and for now, we'll start, we know that that's where we're headed. I don't think this is a point of disagreement. We all agree that there's a rise in violent crime throughout the country that is hitting Harris County as well. We agree we need to be smart and tough when it comes to tackling the violent crime. We agree that an issue that affects us here is the big backlog. Every other jurisdiction's seen this increase in the backlog with COVID, but we had Harvey as well. So it's a problem. We have a theory of the case. I think we have a good shot at making a difference in our justice system for the victims, for the accused, for everybody to have trust in the system if we get the system moving again. And the solution will work. The solution will work if we commit the funds and we're very thorough about evaluating the results. So I'm committed to give it my best shot. And this is step one. The other steps are listed. And I suggest we move on to the other items because we really have, the most of the speakers are here on a different item and we still got to go to executive session on it. But I think we're on the same page, Madam DA. Yes, Commissioner.
We turned in a timely proposal to JAD, but for whatever reason, they did not recommend funding now. We need funding now if you want to start this in several months.
We'll expect the proposal by July 20th as is marked in the motions, and that's.
It's been turned in.
Yes.
Judge, Madam DA, thank you for coming. And I would imagine your office has formulated some staffing plan that a new court would require.
Yes, we submitted it to
Okay.
Clay Bowman at the district court. It's
Perfect.
three
Perfect.
prosecutors court, an investigator, paralegal, and an admin. You just can't run multiple dockets, even when you've got a trial at NRG, you've got a regular docket in the district court, then you add an ancillary judge. But our cases are not interchangeable. I cannot pick up Miss King's murder case and be ready to proceed. The victims don't know me. They haven't worked with me. So our cases aren't interchangeable. And that's what makes us a little bit unique in this.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Ramsey.
Quick comment, Judge, along those lines, one thing that was said very clearly, temporary staff doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think we should be telling the DA to go hire temporary staff. She needs to go hire staff. Now, if they transition in and transition out, that makes a lot of sense. But telling them to go hire temporary staff, that would be like coming from any kind of professional degree. You're not going to find people willing to come to work temporarily, I guess is the point. So that one in 268, if we remove temporary and add permanent, would make a lot of sense, particularly since we know we have more, we're going to have more needs coming down the pipe. We got a lot of backlog to deal with. I suspect that would be easy to manage going forward. That if we felt like that we had somehow gotten too many resources involved, that we can transition out of that over time. But I think I just heard the DA say temporary makes no sense at all.
We could put temporary or permanent for the group to evaluate, but there's 2 points. One is just like the issue we've had with the jury duty that's taken us, whether it's NRG, whether it's the jury assembly. Heck, the issue we had with whether we rebuild the criminal justice center. All of this requires the stakeholders to get on the same page. I know the DA, you submitted the plan, right? But at the same time, we need it to come with, this is something that the judges worked on with justice and budget. And so what we're expecting and for the next month is for the 3 entities, your office, Justice Administration, and budget to together come with a plan, because to the extent that you say, I submitted one, and they say we still need to run it down, we're stuck in the middle. So that's the 1 month. And to answer your point, to Commissioner Ramsey, here's my fear, Commissioner. I'm fully behind this proposal, and I will do everything I can to make it succeed. My concern is we create these courts, 6 associate judges, plus 5 visiting judges, plus 3 we're approving now and 2 more that the county courts are working on, plus the new court that was created through the legislature. And then we end up with even more cases, because what we need to do is you got to tackle the backlog, and you also got to address the clearance rates so that you don't have a new backlog and new accumulation. So we need to make sure that this is working before we just give folks the resources to grow an inefficient system. So we can put temporary or permanent, and the DA and JAD can figure out which of them need to be permanent and which can be temporary. But I think we need to leave it as our prerogative as a bit of a sort of incentive, so to speak, for all the different stakeholders involved in this complex investment to say, this is not a carte blanche. You need to show us that you're doing the work, that you're working the hours, that you're moving the docket, that you're using the resources, and it's actually making the backlog more efficient. And if it is, we'll extend it another year. But we can't make it all permanent, and then all we've done is grow a system that keeps creating backlogs. Yeah.
I would just say that, look, I hear the DA, Judge, I hear your concerns, the others are all valid. I would suggest, Commissioner Garcia, you've been pretty good at a smaller meeting. I think probably Jad and the DA staff ought to visit and see if you could just make sure that both sides are talking, and to the extent the judge or only one of us can help with that, we do that. But I would suggest that you take that on. Sure.
Thank you. And we can add temporary or permanent.
Yeah, we only use temporary under the category of DA. We didn't say temporary everything else.
Well, no, because the new courts is only 1 year. It is temporary by definition. Yeah.
We can't hire temporary lawyers now. It just doesn't work. Professionals don't leave their practice for a temporary job.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
I get that. I get it, DA, even if it comes on a administrative judge, I get it. So I'm saying, I think if you all talk, I think Commissioner Garcia can do that. We hear you.
So
it's there, page 5, it's in your packet.
Thank you.
And we will look at chat.
So we'll tweak I'll reread all the motions and I'll tweak that sentence. So, and do we have speakers for these items, Lucinda?
We do not, but I was informed from Jim Bethke that Ed Wells is on the line, and he'd like to address some of these issues if you'd like for me to unmute him.
Do you guys, I don't have questions for Ed Wells, so we can move on.
Very briefly, Fred.
Yeah.
Mr. Wells, you there?
He's unmuted now.
Judge Hidalgo and commissioners, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Ed Wells, I'm court manager for the county courts and the justice courts for Harris County.
Mr. Wells, 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
One, back in the day when I was a judge, we posted my numbers every month. Why aren't we posting numbers for our judges now? Second question, we'll deal with the DA in just a second.
Absolutely. So for all of you to know, the numbers for the county criminal courts and the county civil courts are posted. That was recently added to our website. Historically, you're correct, Commissioner Cagle. They were there forever. Those numbers were taken down on the advice of counsel during the O'Donnell litigation, and just did not get back to posting them again. But we've had that reporting for years, and so it's back up on the website now. It's public facing. We will update it monthly. It will transition to a website that is updated daily and eventually near real time.
Does it go back past 2019?
The numbers that are there do not, but we've provided late last night to your office, Judge Hidalgo, those numbers going back to 2017. And what we see when we go back that far is there were about 15,000 cases pending in the county criminal courts. Again, I'm only talking about the misdemeanor courts, but that's grown now to 41,000, of which 20,000 are backlogged, according to the national time standards. And so, you know, I think Commissioner Cagle was the only member of Commissioner's Court that was on the court at the time we were having discussions about the creation of County Criminal Court at Law 16. At that time, when we talked about the need for an additional court, we were very adamant and clear that the addition of one court was not going to solve the backlog issue. It was going to slow the growth. And that's exactly what happened. And so that growth in active cases pending was flat up until the time Harvey took place. And when the courts were displaced, scrunched down into sharing courtrooms for an extended period of time, we started to see the backlog grow. Fast forward to 2020 and the pandemic, and there were further restrictions on operations, that backlog grew even more. And so I'm glad we're having these conversations because it is going to take additional resources to cut into that backlog. And it's very important because there are a lot of human costs with regard to the backlog. We all think of criminal cases, but there are costs associated in civil cases, family and juvenile as well. And so these are conversations that are very important to Harris County, and I'm very happy to work with Commissioners Court and JAD, as are our judges, to get through this.
Commissioner Cagle, I know you had a second question, and then Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cagle has one more.
Thank you for getting that posted. You had told me when I called you that you thought you would get it posted before our next court, and now you have. So thank you for keeping that done. I was going to fuss at you a little bit later on, but not in front of everybody. But since you got it done, thank you, because I think the public has a right to know what's going on.
Absolutely.
And, number two, I had some numbers in my documentation that if we were to adequately staff a court to prosecute, that we needed 29 additional DAs in the district courts. How many additional DAs do you contemplate needing for what we're doing with the criminal courts in the county? The county.
Yes, sir. Right now, we do not have a completed plan. We've got a judges meeting later this week where we hope to finalize that and get back with you. But really, it just depends on the number of additional judge resources we add, because you need a complement of staff. If they are simply doing trials, maybe we don't need as much, but if they are doing other things, then we need what's akin to staffing for a regular court. And so we'll be getting those numbers back to JAD probably within the next week, and certainly before the July 20th meeting.
Ed, I'm going to make a request of you and of Clay Bowman. This is our next session. I think we have 3 weeks before we come back. If in 2 weeks, you and Clay will give us a report on how many DAs and support staff in the DA's office that we need to run these additional courts, so that we can all have them and look at them at least a week before the next commissioner's court. And we can give the DA's office a chance to interface with that. But I'd like for you and for Clay to get to my office, and I'm sure all the rest of us would like to have it as well, that report a week before the next commissioner's court. That way we get a chance to look at it. Would you do that for me?
Happy to do that. I can't speak for Clay, but I'm sure he'll be able to do the same.
I bet you can encourage him strongly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Judge, thank you, Commissioner K. I would encourage you to work with Jan on that, to make sure they're in the loop as well.
And the DA, to
And-
bring
and
the
the DA,
DA
all of them
also,
together.
because
Yeah.
we can't
Yeah.
untangle this
And-
thing.
And in
ourselves.
addition to the prosecutorial side, make sure you look at the indigent defense side as well. But look, I'm just curious, the O'Donnell case, the misdemeanor Bell case was settled some time ago, so, and even when it was going on, the plaintiffs had the data. I just wonder why the public couldn't get it. But if that was settled some time ago, why wouldn't it go back up?
Commissioner Ellis, I can address that. That was simply an oversight on our office's part, nothing else. I mean, we share this data freely. We get information requests, Rule 12 requests for that data. We've shared it before. We've certainly continued to give it to the plaintiffs on a regular basis.
Is there anything else that maybe during the process, that was a contentious time, obviously, that we are not making available, that we were making available?
No, sir. Actually, we're making available more information now, and we will continue to develop more out there.
And put it on a dashboard, it would help. I think it makes it, want to make sure we don't give people a data dump. I know you and JAD have worked on these dashboards that have been pretty effective, so people understand it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
That's exactly our intent.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have to reread all the motions because the camera went down. Here's the motions for 268. To approve a budget of up to of up to $600,000 from an appropriate source determined by budget management to expand jury operations at NRG Stadium and assign budget management to work with the district courts, the district clerk, JAD, facilities and property maintenance, and any other relevant departments to finalize and transmit a final plan and budget to Commissioners Court on July 20th, 2021, with the goal of beginning expanded jury operations at NRG by August 2nd, 2021. Approve funding for 3 visiting judges and necessary support staff, with the primary purpose to prioritize the most serious criminal cases in the criminal district courts and significantly reduce the criminal case backlog, subject to receipt by Commissioners Court of a proposed budget and project plan from the district courts that covers goals, timeline, staffing, and space needs for 3 visiting judges and has been reviewed and approved by JAD and Budget Management in advance. Direct that JAD and the Budget Management work with the county criminal courts, district attorney, sheriff's office, and any other relevant departments to evaluate the remaining recommendations from item 268 for temporary or permanent staffing and resources to address the criminal case backlog and, where appropriate, return with a proposed budget, timeline, staffing, and evaluation plan as to each for possible approval by Commissioners Court on July 20th, 2021. Is there a motion on those for item 268? Yeah.
Judge. I do have a question. James, do you need to ask the judge a question before I ask my question?
Yes, Judge. There was the very last line on that motion that you read earlier, but you didn't read again.
Yeah, somehow it didn't make it to on my, thank you. The last one is that Budget Management and JAD work with the criminal district courts, county criminal courts, facilities and property maintenance, and any other relevant departments to develop a proposed budget and plan to ensure night and weekend court is an option for any judges, visiting judges, or associate judges that would like to hold court then, in accordance with best practices, for possible approval by Commissioners Court on August 10th, 2021.
Judge, I make a friendly amendment on that we include the DA's office and still have to prosecute those cases.
Right. It said relevant departments. So yes, the DA's office, please.
Number 2, I'd like to have a clarification from our budget officer. Dave, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the judge's motion, she stated that the budget would come from a place to be determined by your office. And this is very important for me, that would not include a rollover from one of the other law enforcement entities. Am I clear that that is not where this relevant funding would be?
I mean, Commissioner, maybe I could clear up a little bit about where the rollover sits right now, because I think there might have been some confusion on the question I answered earlier as well. So we have already gone through the process of awarding rollover budget to departments. And we went through pretty rigorous process where instead of just automatically forwarding unused budget from prior years, we actually went through the process of departments making proposals for us, to us. And in the case of the constables and the sheriffs, they made proposals, and I think we discussed it at court, and generally the view was the process was fair, and 91% of those proposals got funded. So there is no other rollover sitting in law enforcement accounts other than those proposals, those needs we already approved. So I guess to my mind, we're not going to take money away for those proposals we approved, but there is no money, sitting in a law enforcement budget or a constable's budget or a sheriff's budget that, we would take back at this point. We already went through the rollover change process. So I hope that helps answers the question.
For a Rice graduate, that was a lot of words, which I can appreciate. But if I can make it non-Ricey for just a moment, the answer is no. If I vote for this, I'm not voting to reallocate a reallocation of law enforcement funds.
Commissioner Cagle, we've gone through that process, so there's no additional funds we're taking.
All right.
Okay, so those were the motions. Is there a motion? These motions?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Judge.
Yes, James.
So Commissioner Cagle said he wanted to add the DA, but you said that it already had any
Yeah,
other relevant departments?
To work with the criminal courts, county criminal courts, facilities, product maintenance, the DA, and any other relevant departments.
Okay, so we'll take it as you read it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then the next, the motion for item 269. The motion is to create 6 associate judge positions and approve an initial budget of up to $2.5 million from an appropriate source determined by budget management to cover a 1-year associate judges program for the criminal district courts, with the primary purpose to significantly reduce the criminal case backlog in the Harris County Criminal District Courts. Pending confirmation of the following information from the Criminal District Court to Commissioners Court in writing. A copy of the Associated Criminal District Court local rules once they're established. Intended goals and outcomes for the program. Associated timeline for initiating and implementing this program and achieving stated goals and outcomes during its first year. Assign the Budget Management Department to work with the Criminal District Court, JAD, the DA, engineering, facilities and property maintenance, and any other relevant department to evaluate and as soon as practically feasible, return to Commissioners Court with a proposed plan, timeline, and budget for any additional space and temporary or permanent staffing needs to support the 1-year Associate Judges Program. At the end of 1 year from program initiation, Commissioners Court will consider approving additional funds to extend or scale this program based on its impact on the criminal district court case backlog. Their motion?
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
And Judge, we are going to have that implementation of DAs in these courts based upon our conversation. We'll come back in 3 weeks on that.
This says as soon as it's practically feasible. So the sooner they get it done, the sooner they can come back with it.
You comfortable with that?
I'm bird dogging this, cause I know what the pressure is, so, I'll be tracking
They
it.
gotta start hiring
Yeah,
and training,
yeah.
especially when you're dealing with serious felonies.
Hmm.
I'm gonna vote for it, but I want those reports. I'm pointing at the camera over there. I want those reports in 2 weeks.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So Judge,
Yes.
so for item 269, that was unanimous 5-0, and for 268, that was also unanimous 5-0?
Correct, James.
Thank you. Sounds like your microphone may be off.
Yeah, I was off. Okay, so that's for, those are 260 and 269. We have 434 as well. And we have the flood items. Yeah.
I'm not sure what these folks in the yellow outfits here for. I think it's on the flood issue, but I know they're not getting paid to be here. So I hope we can get to them pretty quick at some point. It's gonna take a break. I don't want to pull us out of, but they, the other folks and they've been here a long time.
What item?
No,
So,
she's actually-
you folks are here on the flood bond financing, is that right? And I had that one, we just have so many items to pull out and
I know we
discuss
gotta take
today.
a break.
And we gotta take a break, and we gotta go to executive session. So here's what I propose. Here's what I propose. I propose that we deal with these flood items, so we could go to executive session and discuss the executive director for flood control, as well as SB 23. So that way we can pull that item, those all related to that. So we can talk about executive director of flood control and SB 23, and then come back and take the speakers on the flood control issue, and then we could get to the other rollover item that has so many speakers.
Judge?
Yeah, yes.
I mean, I love these people in the front row. They're sweet and they laugh and they got a sense of humor and everything. But can we take the constables and get them out of here?
Commissioner, I didn't back to be honest with you. I fought for the issue, didn't ask them to come. You got me? I'll take some of that heat. I'll ask them, but we know how sometimes there are people who are encouraged to come. I just think that these folks who come here on this issue, and it is flooding outside. So I would suggest, it just be my preference to let them.
And if we take the constables.
And I hope the
before we
constables
take
can
that,
understand
we
it,
can go to
but you know,
executive.
they do have somebody who can cover their duties while they're here. But we just don't have that many folks coming in a pandemic, by the way, on their own. So that's why I'd like to let them come.
So, and what I was saying is the council has to do with the rollover. So before we do that, we have to go to
Sure.
executive session. So, and we could also hear from y'all, then we go to executive session. And if you guys have to leave, you've already spoken. How about we do that? So we'll take the folks that are here for items 140, 191, or 453. And that way they can speak. And then we can go to executive session, clear up the director as well as the rollover, come back and deal with the item that's got a whole lot of other people signed up for. So Lucinda, can you please do that? Call up speakers on 140, 191, or 453.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
if you don't have folks online yet, we can start with the people here in person.
That's the first one we're starting with, and in person, George Peckham, if you'll approach the mic, please.
Good afternoon. My name is George Peckham. Harris County Flood Control District needs additional funding to effectively reduce flooding in Harris County. The Harris County Flood Control District needs additional funding to effectively reduce flooding in Harris County. A whole lot more funding. Flooding affects everyone. You'll know that. Commissioners, we would appreciate it if you would enable funds that are needed and remove the restraints in the bond. I was born in Houston, and same year as you, Commissioner Ellis. My parents lived Yellowstone and Scott Street. It flooded there. My parents moved. Since that time, Harris County has grown exponentially, and flood control has not kept pace with the increased development and population growth. In the past 20 years, residents of Northwest Harris County experienced 7 terrible events along Cypress Creek. At 22 miles long, Cypress Creek is the longest tributary in Harris County and is the heart of Northwest Harris County. Community activities center around Cypress Creek. We've repeatedly witnessed when flooding occurs, the entire community is adversely affected, and the lower income, the elderly, and the homeless people suffer the most. For safety and security of all people in Harris County, please prioritize funding for the Harris County Flood Control District for the entire county and the people that are underserved. The other thing I wanted to talk about briefly was please restore the rollover budget money for the law enforcement agencies. The constables and law enforcement in Harris County should be supported by all the elected officials. Reducing funding will reduce the safety and security of Harris County residents. Harris County residents need better safety and security, not less. I am appalled by what I heard from Kim Ogg. I hope y'all are too and get with it. Thank you.
Frank Adamek with Lakes of Cypress Forest, speaking on 2 items, 140, 191. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Frank Adamek, registered professional engineer and president of Lakes of Cypress Forest Homeowner Association in Spring, Texas. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of certain Harris County flood victims on Memorial Day, Tax Day, and Harvey, and for voters of the flood control bonds and users of the Hector toll roads. Our precinct 4 home adjacent to Lower Cypress Creek was flooded with 4 feet of water on August 26 of 17. We lost everything. We sold our property as is to investors, and we moved to higher ground in Lakes of Cypress Forest. Our Spring and Kingwood community rivers and creeks flow into Lake Houston before the Gulf of Mexico. Our impact residents represent 28% of the voters of the $2.5 billion bond election, yet the inactions of Harris County flood control we have received zero tangible benefit in our main channels since Harvey. Flood control has spent millions on property acquisition, boundless engineering studies, tributary channelization, while encouraging upstream property development and shafting the downstream main channel residents of our communities by planning but not funding the construction of detention ponds, nor fulfilling their basic responsibility of maintenance, desilting of our main creeks, waterways, and bridges. In 2019, HECRA cleaned out approximately 5,000 cubic yards of silt and debris from under the Hardy Toll Ridge at Cypress Creek. Flood control and TxDOT have yet to clear out 15 plus years of debris, silt, and obstructions from under the I-45 bridge and redesign the 3-foot barrier above the bridge. They have yet to repair the southbound feeder bridge pushed off its pilings by the Cypress Creek floodwaters. The I-45 bridge constructions alone have caused 80% of the homes in Lake Cypress Forest to flood needlessly with less than 18 inches of water. Our HOAs have provided multiple flood mitigation solutions to flood control and TxDOT, but are being summarily dismissed through surrogates. Solutions that we ask for are 5. Number 1, immediately clear the bridge obstructions and silting and return the I-45 bridge to its original design condition. 2, immediately begin construction of 5 detention ponds, 26,000 acre feet along Cypress Creek, per the Michael Baker study. 3, double the existing planned detention pond capacity to 50,000 acre feet with deeper ponds and directional drilling the gravity drain. Number 4, replace the I-45 center 3-foot concrete road barrier, which was effectively a dam for floodwater, to a porous pipe barrier designed to reduce maximum Harvey floodwater elevation by 2.5 feet. And number 5, relocate the flood control gauge 1120 from the east to the west side of I-45 to Cypress Creek. In conclusion.
Thank you. You're out of time.
In conclusion, may I conclude?
You're out of time. Your time is up. Thank you.
Arthur Killon, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak with you today. I live in Northwest Harris County in Precinct 4. Our community includes Cypress Creek, the largest watershed in Harris County. I'm also a team leader of groups rebuilding homes flooded from Hurricane Harvey through churches that are affiliated with Hope Disaster Recovery. As a longtime resident of 45 years in Harris County, flood mitigation and control has remained, in my opinion, a stepchild all these years with little annual funding compared to new roads and land development that have been approved by Commissioner's Court. In 2018, a county-wide $2.5 billion bond for flood mitigation and control over a 10-year plan was approved by voters. Since then, we've learned that the monies that were approved in the bond election were contingent upon state and federal partnership, which has not yet come to fruition. Current flood bond monies have only been released for repairs and floodplain acquisition, nothing to address reduction in surface water flooding in high-risk locations such as Cypress Creek, the watershed in the country, in our county that has experienced 7 catastrophic floods since 2001. To date, Cypress Creek has received less than 2% of the needed funds. This is obviously not acceptable. We feel outraged by this lack of funding, the same way that Commissioner's Court felt recently when the Texas GLO provided no funds to Harris County when the need is overwhelming and obvious. Even a blind hog could have seen that. We have also made calls to GLO at that time on behalf of Harris County to reverse their initial decision. Today, we're asking for significant funding granted this year by Commissioner's Court to mitigate and reduce surface water flooding in the Cypress Creek watershed, commensurate with our geographic size, risk importance, and more than 347,000 voter population. We need funding to save lives, families, neighborhoods, and economic prosperity in our community. Flood control must become one of the highest priorities in Harris County. I also support using toll road funds to help pay for flood control as an alternate step toward this effort. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today before you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Rivera, Northeast Action Collective, please approach the podium.
I can just, listen, I can call the people, the folks who are here and just ask them to state their names.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and we'll just do the same thing from your left over to that side, if that's okay with you guys. So, sir. Okay, thank you. The quirks of the doing the joint virtual and in person. Thank you for bearing with me.
Hi, my name is Rita Robles, and I'm with NAC. I'm also a Houstonian native Texan and native Barbary. I want to thank you for allowing us to speak today. The NAC, which stands for the Northeast Action Collective, has asked for a few demands, and I am going to speak on behalf of the first one. The Harris County Flood Control District, these would help, honor the equity requirements in the 2018 flood bond. The flood bond, the Flood Control District must fully fund all projects, beginning with projects in BIPOC communities that have seen historic disinvestment and which are the poorest and most impacted areas, which includes the northeast side of Houston. If there is not enough money, funds should be moved from projects in wealthier areas towards projects in Northeast Houston. I was looking down the map in this little brochure that I was given, and I'm pretty sure that y'all have seen it. And it shows, it's of course online, but it's showing you some of the areas and total funding for all of Harris County. Now, the creeks and not that being that really the funds 20% or less. Some of the creeks are Willow Creek was at less than 10%, Cypress Creek 14%, Little Cypress Creek at 12%, Reservoir is at 0%, Cedar Bayou at 0%, Jackson Bayou at 8%, Goose Creek at 1%, Carpenter's Bayou is 0%, Huntington Bayou is 0.2%, Vince Bayou is 0%, Lace Bayou is 0%, Spring Creek is 14%, and Buffalo Bayou. In our area where we live, Greens Bayou is at 252%, I believe. Halls Bayou is 272. San Jacinto River is 154. Those are the areas that affect our area. Now, I live in Denver Harbor, and God bless us, we don't really flood. But when Hurricane Harvey happened, I had so much PTSD since then, so much trauma as I watched the water rise in my yard. It literally got to the third step, which is right under my house. And so now every time it rains, I'm freaked out.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rita, thank you for being here. You're a constituent of Precinct 2, and you're right. Denver Harbor, for the most part, doesn't flood a whole lot, but New Addition always does.
Yes, sir.
And so thank you for being here, but trust me, we are paying attention to this, and we'll be having a discussion about the future of the flood control district in terms of a new executive director, because we do need to get this under control.
Yes, sir.
And we're working hard on it.
And I know you've come multiple times to the Denver Harbor Civic Club. I have been the Civic Club Vice President for a few years now under Anna Gonzalez. And hopefully, as soon as this pandemic gets to some kind of a normalcy,
Right.
we will be able to have more meetings. Of course, every one of you is invited to come. We would love to speak to all of you in regards to not only in our area, but our sisters and our cousins, Fifth Ward, Lakewood, and so.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rita.
Thank you. And the flood control is bringing a presentation on how, along with management, how they're going to address this. And part of it, which I think is hard, is the prioritization framework laid out determine when projects would start, it's equitable start time, but not an equitable time for commitment of funding. So let's say a historically underfunded area starts when it needs to early, and then, but the funding is held up, so they end up getting behind. So what they're just making sure that funding is committed at an equitable time. And so you guys, I hope, will appreciate that idea, that new proposal. But we'll get to it a little later because the day is crazy. Yeah.
Just think, bringing the item up in the Northeast Action Collective, you were so good. I hope you still call it up there to the show as well. Because although we solution, we taking the ability to do additional flood project. We have to go into this trust you're going to hear about later. But thank you for bringing it. They've been so patient, y'all.
Lugares de las casas.
This meeting
Y
is
en
being
ningún
recorded.
momento dijeron que teníamos que evacuar hasta que llegábamos a la calle principal donde las aguas parecían ríos, parecían lagos.
During Harvey, she said that there was no news or no information that she had to evacuate. Her home get flooded. The water started coming really high. She was, for what she told me before, she was walking in an area that the water was still chest, and the water was pushing her.
Empecé a hablarle al 311 como por 5 horas y nunca tuve una respuesta. Yo pienso que ellos deben de estar preparados para todas las personas que necesitamos evacuar o una ayuda.
She called 911 for 5 hours and she never get a response. 311, I'm sorry, for help, and she never get a response. She said that they have to be some kind of plan to help her and be prepared for these situations.
Yo sé que vamos a seguir con estos problemas inundándonos. Es la razón por la que yo estoy aquí. Y sí me siento molesta cada que llueve, porque yo sé que quedé enferma de mi mente, no solamente yo, mucha gente quedamos enferma, que sabemos que nos va a volver a pasar esto, que nos vamos a inundar, porque nosotros tenemos muchas pérdidas.
She knows that flooding is a continuous problem in her communities. She had mental problems after that. She suffered from mental stress after flooding, and she wanna have some kind of solution because she knows that this is a continuous problem and they're gonna continue flooding.
Si yo estoy aquí y me presento con todos ustedes, con todos los comisionados, es para decirles que pongan atención, que se junten todos, que escuchen nuestras voces por las que estamos aquí nosotros con las camisetas amarillas, que nos tengan en mente y que se pongan a hacer algo por nosotros, porque creo que en nuestra comunidad, en Lakewood, estamos olvidados por completo. ¿Por qué? Porque somos hispanos, porque somos afroamericanos.
She's here to speak and ask you to pay attention to her community, to the yellow shirts that they carrying her, to remember them, to remember their group and pay attention and come up with solutions. She thinks that you guys don't pay attention to them because they're African Americans and they're Hispanic speaking.
Y si estamos aquí es porque queremos decirles a todos ustedes que nos pongan al tanto y queremos saber dónde están todos esos fondos de millones que no han podido llegar con nosotros.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Gracias. She just want to know to be transparent with the funds that for the flood fund. And now I'm going to speak on my behalf. My name is Carmen Quevedo, and I serve as the Climate Justice Community Organizer for CEER, the Coalition for Environment, Equity, and Resilience. CEER is a unique collaborative of 28 nonprofit organizations that came together after Harvey to address environmental justice, resilience, and sustainability concepts. Today, we stay in solidarity with members of the Northeast Action Collective and communities on the front line of our flooding crisis in Harris County. CEERS agrees with the approach to use all available resources and funding to deliver on our promise to the bond projects. We support the use of mobility funds for flooding mitigation and support the creation of a new flooding resiliency trust. But we also have to name the historic failure to fully deliver flood protection to our communities in an equitable way. As you have heard, and you will hear from speakers today, they are still no more prepared these hurricane seasons that they were 3 years ago or 10 years ago. They need relief and they need it now. For them, it's a matter of life and death. We also need to make sure we close the gaps in disparity for the long term. To do that, we first need to understand the problem we are trying to solve and then create new tools for solving it. SEER is co-author of a Flood Benefits Index tool that seeks to reveal the inequities and establish a baseline of current conditions. Adopting a shared understanding is the first step towards addressing the problem beyond the 2018 bond. A bond of this size was historic for Harris County. Introducing the prioritization framework was an important first step in the right direction. SEER has been advocating for equity since before the bond went to voters and as the bond was being written. The prioritization framework was also historic in that no tool before it made use of social science data such as the CDC Social Vulnerability Index. What we see now with the shortfall and what watersheds are being left behind is that the tool has flaws and loopholes. It doesn't fully fulfill the promise of equity. We need better tools and ways to interrupt the business as usual, or we will keep falling into the same pattern over and over. And I just want to make you aware that when it rains like this, I monitor 3 chat groups, and you start seeing and hearing the level of anxiety in their voices. For them, it's really a matter of life and death. And in a short period of time, they start posting pictures when the houses are being flooded, when kids are working in water. So this is really an important issue. And we ask you to approve the creation of a new flood resilience trust, straighten tools to ensure equity and actually achieve and work closely with the most impacted to come up with the best solutions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Benjamin Broadway, and I'm with the NAC. We're just going to get down to the basis of the story. There in the northeast part of Houston, we flood. We flood very bad. And this year already, we're looking down the barrel of a loaded gun. Now, how would you feel if when you went home, your homes were buried in 2 feet of water, 4 feet of water? Your kids and your grandkids had to walk through what our families have to walk through. That's why, added with that, I want to ask for Mr. Matt Zee's resignation, Mr. Alan Black's resignation, because they misplaced our funds. Your funds were not probably misplaced, but ours were. Our families have to face this. Every time it rains a little bit in our neighborhoods, they flood. I worry, I have stress about my home flooding. 311 is a joke. Every time a visually impaired or blind person relocates, we register and nothing gets done. We have to fight for ourselves in our neighborhood where we're from. Where you're from, you may not have to do that, but we do because of the people that are in office. Not necessarily you, but the people that are following behind you. So these are the problems that we face in the Northeast. Man, when it flooded with Harvey, man, we had dump trucks trying to evacuate our loved ones and our families. Man, how did yours evacuate? Probably in cars, because Hall's Bayou was overflowed. Greens Bayou was overflowed because our watersheds were overlooked. Were yours? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Benjamin, before you get away from the mic, first of all, thank you for coming down to share your thoughts on this. And as I mentioned with Ms. Robles, a portion of that northeast area that you and your neighbors come from is in my precinct. And I've been very adamant that we really need to work hard to bring as much investment into that area. One of the things that gives me a great deal of pain is that one of the things that we are doing in the Aldine area is having to do a buyout program, meaning that we're buying people's homes, and the thought is that you're getting enough money to relocate in the same area, but outside the floodplain. And it's one of the most difficult things to do. I'm not a fan of it. I understand it, but I'm not a fan of it. But by the same token, I'd rather see these projects get done sooner rather than later, so that we don't have to ask you to sell your home. And in some cases, force you to have to sell your home. And then the point that you make about your visual impairment, I can't even begin to imagine being a flood victim, dealing with that, and along with your impairment. So just know that everybody's words are important, the two ladies that have spoken, but I think you bring a new dimension into this equation that we must be thoughtful about. And that is those with some form of impairment, as a matter of really working to set priorities in challenged areas. And then lastly, I'd like to invite you to come visit in the near future. I think do we have a date for James Driver? Mid-August? Late August. I want to invite you and your neighbors to come over to James Driver Park. Are you familiar with James Driver?
No, but I can find it.
Okay, it's near Little York and 59. Okay, we will be having a ribbon cutting very soon. That will be a state-of-the-art park for people of all abilities. And you might be familiar with the term beep ball.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're going to have a beep ball field, and would love to have you over and hit a couple of balls and have some fun. So I will work through Rita and to make sure that information gets out, but I'd love to have you over to come and enjoy the park. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, very briefly, I do know what it's like to go to your home and find that there's 2 feet of water in it. During Harvey, I had 2 feet of water in my house. So I do understand a little bit what you're talking about. Thank you, sir.
I guess, sir, but in response to your question, for the light rains that come, like something that we've had today, our streets flood. And now during Harvey, I can understand, but in a small local rain, a heavy rain, our yards flood. Man, it comes up to the homes. So, yeah, that's what we have to face. Just a light rain, not a hurricane, not a tropical storm, just a heavy rain. We get water in our homes.
There is one thing I want to add, and that is I struggle with this because we're making progress, and we should celebrate the progress we're making. What today hopefully will pass, I think was well done about the proposal was the fact that we're going to be making sure that the equity that was promised actually happens. Of course, for all the neighborhoods to truly be safe, we need further investments. And that's part of the challenge. And I always find it important to mention it is I don't want people to think that once these projects are done and hopefully we get the 750 million from GLO, that suddenly nobody will flood again. We're still probably going to have that anxiety. And so that's why we have an interdepartmental work group going on right now with a community board, looking at what are the solutions that will make us truly flood resilient in the long term. So this is a longstanding problem that wasn't addressed for a very long time, but we are tackling it both for the short term and for the long term, and appreciate your comments. We'll continue with the speakers who are here.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo, fellow commissioners, Commissioner Rodney Ellis. My name is Billy J. Guevara, and I am also a resident of the Lakewood neighborhood in Northeast Houston. And I'm here in support of not only I'm here to support the allocation of funds from the toll road revenue onto funding for bio projects in Harris County. I've been in Lakewood for approximately 45 years, and we have been flooded through Allison and also through Harvey, which Harvey was the worst. Keep in mind that I lost 5 of my relatives in the flood of Harvey, 1 aunt, 1 uncle, and 4 second cousins, still hard to talk about. They were trying to get away from Harvey, and they were crossing the flooding, and they were crossing Greens Bayou when their white van got swept away, and they all drowned trying to get away from Harvey. We do not want a repeat of that, of any lives lost, especially in Harris County or anywhere in the country. Dealing with PTSD, I still have nightmares every time it rains. Every time I wake up in the middle of the night when it rains, I always get up and sit at the edge of my bed. And when I put my feet on the floor, I'm thinking there's water there when really there's nothing there but dryness. But who knows what the next year or next hurricane flood season will bring. In addition to that, I don't think anything could actually bring back my relatives, but I think it should be a lesson learned to everybody in Harris County and Commissioners Court and how important it is to not only have funding, the right funding and fast funding for the bio project, but also to have resiliency and building equity into our neighborhood, which has a lot of neighborhoods in Northeast Houston have been neglected, overlooked, and disinvested in, and we need to build equity and make it a top priority as well as the flooding. And to add furthermore in closing, I would appreciate it to have Matt Z's resignation, for this man knows nothing about equity, fairness, and basic common sense. Thank you.
Really, thank you for coming down.
The folks, we received word from the Biden administration, and I have to leave at 4:40 to be able to make it to the airport, and it's been very fluid because of the weather. So here's a couple ideas. Yeah, here's some ideas. We still need to vote on the technology item. We need to listen to the rest of the speakers. We have speakers on another item, but we can't have that discussion on the rollover until we go to executive session. So what I propose is we could, Commissioner Cagle could preside over court for the rest of the speakers on flood control. And even for the presentation from budget management, I've reviewed it in detail from Budget Management Flood Control District. And hopefully, you know, well, I won't be gone too long. And if you're done with that, I would ask that you all break, because I do want to be present for the executive session discussion on the rollover. So just keep the discussion to this item and we can vote on it when I return. I'd also like my vote to be logged, and I do plan to vote for the proposal.
So we won't have any votes, but we'll listen to public
comment.
I think that's fair.
Is that okay?
Your mic is turned off, Commissioner.
So he's asking when we're going to take the rollover question, and
We want to hear
They-
them while she's gone. If it's all right with you, if you want us to hear them, Judge.
Well,
You need to represent
I
us.
think that we would want to have a vote on the matter.
Not to vote, but if you want to let them testify.
Well, I want clarity on what's the bug in the horse in terms of executive session and the item. So I want to make sure.
So it can wait, yeah.
Yeah, we're completely clear.
We'll just hear this item.
Yeah, because we need to go to executive session and I want to be present in executive session for the discussion. And
Need you to be present.
Judge, have they given you an indication of how long they're going to need you?
I don't think it'll be long, Commissioner. I would say at most a couple of hours because we're going to tarmac and then to a vaccination site. So, but I'll try.
May I suggest this, that we
All they've given
do,
us.
Yeah.
However long you need to be there, you'll be there. We'll be
that we
fine.
take these speakers and then maybe our other speakers
That's a good
that are on the
idea.
agenda?
Yes.
So that we can continue with all the speakers, but I would ask that we take maybe a 5-minute break before we fire back up again.
Yeah, that works. So we'll do that and then Lucinda, you'll just keep track of which speakers for which items we've taken up so that when I come back, I
There'll be
can,
no votes, no
I can-
executive session, but we'll hear from the public.
but we'll hear from the public. And then we can't have the discussion on the rollover because we have to go to executive session before that. So just save those speakers for item 450. What is this? Item 442, please, until we go to executive session. And I also want to have a discussion with Dave as to what the situation is.
Represent us well, Judge. Please go.
Okay.
Get us more money.
All right. Okay, so we're on time for a break anyway.
Yeah.
So why don't we break for 10 minutes till 4:45, and when we return, Commissioner Cagle will preside over the meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we now have a quorum, and we're going to go ahead and start with our speakers. And I understand that we have a few more of our speakers from the NAC, and then I think we also have a gentleman over there who wants to speak on this particular item on the agenda. So, would you please state your name so that we can have a record of you, and then you may proceed.
Well, I don't know if I was in here when this first started. And I'm gonna do something a tiny bit different.
Do you mind telling us your name?
Oh, no, I will.
Okay. We got to have that for the record.
My name is Betty Gregory,
Thank you, Ms. Gregory.
and I've been doing what I'm doing today for a long time. I would say I've been volunteering close to 40 years. And what I haven't heard today is a prayer.
Oh, we did start with the prayer in the very beginning.
Okay.
You might have snuck in a little bit late. My
I did-
apologies for interrupting, but we did
That's
have.
good, that's good. That's what I said. I didn't come in here when it started. And I still thank God for being here today. And I'm here also to talk about the flooding. And the reason I'm talking about the flooding mostly is because we're in a season of enormous environmental issues. And I'm very, very thankful that our current president sought to put that at the top of his agenda, sought to bring back something Barack Obama had started when he was in office. And one of the reasons why we are grateful is because in our area, we are so important in environmental issues because of the immense amount of flooding that we have. I have lived long enough to be here when Carla was here. Most of you may not know about Carla, but I heard you talk about I think it was in 2001, Hurricane Allison, and hurricanes and storms that we've had since then, and how horrible it has been recently here. And one of the things I'm extremely upset about is that we keep saying, why can't we get money from a rainy day fund? If we didn't have a rainy day in February, when will we have a rainy day? We always have a rainy day. I live on the corner of Hirsch and Melbourne. That's where 610 and 59 connects. If it rains 10 minutes, it's a flood around my house. And if you leave my house and turn right on Kelly Street, there's an underpass where your car will get stuck.
Miss Betty, they gave me the job of telling people that their time was up. Could you?
My time is up. Yes, I will wind this up and say, because I got a lot of good people backing me up. It's a rainy day in Georgia. I mean, Houston. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you next, sir? If you'll state your name for us, please.
My name's Ben Hirsch, and I'm with the Northeast Action Collective and West Street Recovery. I'm going to keep it really brief because you guys have been here for a long time. I'm really proud of everyone who's here today, and I just want to say a few things, which is that people shouldn't have to sacrifice huge portions of their day just to give feedback to make sure that promises are kept to them. And I also want to say that the fastest way to get between 2 points is a straight line. We are not getting the equity that voters voted for. And while I support the creation of an annual transfer, I think Harris County does need to keep asking for money from the GLO. The way to get to equity is to move money from wealthy areas to poor areas. That's what equity means. You have to take affirmative steps to address historical injustice. And sometimes that means that people that usually don't have to wait, people that look like me, are going to have to wait. And that's the only way that you can really say you're delivering on the equity promise. That's the only way. And so I think every suggestion you're going to hear today from flood control is a good suggestion, and it's not enough. People here's lives are at risk, and you need to take some political risk. You need to take some political risk to do some things that are unpopular. There are people on this court that actually oppose equity. They don't support it. They've never supported it. They're never going to support it. I'm talking to you guys because you guys are the ones who matter here. You control the court. Do what's right. Take the risk. Move the money from the wealthy areas to the poor areas. That's how we're going to get to equity. Everyone needs protection. No one should come home to 2 feet of water in their house, but no one has to in the long run. But we know who takes the longest to recover. That's people who are systematically denied by FEMA, people that are systematically denied by the private insurance market, people that can't afford the insurance market. And there's historical racism, economic discrimination that I don't need to tell anyone here about. People who don't believe that are never going to believe that. But luckily, the people that believe it are in control of the court. So do what's right, make flood control, move the money. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may be
Yes.
recognized. Thank you for coming down, and I appreciate your comments. You know, and we do need, and you're probably looking at the gentleman here on my left that has been leading the fight on equity. But look, fairness, call it what you want, but fairness shouldn't be, you know, a bad 4-letter word, you know, being fair shouldn't be a bad 4-letter word. But the other side of it too is that I want to make sure the way I've been understanding this conversation with GLO, look, GLO owes us a ton of money. and that 750, if that were in your pocket or my pocket, that'd be a lot of money. But when you're looking at a county that collectively, with the city of Houston, all the cities in the county, the unincorporated area of county, when you collectively put together what we all have asked for, we asked for, I think, close to $4 billion. Now compare 750 against all those needs. That is what, 17% of what we really need. So
they owe you that money, and it's terrible that they didn't give Harris County that money.
Now they want us to
But
divide it.
there's $2.5 billion that you all control with complete autonomy. And so that's the money that you should move right now. And the 750 should come, and it's abhorrent that it didn't come. And we will help you to keep requesting that money, but there's another $2.5 billion that you control yourselves, and you should move that money.
Thank you.
Mr. Cagle, I want to thank him as well. I know that others will speak, but look, we get it, which is why, I use what little leverage I have, and my colleagues unanimously agreed to put some equity language up under Judge Hidalgo's leadership, Commissioner Garcia in particular. They came up with some pretty good language, better language than I really thought about at the time. But look, you need to make sure, in addition to us, it's easier to get here. I know how Austin operates because I was there 26 years. Because you got to drive up or get the bus or whatever to go to Austin. But you need to make sure you're talking to the legislators in both parties. Call the governor's office. Commissioner Bush gets the heat, but I assure you that whatever the general land office came up with, they ran it by the governor. Yeah. And just put that pressure on. And look, I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle being forthright on this. I won't say I necessarily agree with you that equity means taking something from one side of town, putting it in the other. What it does mean as it relates to us is when you're spending the money that comes in, you got to commit more of it to areas that historically have been neglected. And we got to get away from, we got to fight to change the federal formulas. Most of the money for flood control does not come from us. And that $2.5 billion is a drop in the bucket compared to what has been spent. But it's mainly Corps of Engineers. It's mainly FEMA money. It's a problem around the country on disaster recovery. That even the experts at the Corps of Engineers agree. How did they come up with cost benefit ratio? To be fair, I think you got to protect your airport, our port, our downtown. I get that. But something's wrong if you slant the formulas more so to protect a neighborhood like the one I live in now, as opposed to the one I grew up in. Something's just wrong with that. That's Christian, un-Jewish, un-Muslim, whatever it is, it goes against every religion that I've looked at on the face of the earth. Now that ought to change. And then when the money does come, for the General Land Office to come up with formulas to pencil whip us by design, it's just wrong. And you ought to fight against it. Now you come to us because it's easy to get here. We're raising all the cane. I'm glad the cane is bipartisan. But you just make sure you call them. I'm not saying go up there. If they got Zoom meetings, you do that. And then push our federal people in both parties. They talk about equity. They need to change those federal formulas. At the end of the day, all of us, including you all, you got to be willing to pay for what you want. Federal money comes from somewhere, just like our money does. But nobody wants to pay more. We talk about the rainy day fund. That's the state. Somebody, Mayor Turner put out a tweet last year saying they ought to change the name of the fund. The state didn't put a dime up to help us. They taking money from federal government. They haven't put any of that money in to help. But thank you. But you just make sure y'all take this heat other places, not just us. We're glad you're here. That's why we're out here. Thank you.
You inspired Commissioner Ramsey to make a speech now.
One other stop tonight.
Government comment.
One other stop tonight.
I thought you guys were trying to get rid of us, so.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
I've got 45 years of experience in designing and doing flood mitigation projects. The biggest culprit of not addressing low to moderate income neighborhoods is the city of Houston. They need to do better than they do because it's their responsibility. Our responsibility is in the bayou. We have a $2.5 billion bond issue. Last time I checked, they didn't. They're responsible for getting the water to the bayou in the city of Houston. They don't do it. So be sure, in addition to what Commissioner Ellis said, go to Austin, but you need to go ring some bells in downtown Houston, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Commissioner?
I say it, absolutely.
Well, we say at the NAC, the water doesn't know whose pipe it's in. And so it's everyone's responsibility to move the water away from all of our homes. The water doesn't know it's in the city's pipe, and the water doesn't know it's the federal dollars. The water just knows downhill.
I want to thank you, but I've got to get all these other folks out of this room. And somehow or another, you inspired my colleagues to making these government comments when we're supposed to be in public comment right now. But we're gonna move right on along. Ma'am, what is your name, please?
Hey, my name's Becky Sell, and I'm part of the NAC in West Street as well. Becky Sell. Okay, before we came here today, we talked about a common thing that happens whenever we push back on the government or we push back on the inequity or critique the like elevated and inequitable flood risk in the Northeast. And it's that there's a blame game and a pass around and a distraction from what we're trying to talk about. So I just want to push back on a lot of things we've heard in our 9 hours waiting here today. We agree there's an issue that GLOW didn't give money. The thing is, you took our tax money because we voted to approve the bond and said that tax money was going to be spent equitably. You didn't say we're going to use that money along with federal money that already has to be spent in low income areas to make it look like we're spending money equitably. So we're here to talk about that tax money. Going off what Ben said about equity means you have to sometimes take money from the rich areas and put it into the poor. You already took money from everywhere and you put it into the rich areas. We're saying reallocate what you did wrong and take that money and put it into the poor areas to commit to the quickest path to flood protection. Like Judge Hidalgo said earlier, equity means not just dollars, it means timeline. It's another, like we're in the middle of hurricane season right now. Every year matters. Saying that we're on track for a 10-year plan doesn't really, like it doesn't mean anything. We're at flood risk this summer. We want GLOW to give this money as well. We're advocating for the city of Houston. I'd argue that you guys have a bit more power over the city than we do. So can you also, we've come here over the last 3 years and been told over and over, you're going to help us advocate the public works and the city of Houston's budget. And that hasn't really materialized. If you guys do get this GLOW money, I'd think it's flood control that's going to spend those dollars. You guys spent a long time earlier in this meeting praising Russ Poppe. We've had multiple meetings with Harris County Flood Control and Russ Poppe. And when we said things like we were worried about the money wasn't being spent equitably, they offered to take us on a field trip to go see where they were shoveling dirt. That's not what we're talking about. And that's an insult to the like real danger of what's going on. We spent a long time this morning talking about like murders and homicides, and that's a really serious issue. But Billy was up here telling you about how he lost 5 family members. We've lost 2 members of our group in the last 2 years. Like this is the issue of life and death in the same way, and it's not being talked about in that way. It's awesome you're building a park, but to respond to us talking about like a life or death risk with there's going to be a leisure park to play games, it kind of detracts from what we're saying. And we need a commitment of how you're going to protect our lives and our property immediately. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next? And what is your name?
Good evening. My name is Doris Brown. And I live in Scenic Woods, a subdivision in Northeast Houston, Harris County. I am the co-founder of the Northeast Action Collective, NOC for short. NOC focuses on protecting communities from flooding, improving safety for our families, educating our neighbors on how to get involved. In 2018, a historic flood bond was passed that included equity, promised equity, equity that was not delivered. We have people in this court that actively opposes equity. Equity means consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals who belong to underdeserved communities that have been denied such treatment. Today, we have been historically disinvested. We demand the equity that was promised. We want transparency. We want you to stop the discrimination. Are our communities considered expandable? We are sick and tired of being treated like second-class citizens. We are sick and tired of smelling stagnant water that poses a health hazard with nowhere to go. The detention ponds are big holes in the ground that are supposed to hold water to keep us from flooding. But because you choose to cut down natural barriers and climate change, we continue to flood just from heavy rains. Reallocating monies from wealthier areas to finish this enormous gap in flooding. Start with the BIPOC communities that equity demanded. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Okay, last month, I went to Austin. We went and lobbied the legislature. I have been to Washington, D.C. We lobbied the Senate. And we still have not got anything. You know, I mean, we just continue to go around in circles. As someone else has said earlier, we even talk with Harris County Flood District on a regular and consistent basis. And all we got was a dance, as they danced around the question because we never got an answer from anyone. And we're just sick and tired. That's why we came here today, to share our views. And, you know, I mean, the Harris County Flood District, we feel, do not know the meaning of equity. That's why we was calling for Poppy's job. He resigned, fine. Y'all praised him. Okay, that's your friend. Then we want Matt Zeven, we want Alan Black, because they do not know the meaning of equity. And we're just tired of that. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next. Come on down. Please state your name.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Paul Eschenfelder. I live in Northwest Harris County in the Cypress Creek watershed. I've got a handout for the Commissioners. I'll give it to the bailiff. I had a presentation for you today, but it sounds to me like after I've sat here in this court all day, I'm living in Mars and not in Harris County. This presentation that I've handout that I've given to you was put together after Harvey by the Greater Houston Flood Mitigation Consortium, which was Kinder Institute funded, Rice University scientists mainly, and it's got a lot of different numbers on it. As you can see, I represent the Cypress Creek area, and prior to Harvey, Cypress Creek only had $14 million invested in flood mitigation. Flood mitigation means deepening the creek, widening the creek, bypass of the creek, detention on the creek. We had none of that, and we still have none of that today. So those of you who want to come up to Cypress Creek and take some of our wealth away from us to put in your funding for we don't have anything, so we can't share with you. But we'll make you this offer. We'll make you this offer. Well, according to our chart, we got 14 million, and Greens Bayou area had been invested 165 million. But rather than having a fight between the NAC and the Cypress Creek people, why don't y'all join us and let's get together and storm the barricades and kick down the politicians and get some money to do some of this? Was that a yes that I heard? I don't know. In any event, what I was trying to tell Commissioners Court today was that we live in the unincorporated part of Harris County. And if you look at our chart and you see who got money, Brays Bayou, $496 million. White Oak Bayou, $306 million. Sims Bayou, $411 million. They're all affiliated with municipalities. They all have somebody that's going to bat for them. They all have somebody that pounds the table for them. We're out in Northwest Harris County. We got one road and bridge commissioner trying to administer an area the size of Fort Worth. It just doesn't work anymore. I mean, we've got over 100 PUDs, MUDs, HOAs, ESDs, deputies contracts. Many of them are not efficient. Some of them aren't effective at all. I don't think anybody on this court would disagree with me if I said $13,000 for 3 tires for a fire truck was wise spending of taxpayers' money, but that's the way it goes. We need some help out on Cypress Creek also. We need funding for the detention that they're talking about. We need 26,000 acre feet. We don't have any money for detention. And we weren't given any money for detention in the flood bond. We're starting from way behind. It's only 14 million. Any follow-up questions? I didn't think so.
Did you have something else you needed to say, Mr. Eschenfeld? All right. Who's next? Would you state your name, please?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Medina y he estado anteriormente con ustedes hace aproximadamente 2 años. Estuve en este mismo sitio pidiendo la ayuda de ustedes.
Hi, my name is Veronica Medina, and I've been here before about 2 years ago, and I'm a resident of the Northeast.
Pues yo tengo una historia un poquito complicada.
I have a story that's a little bit complicated.
Cuando estuve aquí, ustedes supieron que mi casa fue inundada por Harvey. Fueron
When I was over here, my house had flooded from Harvey.
Fue a la mitad de mi casa que llegó el agua. Lo perdí todo.
Half of my house was flooded, and I lost everything that I owned.
Hoy vengo porque pues ellos, este grupo que viene siendo como mi familia, me apoyaron.
Today I come with this group that is like my family that supports me.
Yo quisiera que Adrián García me pusiera un poquito de atención. Ya la otra vez estuve con ustedes, entonces el día 24 de mayo que hubo unas lluvias.
I was here and the last time at Commissioner's Court on the 24th of May, when we had the big heavy rains of the unnamed storm.
Este es mi hogar. Un día que llovió intensamente, el 24 de mayo.
This is my neighborhood. This is my place on the 24th of May after the heavy rains.
Y como lo vuelvo a repetir, este grupo que está aquí de camisas amarillas, la única personas que me han ayudado en mi hogar.
I'm going to repeat that this group over here with the yellow shirts, they're the only group that has come to actually help me.
Ellos no agarran dinero de taxas, ellos no agarran dinero de stickers de carros, no agarran dinero de ningún lado, nada más donaciones.
This group doesn't gain money from taxes. This group doesn't gain money from inspection stickers. They only work off of donations.
Si ellos tuvieran el poder que ustedes tienen, yo pienso que desde hace 2, 3 años que fue Harvey, yo pienso que ellos ya hubieran destapado todas las alcantarillas, todos los diches que son pobres donde yo vivo.
If this group had the same power that the county has, this group would have been able to fix all of the ditches in my neighborhood, as well as the drainage systems and repairs.
Vengo a pedirles que por favor nos ayuden, que nos escuchen. Sabemos que no tenemos mucho poder, pero tenemos la voz y hay miles de personas que necesitan la ayuda de ustedes. No es algo para nosotros, es algo para la misma ciudad de Houston.
I come here asking you guys for help, helping not only me, but the thousands and thousands of people in Houston that need help. I'm speaking for them as well.
Yo en personal me siento olvidada porque pasamos el COVID, fue algo difícil. Yo tenía una troca que tuve que vender esa troca para seguir pagando mis biles y mi renta. No recibí ninguna ayuda del condado de Harris. Apliqué, pero no me la dieron. No estoy reclamando eso. Simplemente estoy aquí para exigirles, por favor, si pueden ayudarnos, que limpien las alcantarillas y los diches. No quiero volver a pasar el mismo miedo que pasé el 24 de mayo.
This past year has been really hard with COVID. I've had to sell my car to pay rent, and I've applied for rental assistance from Harris County and was rejected. I'm not here to really talk about, though. I'm mainly here just to ask everybody here for help and assistance that we deserve, because I don't want the same thing to happen to my house and my belongings and my family that happened with the heavy rains from May 24th.
Yo sé que hay un proyecto en el condado de Harris. Yo lo sé porque yo estuve en el colegio Jacinto. Ahí dieron como una junta. Yo me acerqué a esa junta porque me interesa que esté limpio los drenajes. Entonces ya me di cuenta de eso. Entonces es algo bueno. Pero como están haciendo en el condado de Harris, así me gustaría que hicieran en los demás condados. Que no sufriéramos de miedo, de temor, porque va a llover.
I went to a neighborhood meeting at the San Jacinto County meeting center, and the main topic of discussion was drainage. And I know they will be receiving help, and I want this same help to happen or to be spread across all of the other counties as well.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I didn't have mine on either.
Yeah.
I asked that she stay behind and let the county attorney talk to her for a few minutes to make sure that the programs that she was applying for were adequately administered. And so if someone from the back room from the county attorney's office can come and talk to her, I'd appreciate that. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Le voy a preguntar en ambos idiomas. I'm going to speak to her in English and Spanish. ¿Dónde vive? Where do you live?
Yo vivo en Beaumont Place.
I live in Beaumont Place.
Más o menos por dónde queda. More or less por-
El 8 y el 90 por la Puerta de la Wallis View.
Okay, es lo que quería saber, porque no tenía su nombre aquí. Your name wasn't listed, so I want to make sure we get your information.
Es que llegué tarde y por eso no.
Okay, no, está bien. It's-
Pero
no
lo
worries.
que yo les estoy expresando son mis sentimientos y el cómo me siento como residente, ¿sí me entienden? O sea, es el miedo, el temor de una lluvia. Aquí está, miren, mira. Es un temor de una lluvia nada más. Fue lluvia el día 24. ¿Sí me entiendes? O sea,
Claro.
es algo que uno está fuera de control de uno.
Yeah.
¿Sí me entiendes? Pero ustedes pueden ayudarnos.
One of the things that we've done, una de las cosas que hemos hecho, porque usted vive en el precinto 2, you live in precinct 2, es que llegamos a poner mucha atención, we put a lot of attention a la sistema de drenaje, a los charcos, los ditches, como les dicen, to the ditches, the drainage system. Y normalmente la oficina, históricamente, ha escarbado alrededor de 400,000 pies de la sistema de drenaje. Normally, the precinct historically has averaged about 400,000 feet, linear feet of drainage maintenance. El año pasado llegamos a hacer 1,200,000 pies. So last year we were able to get to 1,200,000 feet. Y este año estamos a lo tanto de cumplir con lo mismo y seguir haciéndolos. And so this year we're hopefully going to hit the same mark. But eso es lo que estamos haciendo para prevenir que las vecindades lleguen a inundarse porque el agua no tiene dónde correr. And this is what we're trying to do our part to make sure that neighborhoods like yours don't flood because the water stays in the community and doesn't have anywhere to go. So we're going to continue to work Vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro trabajo y poniendo la atención a las vecindades que han inundado. And we're going to continue to pay attention to the neighborhoods that have flooded. Thank you. Gracias.
No dudo porque hablé al 311 y aquí está el señor que fue a checar. Pues él dijo que iba a hablar con sus supervisores, pero hasta hoy día pues no regresó.
Algunas cosas no son tan fácil que se puede hacer rápido, pero sí lo ponemos atención. A lot of things can't be done immediately, but we do pay attention to them and we do focus on them.
Nada más quería decirle última cosa. Tengo Harvey esperando que escarben ahí. Que tanto con 3 años.
Vamos a pedirle su información para agarrar los datos. We're going to have someone get your information so we can get details.
Pues yo se lo agradezco de todo corazón y gracias al grupo que me ha dado la oportunidad de volver a estar aquí con
Igualmente, gracias a usted. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else that is here to speak on this item? Sir? Would you come and state your name, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ken Williams, and I am the recently elected chair of the Harris County Flood Control Resilience Task Force. And I'm here today to express support for the proposal that is being put forth by Flood Control and Budget Management to use a mobility fund transfer to fund the 2018 bond program. We want to support that, and we met with both groups, and we feel like we understand exactly what they're proposing. And so we want to support that. We believe that this is an opportunity for the county to deliver equitable flood mitigation to the greater Harris County. We also want to be, as the task force, we want to be intentionally involved in the communications around the flood control district, so that we can help to ensure equitable outcomes now, both now and in the future. The task force is working on a number of things. They're working on analysis currently and information gathering. And we hope that this will be helpful to establish innovative and data-driven approaches to flood mitigation in the future. And we also appreciate the opportunity to collaborate and work with different county departments so that we can foster a positive relationship with not only flood control, but various other departments as well. Fully funding the 2018 bond program is a positive next step towards equitable flood resilience in our county. So we want to support that, as I stated previously. We're all in this together, as has been stated by many others here. And so that being said, I want to say thank you on behalf of the Harris County Community Flood Resilience Task Force.
Great.
I'm going to add something real quick to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. The funding that you mentioned that is coming from the Toll Road Association for flooding is of a couple of different pots. The first pot was one that Commissioner Garcia made the motion and I seconded, which was $230 million that have been given to each of your commissioners to utilize for projects that are associated with roads in our precincts. Because a lot of times you have roads that don't have adequate drainage. And the mobility funds have to be tied by law to mobility issues. But having adequate drainage to your roads is an important component to your roads. Road doesn't do you any good if it drowns you. except for the hope you maybe get out beforehand. And so that's one component. A second component of this project is also an additional annual transfer that will go to this trust fund. It's not a perfect fund, but it will also be for projects associated with our roads. But that deals with the Atlas 14 criteria and other criteria that you heard there earlier, because a good road needs to have good drainage that helps protect the neighborhoods. I know that Precinct 4 started a pilot. I think commissioners, my colleagues have adopted it, but we did a program and started a pilot in Precinct 4 that if we build a new road, it has to have 25% more drainage than better than what it was before. It's like the Boy Scout and the Girl Scout motto on steroids. If you build it, you need to make sure that it's got 25% better drainage than it had beforehand, so that we don't have the problem of inadequate drainage, because those things go forward. So I think that this is a good program that we're going to adopt. It's be recommended. It's not perfect, but it should be a way of allowing us to use our mobility funds to improve our mobility in our communities with regard to the drainage component to the roads in the neighborhoods that are within our service. And I think that Commissioner Ramsey had a comment he wanted to make. Is this our last speaker on this issue, or sir, are you on this issue, or are you on a different one? Okay.
Appreciate your leadership, service on this committee. Have y'all met as a group yet?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Good. We'll stay engaged. I know, having served on maybe a previous stormwater group, sometimes the meetings got fairly generic. So I know as chair, you're going to keep them real focused on things that matter, because we do need that input. We need your help. We need your understanding. And I think with that committee, you're going to have representations from a lot of different areas in Houston. So
Yes, sir.
we look for your continued input.
And we have speakers that are online that I wasn't aware of. I'm sorry for starting on that, but while you were here, Commissioner Ellis, did you have a quick comment you wanted to make before we take the online speakers?
I do. I just wanted to congratulate you. And I want to visit with you at some point as a person that pushed to get some equity language included. I want to make sure you, as the leader of this group, will pull together those diverse personalities, but make sure that equity is more than a 6-letter word, because everybody says they're for it. And now, but a lot of these things should have been included a long time ago. So we got a lot of catching up to do. Thank you. I look forward to meeting with you one-on-one. All right.
Garcia, do you have something you wanted to say now?
No, I just wanted to thank him for your service on the task force. It's good to have perspective outside of or the community level to help us ensure that we're moving in the right direction or not. So thank you so much.
Lucinda?
Oh, hold on.
Oops.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Williams.
Oh, I was just going to say thanks to all of y'all for your comments. And I am from Trinity Garden.
Oh, good. Thank
Trinity
you.
Gardens, Texas. So that's Northeast Houston as well.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Lucinda?
Yes, sir. If okay with you, is it okay if I read off the in-person names that were still on the list, just to make sure that we're not missing anybody?
Well, we're looking through the courtroom. And is there anybody else in here that needs to speak? Nope. Well, we got Jacob, but I don't think he's speaking on this issue. I think he's speaking on something else. So we'll pick him up in a little bit. But other than Jacob, I think we're good in the courtroom. I mean, you can read a name, but there's no human here to be able to respond to it.
Very well. I didn't want to miss anybody. Thank you. All right. The next person is Benton Bryant. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, I am Benton Bryant, and I've lived in Precinct 4 since moved to Houston in 1984, and I've seen quite a bit of flooding and other things in our area here. I wanted to speak also that I do represent our realtors at Texas Legacy Properties, and we are a newer office, and there's 38 of us here. And I just want to say that we support the mobility funds transfer to the flood control. And of course, we'd like to see some of the money spent out here on Cypress Creek, because it's still an issue out in this area. And I want to thank everybody for everything they're doing, and look forward to seeing what the outcome is after this meeting. And thank you so much.
Lucinda, who's our next one?
Yes, sir. Hang on just a moment. Kay Tyner, go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Kay Tyner. I am a resident of Harris County, and I wanted to just briefly say that I support our police, and I support the the reinstatement of the rollback in the salaries and the money reserved for that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tyner. I think we put you down here for flood control, but we'll record your comments for the item number 442. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
Ms. Lucinda?
Yes, sir.
And who's our next one?
Bill St. Clair with CCFCC. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm Bill St. Clair, and I represent the Cypress Creek Flood Control Coalition today. We are a nonprofit organization which for over 20 years has been advocating for adequate flood mitigation within the Cypress Creek watershed in northwest Harris County. This is the largest flood drainage area among the 23 watersheds in Harris County. Our members include 28 community water districts, over 51 HOAs, civic and property owners associations, and hundreds of businesses, churches, and individuals. We support the Harris County Flood Control District's and Budget Management Department's plan to reallocate funds from the Harris County Toll Road Authority to close the $1.4 billion funding gap for the 2018 bond project. All new road construction requires a certain amount of flood mitigation to reduce flooding, and a recent study shows that new road construction has generated the need for $14 billion of flood mitigation work. This money was never set aside, so reallocating the money now from road construction to flood mitigation is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. Clair. Lucinda, do we have any more speakers on the subject?
Yes, sir. Tanya Richardson with League of Women Voters. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for hanging in there for me. My name is Tanya Richardson, and I'm a resident of Precinct 1 and a participant of the League of Women Voters of Houston's Rising Stars program. Some of us in our cohort this year focused on environmental justice and flooding in Harris County, engaging local experts at Rice and community groups like SEER and West Street Recovery. It is apparent that Greens and Halls Bayous have seen some of the biggest impact from recent flooding and yet have received the least amount of flood mitigation funding compared to other bayous. This is not the equitable distribution of flood protection investment intended in the 2018 bond program. BIPOC and low-income communities in these bayous suffer the most when weather disasters strike our city and struggle for longer to recover. I've volunteered in flood repair construction and have seen the extensive damage to homes. Flood damage is not easy to fix and can leave residents living in unhealthy conditions for years. Creating the Flood Resilience Trust is a step in the right direction and is progress, but additional funds should be spent in low-income communities. With global climate change and increasing storm frequency and intensity, flood mitigation will grow only more important, especially for those communities in Greens and Halls Bayous. My ask today, please consider a more equitable approach to the distribution of flood mitigation funding. Please consider accelerating funding for projects in Greens and Halls Bayous to help all your voters and help close the historic gap of environmental injustice. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucinda,
Yes, sir.
who do we have next?
Michelle Awais with Bayou City Waterkeeper. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Masha Lewis, Watershed Specialist for Bayou City Waterkeeper. We're a local organization that uses science, law, and policy to protect waterways, preserve wetlands, and fight for flooding resilience for communities in Harris County and across the greater Houston area. We are here in solidarity with members of the Northeast Action Collective and all communities who regularly flood in Harris County. We strongly believe that the county must use all available resources and funding to deliver on the promise of the flood bond, and that includes using mobility funds for flood protection and to support the creation of a new flood resilience trust. Over the long term, more work is needed. We urge the county and all of us to embrace a common vision that no matter our zip code, no matter who we are, every person within this county must have access to flood protection that works. The main tool for achieving this vision has been the prioritization framework created by the Flood Control District. Recent funding shortfalls show that the framework is not working. Communities most affected by flooding were left behind again. We must fix the framework or find tools that work better and include communities in this process. Transparency also is needed as the county designs a process that fulfills the vision of a Harris County where no one is left in harm's way. We know that the existing framework isn't working, but we have no sense of how that framework works in practice and how it has been applied. This needs to change so communities affected by flooding and the advocates you see before you today can effectively be a part of this process and make sure it delivers on all of its promises over the long term. We ask you to approve the creation of a new flood resilience trust, strengthen tools to ensure equity is actually achieved, and work closely with communities most affected by flooding to create the best solutions. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those were all the speakers on this item. Is it safe to assume we're going to speaker number 1?
Yes, that would be a very safe assumption. So we'll have speaker number 1 at this time.
Yes, trying to get them on the line. Hang on just a moment. All right, I'm going to unmute the interpreter. Interpreter, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, just a moment.
Perfect.
I've just lost that caller. I'm going to interpreter, can you mute yourself, please? And
Yes.
Until I get another person. Thank you. Sorry, court members, we're trying to get the other speakers on the line.
If you need a moment, we can let Mr. Jacob give his talk to us while you're rounding the other ones up. Would that work well for you?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Jacob, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you have to say today in 3 minutes or less? Well, you need to go to the microphone and tell us your name.
Yeah. I mean, they have been better. As Jeff said, Lena, hey, she's smart anyway. She knows the winners. Okay, I'm coming to Jacob, and she had the eyeglasses, like a spectacle. She's specter.
You need to say your name.
Oh, Jacob Clement. Well, I said it. Clementich Jacob.
There you go. Thank you.
You know, like Bond, James Bond. I said Clementich Jacob Clementich. Yeah. Well, at any rate, here goes. Yeah. This is about the rollover with the fiasco of that county administrator. Well, here it goes. Okay. Okay, you get the point. You need to keep the rollover because, hey, they need funding. I mean, the police, law enforcement is very, very important. I mean, these minority communities, hey, y'all should know that they need it. I mean, like, we here, we have the privilege. I mean, just think of the fiasco at like those cities and states that have defunded the police. I mean, God, how bogus can you get? I mean, shoot, they can enforce security, but the people who are poor or minorities or marginalized like me can't afford security. Oh, yeah, there, it's over. Okay, well, at any rate, I wish, I have a, oh, come on. There. Okay, anyway, what I want to say about the flooding, not having a good thing about grassroots, they need to come here, and, complain, and, yeah, like a squeaky wheel gets the grease first, but hey, it also gets replaced first. Also, yeah, but, about that county administrator, you don't, fix what's not broken, or, you do not try to improve the wheel. I mean, other, principalities, that is, incorporated cities, have, county administrators, but, that's no good because, well, they might be losers. Like the administration, they've sent money to those parts of the country that, are really out of touch with reality, and, it's just no good. I mean, what else can I say? Let me get back. I'll come back. Also I have.
You're out of time, Jacob.
Can I ask some questions like what I have to give to y'all?
You can hand it to the bailiff, but we've been trying to keep it pretty tight unless one of these guys over here wants to open it up. They're smiling at you. All right, Jacob. Thank you very, very much, sir.
All right.
Hand what you got over to the bailiff.
Uh-huh.
All right, Lucinda. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
a speaker for us now?
I do. Interpreter, if you can please unmute yourself.
I've unmuted myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
And which speaker number?
Number 3, Lydia Rodriguez. Go ahead, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lidia Rodríguez
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lydia Rodriguez.
y hablo de parte de la organización Home Coalition.
I'm speaking on behalf of the organization Home Coalition.
Y lo que me gustaría tratar el día de hoy es cómo se va a usar el dinero federal APA
And what I would like to discuss today is how they will use the federal funds for ARPA
para resolver los problemas que la comunidad está sufriendo actualmente.
to solve the problems our community is currently suffering.
Uno de esos problemas que me gustaría que se resolviera son las inundaciones, ya que estamos en temporada de huracanes.
One of the problems that I would like to see resolved is the floods, since we are currently in hurricane season.
Y ya hemos visto lo que pasa cuando no estamos preparados para ello.
And we have already seen what happens when we are not prepared.
Hay muchas personas que todavía no han obtenido su ayuda desde Harvey.
There are many people who have still not gotten help since Harvey.
Y pues ahora que tenemos y necesitamos usar ese dinero para ayudar a la mitigación de inundaciones.
And now, since we have that money, we should be able to use that money for the flood mitigation.
Solo quisiera que ustedes sean claros de cómo se va a distribuir ese dinero.
I just ask that you be clear about where the money is going to be distributed.
Muchas gracias y que tengan buenas tardes.
Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Lidia, gracias por llamar y por sus comentarios y por exigir que le ponemos atención en el uso de ese dinero para tener mayor impacto en áreas como la de usted. I just want to thank you for calling in and sharing your thoughts and comments to make sure that we are paying attention how we use those dollars so we can have maximum impact in neighborhoods like yours. So thank you so much. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
And Lucinda, it helps us on this end if you'll tell us the number of the speaker so we can find it on our list just a little bit quicker.
Yes, sir. I'm going to unmute number 1, Andres Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Hello.
Adelante, señor Rodríguez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Andrés Rodríguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Andres Rodriguez.
Soy voluntario de la coalición Home.
I'm a volunteer with the Home Coalition,
Y hoy quiero hablar sobre los fondos federales que el condado agarrará.
and today I would like to speak about the federal funds that the county will be receiving.
Los fondos ARPA deben usarse para ayudar a aquellos que tienen problemas para pagar alquiler y hipotecas.
The ARPA funds should and need to be used for those who are having trouble with paying rent and mortgages.
Soy un organizador de la comunidad y he visto y escuchado estos problemas de primera mano.
I'm a community organizer and I have seen and heard these issues firsthand.
Aunque existen programas no siempre son los mejores y no muchas personas agarran, no muchos son accesibles para muchas personas.
Though there are programs, they're not always accessible for everyone for various reasons.
Como saben, la moratoria de desalojo de los CDC será extendido un mes más.
As you know, the CDC eviction moratorium will be extended or has been extended for one more month.
Y aunque no fue 100% efectiva, algo de protección es mejor que nada.
And though it was not 100% effective, some protection is better than none.
Eso les da un mes para que averigüen cómo pueden transferir parte de esos fondos para ayudar con el alquiler y hipotecas.
That gives you one more month to figure out how you can move some of that funding to help with the rent and mortgages.
Dado que COVID sigue siendo una amenaza para algunos, como el freeze, no queremos ver que la gente luche para sobrevivir múltiples desastres ahora con temporada de huracanes.
With COVID still being a threat to some, like in the freeze, we do not want to see people fighting to survive multiple disasters now with hurricane season upon us.
Es fundamental que su gente no pierda refugios y que existan programas diseñados para que eso suceda.
It is crucial that your people don't lose their shelters and that there are programs designed for that not to happen.
Y es su deber como nuestros líderes idear por esos programas.
And it is your duty as your leaders to come up with programs like this.
Utilice su liderazgo y poder para hacer un cambio y alcanzarnos un paso más a la equidad.
Please use your leadership and power to make a change and get us one step closer to equality.
Ahora la pregunta que queremos responder. ¿Cuál es su plan? Gracias.
Now the question that we want to hear answered is, what is your plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Commissioner, I just got a message from County Attorney that we do not have a quorum. Do we need to stop County Attorney?
Could you put the County Attorney on for just a moment?
He's on the line now.
All right. Is it Jay that's online with us?
Yes, sir.
Jay, my understanding is that to receive comments from the public, that if you begin with the quorum, I believe that I've got my colleagues circling in the hallways, coming in and out, that we do not need to maintain physical quorum in the courtroom as long as they are available and we don't vote on anything. Am I in error in my interpretations of the quorum rules with regard to the receiving public comment? I can't hear you, Jay. Mr. Iyer?
He is online, and so is Scott Lamond. He might not be able to unmute.
Mr. Lamond, are you there?
Jay, I've unmuted you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Jay. Did you hear my?
I apologize. I'm sorry. I was for some reason I was stuck on mute and I couldn't unmute. Yes, that's correct. As long as we don't vote on anything, we should be okay. As long as you're just hearing from it. But if That's, I believe that is correct, but I'm going to verify so we can keep going.
If you'll verify that real quick, but we began public comment with the quorum.
Correct.
I have two colleagues that are on the floor and available if we need to bring them in. I think these are the same rules that apply to the legislature. And so as long as we don't take a vote on any issue, that we are allowed to continue to receive the public comment while someone slipped down the hall to powder their nose or wash their hands.
Yes, that sounds right. Let me, if you can.
I'll give you a moment before we take up the next.
Yeah, give me one. If you can give me one moment here, I can just verify just so we're on. Hold on one moment.
Thank you. And if it helps, Jay, while you're looking that up, these are the rules that we follow during budget hearings. Many times we would have just one member of court present once we started the budget hearings, although they are announced meetings. As long as no action was taken, receipt of testimony could occur.
Commissioner Cagle, that is the current rules we operate by. We haven't changed that. So you are correct. We can proceed. But I just wanted to verify. Thank you for indulging me on that.
Anytime my county attorney says he wants to check something, or whoever they have sitting in that seat that you're in right now for the moment, I'm going to pause to make sure that we stay on the true and narrow. But it has been county practice that as long as we begin the proceedings with the quorum, that it does not require a quorum to remain for the receipt of testimony. We've done that with budget hearings and with other hearings. We will continue with that out of court efficiency. With that having been said, again, thank you, Mr. Iyer, and
thank you.
And Lucinda, who's our next speaker?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Number 4, Rita Stevenson with the Ultimate Daisy. Go ahead, please.
Just so that the record is clear, we do have present in the courtroom at this time a quorum again, although it's not required to have a quorum for the receipt of testimony, but we have Commissioner Garcia and we have Commissioner Ramsey and myself. All right. Ms. Stevenson.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be in this forum and be included in this. Thank you. I am here today to speak or to ask for more programs to be developed for those of us that had businesses and things like that before COVID, and because of COVID, it has caused a strain. I was diagnosed with COVID in my whole entire family. I lost my mom during COVID, and we had trouble with getting medication and, getting rent paid. It was just so many things that it just seemed like it was compiled. It was one thing after another, and it just help was hard to get. And I just want to see that the money be allocated for the people, like the little people, if I may say, the little people where it's not so hard for us. It's like there's so many stipulations put on things, and it just seems like it's hard. It doesn't really seem like it's a quick, remedy to, what we're going through. So I just wanted to know, how will the money help the people like myself?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lucinda, who is our next speaker?
Number 6, Jason Oliver. He is speaking on item number 1 and also item 442, but I know that we're not supposed to speak on that item yet. Mr. Oliver,
we're gonna.
Hi. Yeah,
Mr. Oliver, we are holding item 442 for a little bit later.
That's fine.
So if you'll just give us your comments on item number 1, we would appreciate that.
That's fine. Good evening, Commissioner and Judge. My name is Jason Oliver. I live in Precinct 3. Regarding agenda item 1, I just want to highlight a need for a focus on a specific subset of our small business community, which consists of individual artists and small arts organizations, using ARPA funds to provide grants for public art programming by artists residing throughout Harris County is an allowable use of funds, as well as a way to stimulate the economy, get people back outside, and support local artists who've been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic due to the shutdown of the creative economy alongside the service economy, which many artists also work in to supplement wages from the creative work. We already have a strong example of how to roll out such a process right in Houston with the Houston Arts Alliance, but Harris County is, as we know, more than just Houston. And as you may know, Houston's funding primarily depends on notoriously precarious hotel occupancy taxes. The use of these ARPA funds to support our local artists and small arts organizations is important for sustaining and improving our quality of life as we push through this pandemic. I also have just brief notes. I'm generally supportive of the county administrator idea. I don't need to read that, but thank you all, and I think all this stuff is important. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. This is Tom Ramsey, Precinct 3 Commissioner. We'll be reaching out to you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you for calling in.
All right. Lucinda, our next speaker.
Is number 35, Trisha Pollard. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I am former Bel Air City Council member Trisha Pollard. I also serve on Houston Galveston Area Council as well as Transportation Policy Council. I've been a resident of Harris County for over 45 years and have served as foreman of 6 Harris County grand juries, including the grand jury that investigated then DA Pat Lycos. I have lived in Bel Air for 30 years, and we enjoy outstanding police protection from Bel Air PD. Still, I live in fear now. I am extremely concerned with the exponential increase in violent crime in Harris County, coupled with the lack of concern and action by our Harris County Commissioners Court. At last count, there have been 121 Houstonians killed and murdered by defendants released on multiple felony bonds, PR bonds, etc. The majority of these killings have happened in 2020 and 2021. Although there has not been any felony bond reform voted on, maverick judges like the 262's Lori Chambers Gray have taken it upon themselves to alter felony bond practices. Judge Gray ignored the DA's recommendation to revoke bond. She kept letting Raul Leon loose, whose crime spree continued to escalate up to the recent murder of Raul Zarco. We desperately need statewide bail reform and legislation like HB 20. Our DA has gone on record saying crime is up because of these renegade bail practices. We desperately need protection from our own judges. What a sorry state of criminal justice we have in Harris County. How can you as a court hear this and not support HB 20? The Harris County Justice Administration Department, JAD, on behalf of this Commissioner's Court, testified against HB 20. Testified against it. This is shameful. You have failed us, and we live in fear. As residents of Harris County, we have been betrayed by this court. How many more people must be victimized or killed before you listen to your constituents and support a life-saving piece of legislation? Why have you remained silent on this issue? Are you waiting until you are personally affected to do something? I urge you to take action now and protect your citizens and support HB 20. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Council member, it's good to hear from you. It is a priority, and I'll be following up with you.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear you again.
Thank you.
HAAC.
Thanks. Thank you. Good night.
Lucinda, who's next?
We're going to skip to 46. Jose Solis with Buffalo Bayou Partnership. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jose Solis, and I'm the project manager for Buffalo Bayou Partnership. I think most of you are aware of us, but Buffalo Bayou Partnership is the organization that is redeveloping Buffalo Bayou from Shepherd Drive to the Port of Houston Turning Basin. And I am talking in favor, I think it's item 425, the proposal to convert property between Fannin, San Jacinto, Congress, and the bayou into a park, dubbed Remembrance Park. We as Buffalo Bayou Partnership endorsed this project. First off, we are actually working on a project that runs through that existing site, and we think this would be a great benefit. We're building a trail, along the bayou in this area. So we think that additional destinations along the bayou really enhance the bayou experience overall, and as a network of destinations along the bayou, it really benefits the whole community. We really enjoy or like the idea of commemorating and promoting social justice at this site in terms of the sort of overall theme and intent for the project. We think that the symbolism of having such a park at Allen's Landing is particularly poignant, since this is where the city of Houston was founded. The location is also actually important because it was immediately, or it's one block west of the site where Joe Campos Torres was murdered. He was a 23-year-old Mexican-American Vietnam veteran who was beaten by several City of Houston police officers in 1977 and was actually dumped in the bayou immediately adjacent to this site. So in terms of social or equity, criminal justice reform, all of those issues, just even the physical location is important. We look forward to working with Harris County if they decide to move forward with this project in terms of its design, how it fits into the overall downtown context, transportation issues, all of those kind of things to make sure that it really works for downtown. So we are endorsing this project. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Commissioner, thank you very much and for your work. Commissioner Ellis has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Not just a comment to thank you. I was in my office trying to get on. They'll figure out so I can get on. I was trying to get that lunch, but multitask. But look, thank you for chiming in and Commissioner at the appropriate time. I know he signed up. I'd like to let Michael Murphy with the MASH group just do his slide presentation, Lucinda, if that's possible. I thought it was going to be late tonight and I was going to let it wait, but since we're here, we kept going. When he comes on, if you can, Lucinda, let him pop it up on the slide deal and so he can show them what it looks like. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodney.
For which item, Commissioner?
425.
Thank you.
425. Thank you.
I need a little sugar.
Is
I
he
had to go
calling
get some
in?
food. My sugar level was going down, Tom. You better watch that. Yeah.
Is he calling in, Commissioner
Yeah,
Ellis?
they'll work it out. Lucinda, whenever, if you just let him know and let him pop in, William, right?
We-
I think
We did try to reach him. He did not answer.
he'll answer now, right, William?
Okay, we'll try again.
I told him to go to sleep. I think he's in Boston, but since we kept going while in the judge's absence, whenever you can get it, but you can keep going through the speakers, but whenever you can get it.
Do you have Miss number 47 or my appointee, Deborah Blacklock Sloan, either one keyed up?
I have number 48, yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and hear from my appointee, Deborah Blacklock Sloan, please.
Okay, she dropped. Hang on just a moment.
Harris County Historical Commission.
Okay, number 48 did drop off the line. We'll try to reach her back again.
While you're trying to do that, I'll share with Commissioner Ellis that Deborah Blacklock Sloan was very helpful for us in Precinct 4. A number of years ago, we discovered a slave grave cemetery in the back of one of our parks that had been forgotten. It had just been forgotten. And Deborah Blacklock Sloan helped us research it and found out the story and the history behind it, helped us get a plaque to put on there. I and a couple of our employees on past Juneteenths would go out there and read the story of what went on there. That particular cemetery in Texas history is kind of interesting. There is segregation in the cemetery, but not the way that we thought of in the 50s and the 60s. The segregation there is all the Catholics were buried in that corner. All the Methodists were buried over in this corner, and the Lutherans were buried over there because the German settlers of that era didn't really believe in slavery as much, although it was, I think they may have been, but they wanted to be buried with people of their same faith, but they didn't care what color of skin they were. And so it's a very interesting piece of history in Harris County up there. And Deborah Blacklock Sloan helped us with digging into and preserving and getting our plaque. There was a powder mill explosion that was up there, and there was a common grave that everybody from the explosion had been put into. A powder mill. It was actually a munitions powder, gunpowder that exploded during the Civil War.
Which park is it?
It is called Spring Creek Park. You've ridden through it. It's a beautiful little park, and it's part of our Greenway Trail. And what one of the things is that everybody that died in the explosion was put into a common grave. The Germans, as well as the blacks, the slaves, technical slaves, although the Germans didn't really think of them as much that way, if I understand the story correctly, in the same common grave. And then in the 70s, a monument was put up honoring the Germans that had died in that explosion. And one of the Harris County Park attendees, at that time this park was in Precinct 3, in the front of the park, and Mr. DeVos put up a cross to honor the slaves that were in the same common grave as the German descendants, so that both sets of descendants or ancestors were honored in the park. And so,
I might put an intern on because I'll be curious to know were they slaves or not.
they call it a slave grave cemetery, and I think that some of the folks that were buried in there were in the regulars part of the cemetery to where the segregation occurred. Or so, and Deborah Blacklock Sloan could probably tell you more about it all, but she and Janet Wagner did extensive research in that cemetery and the history of it, and they actually found some other interesting artifacts that were in there back from the time when LaSalle was in the region. Apparently they found a piece of a flintlock rifle from LaSalle that was in that zone. But it's a very, very unique part of our Texas, if not Harris County history.
I spent the week in Galveston from Juneteenth. So I did ride the Emancipation Trail back. So I went down there Friday, rode it back on a bicycle.
On the one with the little motor assist or the regular one?
No, the Congresswoman had the little motor assist and a few others, but I did it all the way, about 60 miles to come in. And it was interesting. I stayed in Galveston for the week, and Anthony Griffin, who you might know, shared with me the story of Mr. CUNY. You know that story?
It's fleeing my mind right.
CUNY Holmes is named.
Oh yeah, CUNY Holmes. Yes.
Yeah. And it's just fascinating. I'm halfway through the book. I'll share it with you when I finish it up.
Did we get Deborah Blacklock Sloan back yet?
We did, and she just dropped again. We're going to have to try to call her back. Yes. But I do have another speaker if I can move on to the next one.
If you would, please.
Thank you. Gladys Housel.
Yes, peace to everyone. I'm just calling to thank Commissioner Ellis for his assistance, Ms. Williams' assistance. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce. It's caller number 2, non-agenda related.
Okay.
The very last page. All right. Your time will start over. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Gladys House L here from Freedmanstown. And I want to thank Commissioner Ellis's staff person, Ms. Williams, who attempted to try and help me resolve a matter. She wasn't successful, but I managed to do it on my own. And I want to thank Ms. Elizabeth Doss, Tax Assessing Collector's Office, because she disclosed to me today something I was unaware of, and I'll have to deal with that other entity at another time. But back in 2016, I presented a position paper to all of the elected officials, the county commissioners court as well as city council and so forth, about creating an ombudsman department. so that the taxpayers would not have to be intimidated by HCAD or any other taxing entities, but would have a voice, a legitimate voice to speak on their behalf. And the taxpayers would not have to appeal HCAD wrongful decision in court. Rather, the Ombudsman Office would be the troubleshooter and a voice on behalf of the taxpaying citizenry in Houston-Harris County. And you would place an office in the northeast, northwest, southwest, and southeast locations in existing offices. But long story short, my position paper shares the most reasonable and economic route to an end result of representing the best interests of the taxpayers in Harris County without using a lot of money, not reinventing the wheel. And the offices will be open 7 days a week, because too often the government closes on Friday, and that's when most of the taxpayers are available on the weekend, so they won't have to miss work. Like I've had to sit through this waiting on my turn to speak since 10 o'clock today, a.m., and I hope that the Commissioners Court will go back to hearing citizens first, because we do have jobs to do and other things, and you all as commissioners are already at work. So I think that was a bad decision to make us wait all day long before we could speak. But in any event, I really would like to have the opportunity again to resubmit to the Commissioners Court the position paper, so that $3 million won't be spent on one person that has been selected or will be selected by Judge Hidalgo. I think that's a bad decision, and especially when the citizens have not had the equal opportunity to give input, and the citizens know best what is best for the city and the county. Just give them a chance. So I do hope and pray that the Commissioners Court will not vote to approve the one person to take over the thinking
Ms.
for.
Housel, that beeping meant that you were out of time. Are you done? I think I heard your message there.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you so much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Lucinda, what number and who do we have next?
Number 48. And it's Deborah Blacklock Sloan.
Deborah Blacklock Sloan, we were talking about you while we were trying to get you on, and we were saying actually good stuff, just so you know.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Cagle, and good evening to everyone on the call. I'm glad to be a part of this meeting. So if I am speaking with regard to Juneteenth becoming a county holiday, please count me in. That holiday is special for two reasons. Number one, it's my mom's birthday. And number two, to quote, if I may steal the Ford Company's slogan, which says that when we remember, recognize, and respect the contribution of those who labor to build this country, we can move forward. And, finally, again, I always like to introduce myself as a native Houstonian and sixth-generation Texan. So Juneteenth was not in my history books here in Houston, and so it's very important that we educate the community and the world about Juneteenth, because it is important to Black folks. And then finally, I would hope that this would pass, because it's long overdue. We all know that it's long overdue. And that is the end of my speech. Thank you.
Deborah Blacklock Sloan, if you would later on reach out to Commissioner Ellis's office. He is fascinated by the backstory of our Spring Creek Park, that you were so helpful, you and Janet Wagner, in finding out all of that interesting history that we have up there. He might even want to ride his bike through there, and we'll give him a passport for that day to come up there and go do that.
That's correct. Deborah, this is Rodney Ellison. June 19th is my mother's birthday as well.
Oh,
So,
wow.
and we'll have a motorized bicycle for you. We'll plan a ride. I've written it, but let's plan that. It's going to cool off in another 2 months. If you're willing to do it early, let's do that soon.
All right. Thank you very, very
I'd love
much.
to do that. I'd love to do that. And I have the history of that cemetery on my desk, as a matter of fact, you know, so I
Email
can,
it to me.
I'll send
Email it
you
to me,
the
Deborah.
information. I
Okay.
sure will, certainly. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you very much.
And I won't bring my guy on. He was in his car, he left, and he didn't want to, I'll let him present at
Is he
another
ready
board
now?
meeting. No, he said that he didn't want to try to, he couldn't see the slides from his phone.
Okay.
So I think I'll wing it when we get to the item, but I'll have it presented to next court.
Okay. And who's next? Ms.
Those
Lucinda.
were all the speakers we could reach. The only speakers left are for item number 442.
Okay. Well, I think that the judge believed that she might be back at 6:45. Let me turn to Alex here. Is that still a fairly good guesstimate, or should we push for 7 in terms of a recess?
So if we make it 7, and under
Okay.
the law, we just have to come back and save this later.
We will.
Want her to rush. She
we-
needs to finish what she's doing.
Okay, we will recess at this time until 7 o'clock, at which time I'll come back. And if we don't have a ETA on the county judge at that time, we'll recess further. But at this moment, court will stand in recess. I've had several requests that I do this, and so I just got to hit the gavel to say, court is in recess until 7.
Oh, okay. You good? It's 8:12 and Commissioner's Court is back in session. Thank you, Commissioner Cagle. So I understand we got through the speakers, except for those for item 442. And there's 3 votes that we kind of have pending right now, what I left that we had the discussion open. One is the technology item 434, and then there's the flood bond financing 140 and 191. So let's take those up. 434 technology item, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And as we discussed yesterday, this is an exciting opportunity to improve the lives of our constituents by using force multiplying technology, state-of-the-art technology, to help our law enforcement folks do their job. And so my motion is that I move that the county make at least 14.8 million of technology investments that further the county's goals of justice and public safety, using unutilized funds remaining from the fiscal year 2021 budget and other suitable county resources. Investments should be prioritized to first be utilized for law enforcement systems like body-worn cameras and offense reporting systems. And let me just make my own edit here. And uniform offense reporting systems that will alleviate backlog in criminal courts, and then on technology that enhances public safety. I further move that the Budget Management Department, working with other relevant departments, provide a quarterly update on this initiative. I further move to direct the Justice Administration Department to assist in establishing parameters for the use of these funds.
Second.
Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, we have Mr. Berry here live. If I could ask him a question.
And Commissioner Garcia, uniform, you mean consistent?
Well, that's the name of the technology,
Oh, I see.
Uniform Offense Reporting System.
Oh, okay, so that's the one that we need for evidence production.
That's actually the police report. When we say when the victim has been, when a victimization has occurred, it'll be one reporting system across, between the sheriff's office, ideally HPD, and the constable's offices.
Mr. Berry? Yes, sir. Thank you. My question to you is not that complicated. When we say unused funds from last year, I want to make sure that we are not going to use funds that have been previously allocated to law enforcement, i.e. fire marshal, constables, sheriffs, or any other law enforcement entity. can you assure me that if I vote for this, because I want to, that I will not be voting for us utilizing funds that had been previously allocated to any of those entities?
And Commissioner, just to clarify, are you talking about funds that are currently in their budget for this year?
I'm talking about funds that were, if this says that we are going to using unutilized funds remaining from fiscal year 2021.
Okay.
And we have a semantic discussion going on whether or not a rollover is a utilized or an unutilized asset. And I just want to make sure that if I support this, which I do support the subject matter, that am not voting to utilize funds that had previously been in a rollover account of our constables or one of our other law enforcement entities.
So Commissioner Cagle, forgive not a long answer, but I want to give a complete answer. For the unused fiscal year 2021 budget that's referenced in the motion, we went through a process where departments could say, here's my proposal to keep that. Most of those were approved, over 90% for the sheriff and constables. The remaining amounts went back to the general fund. They're not in a department's budget right now, and we haven't tagged them as funds apart from the rest of the general fund. So my answer is that we would use, I think the amount of funding that Commissioner Garcia has outlined is consistent with money that was unused budget from law enforcement agencies last year. But those funds aren't specifically in a law enforcement budget. They're part of the general fund.
Judge?
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I get it. About half our budget goes into law enforcement. And if the money went back into the general fund, I hate to disappoint my colleague, but if he's been voting on items and the money has come out of the general fund, arguably some of that was that money.
The money's not tagged, right? We went through a process.
That box that says this, that. It went into the general fund, which is where it came out of, might I add.
Agreed.
The difference is that this item specifically states unutilized. And because it says unutilized, it appears to be a flag towards what had been removed from rollover accounts. And that's where I'm hanging up. If it was just from the general fund, I don't think I'd have a problem. And so, but if you're going to say that it was from the unutilized funds, that in essence ties it to our discussion to where we have some serious semantical discussions, some serious definitional understanding issues. And I know that we're going to go in executive session about this in a little bit. But if you just said it was going to go from the general fund, then I don't think I have a problem with it. But if we're going to use the language of unutilized funds, that to me seems to tie it to the rollover discussion of rollover funds that were pulled out of constables and put into the general fund when we use this language. If you get rid of the word unutilized funds, if you just say from the general fund, then I'm probably okay.
So be it. Because look, every year we go through a budgeting process. And when we go through the budgeting process every year, we're now in a new slate of management of the county. So the budget office went through a budgeting process with the constables. And then we started the new fiscal year. Those funds are now in the general fund. And this is a motion to take a portion of the general fund and apply it to law enforcement technology.
If you'll take the unutilized language out and just say using general funds.
But they may well be from those funds. I mean, we don't, if it's all a mix and.
But is there a problem using general fund? Okay.
No. But to be clear, that doesn't, where we say general funds, we're not gonna relitigate the budgetary decisions that have already been made. And that's what I want to not open the door with this motion, because
But where's this money sitting at currently?
The money that was not spent in fiscal year 21 and was not allocated through either the budget process or call it the rollover reform process is in the general fund.
Okay. All right.
So
I will accept the friendly amendment.
yes, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, and we're going to have a much larger discussion, but I simply want to clarify that the conversations around the budget, that happened at one point. The conversations around rollover happened after that. So the budgeting process happened in this period of time, and the rollover discussion changes, they happened in another time. But general fund would make it acceptable for me too.
So,
I'm good with it.
so the motion will read
The motion will read,
using general funds
yes,
and general funds.
yep, using general funds remaining from the fiscal year 2021 budget and other suitable county resources.
Okay, so what, did you
Any
catch
objection,
that?
Dave? No objection.
Excuse me?
No objection.
Did you catch that,
Commissioner Cagle asked me.
James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there a motion, Commissioner Garcia?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, that was a second by Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner Ellis, correct.
Thank you.
Dave, you guys had a presentation on flood control. Do you
Should
guys
be
want to
quick.
go through that real quick?
Sure.
And your mic may not be on, Mr. Barry. I'm not sure if it is. There you go. There you go.
This should be for item 140 and 191. Thank you.
140.
140 and 191.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Alan Black. I'm the Director of Operations at Harris County Flood Control District. I believe there are some slides as well to show.
I'm getting them up for you. One moment.
Great, thank you. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment to thank first the Community Flood Resilience Task Force for the time that they dedicated to us over the last couple of weeks to coordinate and collaborate on what we're here to present tonight. And then especially a huge thank you to Dave Barry and his team of budget management, Peter Key and Will McGinnis. They've all been instrumental. We've been meeting daily with them on this. Next slide, please. So I'll present today the first 11 slides of the executive summary of the larger presentation sent out to all court members yesterday. And it starts with a little bit of a recap. Next slide, please. While one of the purposes of Flood Control District is to leverage federal funding for flood damage reduction, our mission is obviously much greater than that. So it's important to note that investment in flood risk reduction efforts has not kept pace with investment in other infrastructure. For example, since the 1980s, the county has invested almost twice as much money in the toll road system as in flood control. Harvey, of course, fundamentally changed how flood control operates because it led to the passage of the bond program and the equity-based prioritization framework adopted by Commissioners Court. But we did all this still with the expectation that our federal, state, and local partners would pitch in to effectively double the $2.5 billion approved by voters. Now, in March, court was presented with an update on our progress. And we've done pretty good, I like to think, by securing $1.25 billion in partner funding. But we have a long way to go still. As directed by court, the Flood Control District and Budget Management Department have coordinated, like I said, almost daily to develop a plan to provide certainty for the projects in the bond program. Next slide, please. Now, this map shows how that nearly $5 billion in planned projects breaks out across the county's watersheds. The darker watersheds represent greater dollar amounts with a concentration in some of our most vulnerable areas, such as Falls and Greens. Other watersheds like White Oak and Clear Creek also stand out thanks to projects with the Corps of Engineers, some of which have been underway for decades. Next slide, please. Now, when we look back at our original plan, our approach in 2018 to double the voter-approved voting, it was clear we needed to assess the issues that were clearly impediments to our success, to the certainty that these projects will be built. First, as you know, nearly half of the assumed partner funding has not yet materialized. This is obviously far different than our expectation of how federal dollars would be distributed. Second, nearly every dollar of the current bond capacity has been allocated to a specific project, leaving us little to no room to manage any change. Finally, the prioritization framework, which since its passage has guided our efforts across the county, does not control where funds are applied. It also originally ranked only those projects that had not yet been initiated, and excluded countywide efforts, projects already underway, and subdivision drainage projects. Recognitions of these issues has informed the recommendations we're here to present today. Next slide, please. So this chart picks up on the conversation back in March. On the left is the tall blue bar, and this is the full $5 billion bond program. And when you consider the bond, the $1.2 billion in secured partners, and some other elements, we're left with that $1.3 billion funding need discussed in March. And since that conversation, we've focused on how to bring more certainty to whenever our partners do not show up. Next slide, please. And graphically, this is how that plan looks. We start by continuing, of course, to spend the $2.5 billion approved by voters in accordance with the prioritization framework. And to date, no project has been delayed due to a lack of a partner. We also have to keep pushing and demanding partner funding, and there are many opportunities out there. Obviously, the CDBG MIT is a major part of that, whether it's $750 million or hopefully more. FEMA's BRIC program will receive $1 billion this year alone for projects nationwide. The infrastructure bill that's been talked a lot in Congress has seen movement in the last week, and the Water Resources Development Act of 2020, or WRDA, gives the Corps of Engineers some flexibility with that benefit-cost ratio on a few pilot projects. We're tracking all of this and more very, very closely. But we also must have an alternate plan to assure that certainty, which is why we recommend establishing a flood resilience trust. The first deposits into the flood resilience trust will be the existing mobility funds already approved by court, which can be used on bond projects provided there is a clear nexus to mobility. And we're going to use that expression, nexus to mobility, a lot here. And what I mean by that starts with the fact that nearly all of the drainage from our highways and collector streets across the county drain water into channels that Flood Control District maintains. That's one, but think also of the resilience brought to a community with a flood resilience project that improves regional drainage, will reduce, if not sometimes eliminate, inundation of key roads during a storm, which allows emergency responders to get in, and after the storm, speeds up recovery by helping residents get out, to get supplies, get back to their jobs. Nearly every flood control project has some amount of this nexus to mobility. Now, we also recommend future annual mobility transfers, again, with the same mobility requirement. But the purpose of the Flood Resilience Trust is actually twofold. First, it can be used to assure every project continues without delay, but we'd rather have the partner funding because the need for flood control goes well beyond this bond program. These dollars could be used for other flood control projects after the bond program is complete. So the trust also sets the stage for long-term flood risk reduction needs, a need that I said far exceeds what the bond program alone can deliver. Funding is only one part of the strategy, though, so we must continue to emphasize our focus on an equitable approach to project delivery across the county through the bond prioritization framework. Now, that framework already governs the order our bond projects are initiated, but we expand its use to cover all watershed-specific projects, not just those funded by the 2018 bond program, to ensure continued equitable investment in the communities that need it most. And it will also guide the allocation of funds from the Flood Resilience Trust with a few critical checks and balances. First, a project must have a current need for funds to avoid delays and reach completion. Second, any legal restrictions on the source of the funds, such as the nexus to mobility, would have to be checked, documented, and defensible. And finally, most importantly, there would have to be sufficient funds in the Flood Resilience Trust for all higher ranking projects according to the prioritization framework to also complete them. This approach assures that there will be sufficient funding for the flood control district to complete the projects ranking highest in the prioritization framework. And I should say that all projects in the Greens Bayou and Halls Bayou watersheds will be fully backstopped under this plan. So here, next slide, please. So here are those key recommendations. First, we continue to aggressively pursue all partner funding, but not at the expense of delaying or reducing any of our projects. Second, we must continue that bipartisan push to the GLO so that they deliver at least $750 million in CDBG MIT funds, but preferably more. Third, direct the funding recently approved by court to a flood resilience trust to be used only as needed in accordance with the framework to assure every project is built without delay, but also laying the foundation for work after the bond. Fourth, we recommend approving and directing new funding to the Flood Resilience Trust on an annual basis. And finally, we expand that prioritization framework to include all watershed-specific projects and utilize it to determine eligibility for funds from the Flood Resilience Trust. We make these recommendations to achieve certainty and results, full funding of every bond project, progressed in an equitable manner, and laying the groundwork for projects after the bond. Just a few more slides, please. Next slide. So now let's get back to that $1.3 billion partner funding gap that was discussed in March. That's it in the left in red. And the blue rectangles represent how we've been chipping away at it through additional partners and cost efficiencies, but also through actions approved by court in April, such as the transfer of the $230 million from HECTRA, divided equally between the precincts to fund subdivision projects across the county. And as a point of clarification, those subdivision projects, they are a part of the bond program. And the partner gap from those projects was included in that $1.3 billion gap. That leaves us with a $951 million funding need to work against for today's conversation. Next slide, please. So how do we get there? As actual costs have been incurred over the bond program, we've managed to save up a little bit of a contingency, about $8 million. We add that as well as the $115 million court previously approved to replenish the bond funding that was committed to those subdivision drainage projects. There's also $200 million in county resources approved by court in April. And next, we're expecting contractual and legislated reimbursements on the order of about $166 million through the life of the bond program. Some of that comes through our PPAs with the Corps of Engineers, as well as other funds such as state reimbursements of local match dollars, which the state legislature approved in 2019. And that puts our current Flood Resilience Trust at $489 million, which is why we're recommending annual mobility transfers to total around $343 million between now and FY 2030. Add that all up, and we're looking at a flood resilience trust of $833 million.
What year?
Excuse me?
The 833?
The 833 is all in. That includes the annual transfers through FY 2030.
So on that point, I want to make sure I get it, Judge.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So in 2030, it'll be 833.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm trying to make sure I understand.
And how much is it now?
Right now, without starting the annual mobility transfers, we're at $489 million,
And annually will be how much again?
approximately $40 million.
Oh, I see. I see. I was getting the zero confused. Okay.
And the very next slide that I'll get to in a moment will show how that looks in terms of drawdown, but I'm almost done on this slide. You'll recall that I mentioned that mobility-related funds must be spent on projects with that clear nexus to mobility. Of the funds mentioned here, About 65% or 543 million come with that requirement, and we take that very seriously. So we're working diligently to map out a path so we can use those where appropriate, but only where appropriate, and save those remaining funds for use only when there is no other option.
But the bond program has a 10-year lifespan.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and we have a $951 million shortfall, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at what point do you make up that 951? What year, 2030?
So without any partner funding, that's what the gap is 951 million.
Right.
We've established already 489 million, and the additional annual transfers would add that up by 2030, FY 2030, to 833 million.
So we will still need about 4 more years to break even.
Yes, sir.
And this assumes zero from the GLO.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, if I may, and that's just to build out our projects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bond projects. Where's the budget line for maintenance?
So Commissioner, maintenance is included in our annual property taxes. So that is not included as a capital expense as part of the bond program.
But is it enough to manage? I've been told that it's not near enough to manage the new infrastructure that we're going to have online.
And that is part of the next recommendations coming up in September, where we can talk about, and in fact, we'll have an update next month on our asset management effort that will then lead into those budget discussions in September. Dave, would you like to add anything? No? Okay.
And Alan, in terms of the mobility nexus, which is critical to the success of this particular program, who will verify and track that this is going? Because I'm told that TxDOT and the Federal Highway Authority are already getting ready to audit our expenditures. And so how will we verify that the projects that we're actually spending on do meet the mobility nexus?
Commissioner, that is a process that we are working on closely with budget management. We'll lay out what that process is. I believe we've even had discussions about incorporating approvals through the auditors to make sure that we've checked all the appropriate boxes.
Will the Toll Road Authority be involved?
The Toll Road Authority has been coordinated with on the transfers, and I believe they can be involved with the that check, if you will.
Because there is the potential for a downgrade on our bonding over the toll road. That if this isn't done accurately, then there could be a downgrade on our bond rating at the toll road.
And that's a question I'm unable to answer, but Dave might be able to.
Okay.
Sure, I would say in the first instance, the mobility is necessary for statutory purposes. So we need ready.
Excuse me, Dave, can you please approach the podium?
Oh, I'm trying to mic.
Is there a way to turn the microphone on? He's in the mic right now.
There you
go.
I've been virtual for too long.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Commissioner, a couple of issues, if you don't mind me separating them out. One is the mobility nexus. That is a statutory issue, and we want to be ready should the Attorney General ever say, hey, Harris County, I want to look at what you're doing with these funds, that we have an ironclad case that there's a mobility nexus. So that would absolutely involve flood control, county attorney, budget management.
What about the Toll Road Authority?
So for the toll road, we certainly could involve them, but I think their involvement, in my mind at least, comes in more, number one, on the amount of money we're taking out, because to your point, we want to avoid a downgrade and make sure there is money in the system to maintain an excellent toll road system. And so in coming up with this 40 million transfer, something we worked through both with our financial advisor, Mr. Trevino, Ms. Gonzalez at the toll road, to say, hey, this fits with the overall plan. And then if we were ever studying a specific mobility nexus to the toll road, which we are doing, and that's what we use for the mobility nexus for these funds, they would absolutely be involved. So in my mind, whenever it is involving the toll road, whether financially or hydrologically, they would absolutely be involved.
And in terms of well, one point, and because I keep hearing it, and this is why I'm bringing it up. The toll road is the providing entity, correct? I mean, that's where we're getting the money from. But I keep hearing them either not mentioned or mentioned way down the line. I want to be real clear. The only way I can support this is if the Toll Road Authority is a partner at the table to ensure we keep ourselves out of trouble. That's number one. The second thing is, how will this impact the Harris County Toll Road Authority's debt service? Because we always talk about it in terms of the state wanting to make a grab at our system, but we have to make sure to continue to show debt. So how does this impact our debt service?
So in terms of the debt service, and that goes to the question of the credit rating and the bondholders, this is very clearly after debt service. So debt service goes first. That's both in our bond indenture and in our financial plan. And so the first way I'd answer a question from a bondholder or rating agency is this is after debt service. We pay you first. And we understand from the rating agencies the liquidity requirements they want to see, the coverage ratios you want to see. Those are all things in our financial projections that we worked on with Hectra, and all things we will monitor. So this is very much subject to the right liquidity and coverage ratios at the toll road.
So we have discussed the possibility of a bond rating downgrade. And the comment has been that that's not a big deal, basically. I'm going to need some assurance that we're going to do everything possible to avoid that. And I want to know who's going to take responsibility if it happens.
First of all, I don't think it is a big deal and something we absolutely need to be a steward of. I would say, look, as the budget director and now the county administrator, the buck stops here. So can I promise a downgrade absolutely never would happen? No, I couldn't, because toll revenue could decline. There are factors we don't control. But will we absolutely be stewards of it and communicate clearly with rating agencies and collaborate with the toll road so that they have the money they need to maintain their system? Absolutely. You can hold me accountable.
And then, so we talked about the debt service, talked about the bond rating, and again, the toll road authority, along with everybody else you mentioned, will be at the active table, not at the little kids table, but be at the big boys table on verifying the projects to which this money will go to.
They certainly will be with your instructions.
And so with that, Judge, I would make a motion to direct the budget management to evaluate the prioritization framework and with input from the 4 precincts and the county judge's office, and bring forward a modified framework for the utilization of the flood mitigation trust fund.
Judge, I'd like to second that.
You'd like to second it? And there's a comment by Commissioner Cagle and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Mr. Black, Commissioner Garcia raised a good point earlier that I do think needs to be brought out, and that is that for the last, I guess, at least 15 years, maybe 20 years, due to our approval of tax rates, we have been spending through flood tax rate $120 million roughly per year. And I don't recall if that's 15 years or 20 years that we've been doing that. I know that the amount of money that was going to flood control in terms of the percentage of the tax base used to be higher. But then we started getting some federal grants, and the hospital district, which had been getting federal grants, didn't. And so we moved a big chunk of our percentage away from flood control over into the Harris Health system because Harris Health had ceased to get the grants and the flood control were getting grants.
They gave them the tax base.
And so we reallocated so that the overall tax rate at 61 cents or whatever it is, it stayed the same. Since then, we've had some changes and Harris Health has gotten some extra boosts from the feds. Occasionally we get some boosts from the feds over in flood control, but a lot of that money that we were getting at one point or another went away. And so we are not funding flood control now to the same level that we had been 15 years ago because we had reduced that percentage of the tax base due to federal money coming in at that time. That federal money isn't here anymore. And that was the discussion that I'd heard from Russ's predecessor, and I'm having a Governor Perry moment.
Mike Talbot.
Mike Talbot.
Yeah.
Mike Talbot taught me that. And in fact, I have floating around here at the time that we talked about the bond for the flood control about how, hey, we've got a little bit of an issue here. Now, for the longest time, we split that 120 million, half to go to maintenance, which was raised by Commissioner Garcia, and the other half to new projects. And we saw some progress of that. Jersey Village, which used to be one of the worst places in our county because of the subsidence problem and some projects that we had off of White Oak Bayou that served neighborhoods of all different demographics, both the LMI as well as other areas. In fact, Judge, a project that you and I had the privilege of being there and doing a ribbon cutting on a little while back was over there. When Harvey hit, the first stages of that had actually done a pretty good job because they before used to be when the skies would sneeze, they would be inundated.
Somebody just did.
That inspired me there. When the skies would sneeze, they would be inundated, but actually during Harvey, they did quite well. That was due to capital projects that had been done over a period of time on that front end of White Oak Bayou, and we're continuing to progress that on down. But the point that Commissioner Garcia made is that with these new projects that are coming online, that allocation of 60 to new stuff and 60 to maintenance will probably begin to shift to where of the 120 that comes from that tax rate that we approved. And we increased it a little bit this last year to cover the bond, but not a big amount. We increased it a little bit. So we may be getting, I think, closer to 150 for flood control out of the last bond approval. But that percentage shift of 50-50 will probably need to be changed so that whereas we were putting 60 into maintenance, we may need to start putting 90 into maintenance. Is that a fair description of the process?
Well, if I could just put a little bit more context, Commissioner Cagle, if I could. Russ had said that if we stay on the current maintenance track, it's 30 million annually. If we want to take it up a notch, it becomes 60 million. If we really want to get to the premium maintenance, which we really should be, it's 90 million.
Yes, Commissioner.
So to his question, I want to understand what will we have to go to maintenance, assuming this transaction here happens.
So you're asking what will we have to go to, meaning what will
How will
our,
we be able to maintain
yeah,
all
all
of
the
these,
new
is what you
infrastructure.
guys are asking, right?
The question basically is we were getting 120 million a year. I think we're going to be getting 150 million a year. Dave, is that correct with the new rate?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The increase is smaller than that. So I don't have the exact projection on the top of my head, but between 120 and 130.
Between 120 and 130. So it'll be a little bit more than the 120, but we will need to, of the 120, we have been historically doing half for maintenance, half, we could have cut back, but we don't want to. But half for maintenance, half for new projects. As we move forward, that 50-50 split might ought to become a 60-40 split, 60 for maintenance, 40 for new projects. relying on the bond, and then at the end of it, the bond trust for doing new projects.
Well, I think the bond trust is all one thing now, right?
Well, the bond trust is a backstop in the event that we don't have our partner come through. If our partner comes through, we're going to be sitting
On the,
on the trust fund that then we can put into new projects. Hopefully finding new partners to work with those new projects.
it is a question that comes up a lot in the community is why are why is it not mowed or whatever? Of course, it may be just anecdotal and they just happened to walk by the one that was going to be mowed the next day. But are you guys confident that we have the resources to appropriately maintain these new projects as we build them?
Yes, Judge. And what Commissioner Cagle has described on that that scale, starting to slide the other way, is entirely what would be necessary in order to continue to maintain the existing and the new infrastructure that is built.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Let me continue the points I think Commissioner Garcia was making, which I think was a good one. We must have HECTRA involved with it because this is HECTRA funds. And one day somebody's going to knock on the door and they're going to ask questions. And we just want to be absolutely transparent and clear. The monies are going toward the transportation nexus that's been referenced. I feel like this is a solid plan. Again, based on my engineering experience, and the question was asked to me, what are your thoughts on transportation? Well, this is what I know about a road. 25% on average is drainage related. So just think about the number of roads we have built in our precincts and HECTRA and throughout the county in the last 30 years. I'm pretty sure not all that's been mitigated. So this is probably appropriate in the context of we need to go back in terms of being sure that we create the resiliency that we need back in these, back related to the road. So the fund makes a lot of sense in terms of tying it back to the transportation side of it. And I remember doing projects with HECTRA, doing projects with flood control, and Commissioner Cagle gave a very accurate summary of that maintenance detail. But doing work with TxDOT and the toll road through that period of time, they certainly did define it as an appropriate toll road project if you could show any connectivity to the Harris County toll road system. So I challenge anybody in the room to find a road that doesn't tie to something in the toll road system. So that may have been a very low standard by which to decide how you're going to spend. But for decades, we've been investing, I'll use that word, in our road system through HECTRA with the basic criteria that, well, as long as it connects to the toll road someplace, we're in good shape. So we've got 40 years of doing that. This looks like a pretty straightforward process, but David, we must document this because there'll be a lot of questions. Mm-hmm. This will sound very strange to some people that maybe they don't like tolls in the first place. But at the end of the day, I'd hate to see Harris County, if we didn't have a toll road system, I'd sure hate to try to do what we're trying to do in any case without the toll road system. So I'm going to be in support of this. I think there's always debates on this, but I'm not going to let the pursuit of perfection be the enemy of a good idea. So we're going to, that's where I'm coming from. So I like the conversation we're having on maintenance. I know all of our precincts, you're giving frequent updates, which I like, on the number of bar ditches you're cleaning out year in and year out. So you've doubled it or or tripled it. So we're already doing some level of maintenance, ditches and other. We are in precinct 3 as well, that ties back to this. So I think there's probably a healthy look that all of our precincts could take in concert with, when we take a look at this, how much is it going to take to maintain all these new great facilities that we are building? And probably, as Commissioner Garcia referred to, step it up. Be sure that we're hitting the top level in terms of maintenance.
So Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Hagel and then Commissioner Garcia.
On one of the previous charts that you gave us, you're showing the blocks of funding. I want to know how much money since Harvey has come in from the state, not through the federal government that the state control, but how much money has come from the state of Texas since Harvey?
I don't have the exact dollar amount. I will have to get that to you, but the money that comes from the state comes from several different pockets, if you will. First is what's called FEMA PA. Those are damages that we sustained that FEMA paid for. Well, but there's a 10% local match. And for those first initial damages, the state actually reimbursed us for our share of that local match.
And I only ask, and you can let us know at the next quarter, just send it to us in advance. I want to see what has the state given. You know, so it's good when we go and talk about what we're doing for flood issues in our region. But sometimes people want to know, well, what did we take the heat on? Not just what did we get from heaven, from the federal government or somewhere, but what did we put in? I know when I was with the state, folks bragged about a rainy day fund. Well, the rain came. So I want to know what was state money. And I'm really trying to make the point that with this flood resiliency trust, we're taking money that we could have used on other projects, flood mitigation projects or transportation projects. But because the GLO put the screws to us with money that was not theirs, it was federal money, we have to create this trust to make it up if we don't get it. Is that a fair comment? Maybe
Yes.
not as colorful language as I might tend to use.
Yes, Commissioner, that's accurate.
Now, and earlier when you were talking about what we have put into maintenance, is it fair to say, obviously you can only do what the court gives you resources to do. Is it fair to say we were not adequately maintaining?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So when you come back with a recommendation, when the question was asked, well, what will it take? What do you have adequate money to maintain these projects? I think the answer is based on what we give you. And if we can't take that money from, we can't take that toll road money for maintenance, can we? Can we use this resiliency money for maintenance?
Probably not.
I'm not aware of.
I think it would be a challenge, Commissioner.
Okay.
This is bond funding.
Yeah.
And
So I
toll
just
road
want to make
funding.
it, I don't
So
think we
this
can.
doesn't solve our maintenance problem.
I just want to stress, we underfunded. I'm not pointing the finger at any individual. I'm saying we, even if I was not here, we underfunded maintenance of operations. And when you do that, you pay a cost for it down the road. And I want to make the point, with this 2.5 billion and whatever we get from the federal money, that was based on what we agreed we would fund then. Commissioner Cagle, you would have wanted, at least privately, would talk about 10 billion. I wish I'd called us out on it.
That wasn't private, that was public. I said it
If
was a
you make the
horseshoe.
motion, I would have seconded it.
Well, you and I talked about it.
Yeah.
But we
The point I want to make
we
is.
didn't have a consensus to go with the 10.
Yeah, I got you.
But my push was 10 billion, but to promise the taxpayers that we wouldn't spend it all at once, but that we would spend it over a period
I
of
get it.
time.
The point I'm making is we got to pay for it. And even if we do this, I don't want people to think all the problems go away. I'm not saying we will ever get to where they are in the Netherlands. And I've said at this table many times, I don't think the good Lord anybody really thought we'd have 5 million people living here, spread out with all of these roads. I mean, some neighborhoods we put toll roads and we put houses in, they were over rice paddies. And so I just want to stress, even if we do everything in the ambitious plan that we put forward, it's still not enough. I don't want people to think in 20, whatever year it was, 2030, hey, another one comes along and the other issues come up. And if we don't maintain
That's right.
what we're building now, our successors will be in an even worse position down the road. But I just want to stress, we are robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because we have not gotten the money from the GLO. And I appreciate the way you crafted it. We expected 1.1 billion, if my math is right. For the county, 1.1 billion from the city. Obviously, if we get to 750, thank you. But we don't stop there. Where's the rest of it? And it's very difficult for us to do what we are in charge of doing if the city doesn't get its money and hold their feet to the fire to do what they are supposed to do. And even with all of that, it still won't be enough. Now, here's my question. You made reference to expanding the prioritization framework to include all projects, since all were not included. I just want you to elaborate a little bit on how that process is going to work. That was one of the key recommendations.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. We've actually already done it and completed it. Originally, when the prioritization framework was developed, it was intended to serve one purpose, to determine the order upon which the remaining projects that had not been initiated, the order we would start those. But the scoring criteria is still valid. And so upon the request of court, we have now scored all of the remaining projects that were not previously scored. And so we do have all 162 projects ranked from 1 through 162. So we've effectively already applied that criteria to each one of the watershed specific projects.
Second question, then I have one after that. What are the one-off projects that we've done that were not in the 160 that we talked about under Harvey? I just want to make sure we know what they were and what they cost.
So those are what we refer to as our ZO2 projects. Those are our partnership projects where we have been seeking out. Commissioner Garcia has been highly successful at bringing in some of the municipal partners. We're now scoring all of those projects on that same prioritization framework as well.
I'm also thinking about the development in an adjacent county. How much was that? 10 million?
It was a little bit more than 10 for the acquisition.
Okay. And there was one other project that was a vegetation project. Was that 10 million?
This was the acquisition down on the south side of the county on the.
Well, you got that one in Montgomery County, but you also had the one, Tom, help me. What was it? It was something that the vegetation pilot project or something for about 10, 15 million. Wetlands project. I'm just wondering what were those. I just want to make sure I know what those projects were that were not part of the 160.
And I apologize, Commissioner. I'm having trouble remembering what project that might be. But I'll
Mitigation banks?
Yeah.
Which one, sorry?
The mitigation banks, y'all got those?
So Commissioner, correct, the mitigation banks are on the bond program. Those are what we consider watershed specific, countywide projects, because they create wetlands mitigation credits that we then use to get permits for all of the remaining bond projects for the impacts that we have on wetlands. So you may be referring to the acquisition that we made south of Harris County and I believe in Brazoria County for a wetlands mitigation bank.
Yeah. Look, the last point I want to make is you did talk about continuing to advocate to the GLO. Obviously, in a bipartisan way, the other big part of that is by advocating the HUD, because in addition to the noise we make, that has had some impact on GLO, I hope. I also think knowing that we got a federal administration that is very keen on the issue of equity. So we got to make sure we're vigilant on making sure that we advocate that HUD and our congressional delegation, make sure they exercise some oversight on the money they fought for in a bipartisan way to get it to us.
We have Commissioner Cagle, Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Ramsey, and then I'd encourage us to go to executive session and continue with the day. Yes, Commissioner Cagle.
if the 750 comes, 750 will take care of the 833 that you have on that last little blue bar. Portion of that. We also know, this is the question that I don't know which of you would know the answer, but there was a press release. Thank you. If we get the 750 from the GLO on the screen that is before us, which is the last bar that has the 833, the 750 would go against that at the end of the project. Number two, also going against that would be potentially the 500 million that the GLO did a press release saying that they were giving to the HGAC to be distributed to us in Harris County. And so our relations with the HGAC may not be the best at these times. I think that would be a fair description. Do we know what the status is of our alleged 500 million in the hands of the HGAC? Our federal funds went to the GLO, and then the next round of our federal funds went from the GLO to the HGAC that were supposed to come to us. Do you know, or can you tell us what the process is for getting that 500 million that was put in a press release that was supposed to come to us through the HGAC?
Yes, Commissioner, based on my understanding of the process, first of all, the original action plan only has 209 million to HGAC. GLO will have to amend their action plan. It's about a 6-month process to put the balance of those funds into that pot. That will then plus up HGAC closer to 500. I am not aware of the timetable that HGAC will employ to roll out those funds, but that's one of the next conversations we need to be having.
And do we know how much of the 500 should come to Harris County through the HGAC?
Not likely anywhere near all of it.
Exactly. So
Do you guys have something to add on that?
Well, I think speculation. HGAC has 13
Commissioner,
Can you turn your mic on, please?
he was just
Alan.
saying, it was Alan.
It was
And
Alan.
he
Your
was just
mic.
saying it would be speculation because HGAC has 13 counties.
Alan, a couple of questions. One is that, is it necessary to put the 40 million annually of HECTRA transfer into the trust? And if we don't, what risk do we have in completing the bond program?
So the answer to that somewhat lies in the last slide that I think I see some of y'all turned to. It's the little S curve where we show the projected drawdown based on the flood resilience trust is not straight line. It's at an angle going up because, no, go back the other direction, please, towards the end. Almost there. And that was it. Back. Thank you very much.
So it's a red and blue line. It's
One more.
page 11.
Page 11, yes. So that shows our drawdown versus the increase in cash in the trust. Again, also assuming 0 partners. If the 750 million hits, then we're over the top.
Okay, now to the 750 million. Your first slide showed that Harris County collectively has a $5 billion need. Correct? One of your first slides.
So the first slide of $5 billion, that's just the bond program.
Yeah.
The need is much greater than that, of course.
There you go. I mean, well, based on Harvey, there's a $5 billion collective request by us, Houston, and all of our city partners. Correct?
The $5 billion is a Harris County flood control program.
Okay.
But the city is separate from that.
Okay, you're helping me make my point.
Okay.
The 750, I think it was Commissioner Ellis said, would help us with the 830. It won't, because if GLO makes us share that 750, then it really doesn't, it really isn't all our money, potentially. I've been saying that I don't want to be pitted against the city, but the GLO is going to do precisely that. They're going to say, here's 750, and then they're going to step back and say, Houston, Pasadena, Spring Valley, y'all go to Harris County. They got 750, ask them for some money. That's what's going to happen. So the 750, instead of looking like 90% of what our strategy is, really becomes about less than 17% thereabout of the need, assuming your waterways go through all the cities and all that. I get it. But if we are forced to share that money, then that 750 gets real small. And we may not have 750 to drop in the bucket over here. Is that a fair assessment?
So what our conversations with GLO have entailed so far has been for what's called a method of distribution to be developed by Harris County. Some of that strategy would need to be advised by court.
Yeah, but they're already saying you will be the new GLO and they'll be up to you to distribute that money with the other jurisdictions for their respective needs. Now, so I just want to make the point that this 750 is getting real small. And while our needs remain large, these needs become our resources are becoming smaller. So to Commissioner Ellis's robbing Peter to pay Paul, we robbing Peter in precinct 2, who needs road repair money to fund flood control projects. So I want to reread my motion, Judge, because I made a slight edit to it. My motion is to direct budget management to evaluate the prioritization framework and with input from court members, Harris County Flood Control District, and the Harris County Toll Road Authority to bring forward a modified framework for the utilization of the Flood Mitigation Trust Fund.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, let's be clear. We've got our basic parameters. One, the GLO said, Harris County, you're gonna get 750 million. The reason we have a plan. All these other cities around here, they don't have a plan. They may have a project here and a project there. We actually have a plan. So I think the pressure is going to remain that if they bring any strings on that 750, it's going to be worse than what happened when they made the announcement. So that's one point.
That was the point I'm trying to make.
That's one point. So focus needs to stay on that. That 750 is to Harris County because we do benefit every entity in Harris County with that because we've got a countywide bond project. The second thing is just remember, I'm voting for this because this is something we've been needing in Harris County for 40 years. I can't tell you the number of times meeting with flood control. Well, just as soon as we hear something from this federal agency or this state agency or this, then we can move forward. With a resiliency fund, once we get muscle through this 2018 bond, that will remain. And when we're going after in the future projects, then we don't have to sit around here and wait for years for some federal agency to respond. We've got a way to support that. Our backdrop for this has been needed for years. I know we're using what happened with GLO as the premise for starting this, but this is something we've been needing for a long time. This is a really good idea, and it's something that we're going to need in this county for as long as we're trying to do flood control.
Okay.
Judge, I know it's been a long day, but the conversations I've had with the mayor, at least, He's not interested in letting.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but Jay came and advised me. We might be getting into material that's better for executive session, and then if folks want to make public comments after, I think that would make more sense.
So we have Commissioner Garcia's motion. Do you guys need anything in addition to that motion, Alan or Dave?
And I think you circulated, Judge, but a motion to adopt the other recommendations
Okay.
in the plan presented in our court letter.
Got it. I'll make that motion. Or ask somebody to make that motion that the court adopt the recommendations as provided in the budget management court letter under item 191 and the accompanying presentation. And I want to make just a couple of points, which is, I'm glad you guys identified the hiccups in these initial proposals. Like, we can't just look at the start time. We need to look at when the funding is committed. The value of collaboration is very clear in this conversation. But I especially appreciate the recognition that this $2.5 billion and the matching funds aren't going to meet all the flooding need. So, and I appreciate the fact that the Community Flood Resilience Task Force was included and sent a letter of support. I think that's important, and turning the corner there as well. So thank you. Commissioner Garcia made his motion. Was there a second to that motion?
I think Ramsey.
Commissioner Ramsey, and then will someone make the motion that the court adopt the recommendations as provided? So that's, I read it earlier. Commissioner Garcia makes the motion. Commissioner Ellis makes the second. All in favor of both motions?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So,
Judge.
yes, James.
And that's, both of those motions are for items 140 and 191.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So we have several executive session items up to the court. We definitely need to discuss the item on SB 23. And since we're on the topic of flooding, we ought to discuss the interim flood control director, but there's 2 or 3 other items, I-45, legal strategy with respect to 1983 cases, and the CDBG MIT question that everybody has, as well as compensation for the administrative judges or court administrators. So this is the question for the court. Do you guys want to go back just on SB 23 and come back out, or discuss everything?
Can I make my motion on 425? I think I circulated it earlier. That's on additional land for the Remembrance Project.
Yeah.
And I think I sent the motion around earlier. This is to take the land across the street.
425.
425. And Cable, I sent my motion around. I see my staff looking for it. It didn't late today. I can't find it now.
I have it.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Commissioner Ellis, while you're pulling that up, just a comment that the geography of that beautiful park includes a regretful piece of history, Houston history, related to the Jose Campos Torres murder. Is there a possibility that our precincts could work together to ensure?
Yes, sir, very much so. And obviously a big part of that is, I don't lay it out in the motion, but obviously I've had conversations with John Blunt. I have mentioned it to the mayor. A key would be getting that street or closing it, narrowing it or closing it sometimes, because right now we've already taken that land where, what was over there? Was that the
coffee house?
The coffee house? Yeah, but you've ridden your bike by there. I think we did. It goes straight down.
Yep.
So we'd have to do something so you could do an amphitheater type deal, but very much so. And the mayor expressed some interest in it.
Good.
But, and obviously the other plot of land, if we can't do it there, I'm for doing something to recognize that tragic death. It falls in line with the project, Remembrance Project. But that other building where the car comes out. So the motion, if you don't see it, Commissioner Cagle, is to designate Harris County and Harris County Flood Control District property boundary.
Commissioner Renz just handed it to me.
Okay, yeah. It's the parking lot where the car is coming out, and we were going to tear that down. That is where pretrial services is now in their movement.
Not to get into your business on how you want to do things, but we have sort of a standing agreement with flood control that the properties that flood control acquires, I'm pretty sure Precinct 2 does this too, can be utilized for recreational purposes. And so, I'm fine with supporting this, but you may already be covered for what you're trying to do, because if you're going to be making this a park, that would be a recreational purpose.
Yeah. What a parking lot is not flood control land. So the part where the street is and going down where the coffee pot house was, that is flood control land. But I'm also, when you walk out of the building, the piece of land where there's a car sticking out of the building.
Oh, yeah. I parked there for years as a lawyer.
So that part I want to include as well.
I second your motion.
So are you acquiring it, or how does that?
No, we will tear the building down.
Do we own that building now?
Space.
Where the car is?
Yes,
I didn't know that we owned that.
yes.
You'll need to show me the building where the car is because.
It'll be worth, and one reason why I want to.
You might get some people who are historical getting after you for tearing down the building with the car sticking out the corner.
Well, it's gonna be torn down. Mr. Blunt, you on the line?
It's not more than 50 years old, is it?
I don't.
Yes, sir.
So what were your plans on this land, by the way?
Well, as far as it's a parking garage with the car sticking out. The plans were always to tear it down because it does not meet ADA standards and cannot be modified without tearing it down anyways.
Oh, yeah, like car wrecks in there because it's tight.
Yeah.
It's tight and there's no access for people to walk up the ramp. They have to walk up next to cars coming down. It needs to be torn down.
Yeah, my parking space was on the roof. I did that many a time.
You know, we took the old DA's building.
But we own this building.
Yes. Yeah.
Commissioner,
Motion and,
Yeah, we got a motion.
let's,
You got it.
okay, all in favor?
I was just trying to point out that I didn't know that you necessarily had to come this route for it, but
We do.
Judge.
Carries unanimously.
Judge, for
Yes.
clarity, this is James. Can the actual motion be read for clarity?
you just adopting what was in the,
You stopped me while I was in the middle of reading it there.
you want me to read your motion that I got from Tom Ramsey?
Yeah, you got it there.
Here it is. I move to designate Harris County and Harris County Flood Control District property bounded by Congress, San Jacinto, and Fannin Streets in Buffalo Bio, including block 413 and 22 of the south side of Buffalo Bio SBBB subdivision to be a public green space.
You want to add to that? And any other land I won't. You're such a good one to say that. Stop it with cable
And
play.
any other land that the commissioner wants to pay for out of his budget.
You got that, James? Not the last part.
I got it, not the last part, correct. Commissioner Ellis made the motion. Who made the second?
Garcia.
I'll second it.
Oh,
I want this one.
Garcia, and it was unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing. We gotta go to executive session on item 453 on an interim flood control district appointment. Item 461 on legal strategy for 1983 cases. On 463 about the impact of SB 23 on current policies. 473 on the CDBG MIT funds. 474 on I-45 and 475 on compensation of district court and county court administrators. Are you guys on board with going to executive session on all the executive session items, or?
Judge, does that include being able to discuss our strategy as it relates to,
Yes, that's CDBG MIT.
okay.
Judge, one last one on 459. I know it's already been approved, but we do want to talk about that in executive session.
Okay, so 459 is agreement for the litigation, for special counsel for litigation.
Judge, are we going to go in the back? Do you want to kick everybody out of here and just use the horseshoe?
I think they're set up back there.
Okay.
So we ought to do that. So we're going to executive session on 453, 459, 461, 463, 473, 474, and 475 on legal strategy and to consult with our attorneys. Thank you. It's 9:24 p.m.
And Judge,
Okay, so it's 11:06 and Commissioners Court is back in session. That's PM. And we need to discuss the items we just came back from executive session on. So starting with item 453. We need a motion to appoint Alan Black to serve as interim executive director of the Harris County Flood Control District, effective July 3rd, 2021. Alan Black will remain as a regular employee, which will protect his benefits. Approve a temporary increase in Alan Black's annual salary to $318,000, $801.60 for the period he serves as interim director of the Harris County Flood Control District, along with a $425 monthly car allowance. To conduct an expedited national search for permanent executive director of the Harris County Flood Control District, facilitated by Human Resources, and authorize the Budget Management Department to work with an authorized executive search firm to support the expedited national search for a permanent executive director of the Harris County Flood Control District. Commissioner Garcia made the motion. Commissioner Ramsey had the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And thank you again to Russ Poppy and Alan Black.
Yes.
Judge, was that unanimous?
Unanimous, James.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item that we just discussed in executive session. Was item 409, excuse me, 459. 459. And on this item, yeah, it's just
459.
459 is simply, I just need to move the item as presented. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 461 is next. And here we need a motion to approve the legal strategy discussed in executive session related to 1983 cases. Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item,
Judge,
yes,
can you verify that everybody has their microphone on when they're making the motions or votes?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good, Mike.
item
Aye.
463, no action. That was simply a discussion item. Item 473, no action. It was a discussion item. 474, same thing, no action. And item 475, we need a motion to adjust the salaries of Clay Bowman, the district court administrator, and Ed Wells, the county court administrator,
Motion.
to $166,000 per year based upon the budget management compensation study. Motion by Commissioner Cagle, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So those are all the items we took to executive session. Now we need to discuss item 442, now that we've talked about SB 23 in executive session. Commissioner Cagle, that's your item. That's the rollover item.
Yes, I'm getting to that page, Judge. My apologies. Your Honor, in March, we approved the budget. Constables submitted budgets. They had rollover that was there. My understanding of the rollover, because that was something that had been adopted during my term of service as an innovation for assisting in the budget process. Before, when I was a judge serving the public, every year we would do everything we could to spend everything that was in our budget, because if we didn't spend our whole budget, then we got whacked the next year. The rollover came into place And it was a financial tool that was a very beneficial one, because if I had an expenditure that I wanted to make that I thought would help me and assist me, back in my former days, this was not available to me as a judge. I could get that piece of equipment, either that copying machine or that computer or whatever it is, and I could hold back, maybe, tighten up on the amount of toilet paper that we gave to the jurors and restricted them to one piece at a time, so that we could get the copy machine. I'm being facetious, but basically by giving department heads and departments the discretion of how within their departments they could manage their funds, they could, in essence, through this rollover process, be able to carry their savings from one year into the next to be able to acquire those things that they needed to do. In the law enforcement world, vests have been bought, automobiles have been bought. Things that were important for the ongoing operation of law enforcement have been utilized. This year, our constables submitted budgets with rollover. And I know that many times in our discussion over the years, when someone comes in here, we say, well, do you have rollover to pay for that, of those things that they wanted to have? And many times we would deny them budgetary funds because they had rollover funds that they could draw from. I know that back when Sheriff Garcia came to Commissioner's Court, there's probably a couple of times when there was something he wanted, and Commissioner Cagle then would say, well, use it out of your rollover. Not to be mean or anything, but that's just where that process of that flowing of a budgetary process that was there. I feel, Judge, that was a good approach for finance, and it encouraged frugality and encouraged all of our departments to be able to manage most effectively closest to where the expenditures were done. I'm not here to re-argue the rollover debate because I lost that debate, but I've been very consistent in terms of saying that I think was the best practices that we could have had, because I had lived in the world before rollover, and that was a reform that when it first came out, I was not as big of a fan of it, but after I saw how I thought it worked, I became a believer in it. Our court coming in wanted to go back to the old way, and I get that. That's your prerogative. But when we changed one accounting system and we changed it after a budget process, I don't think that it was fair to law enforcement in particular, as well as fair as to others. And Judge, I think that to say, and we've all had some rhetoric on this, but to say that the rollover funds were squirreled away funds, or that it was funds that were on a shelf because they weren't being spent, would be kind of like coming to me and saying, hey, Cagle, you pay your bills month to month, and I'm coming in on the third week of the month, and gee, you've got money that you saved up there, and you take it from me and you spend it for me somewhere else where you think is better for me, but now I don't have the money to pay my bills when the next month rolls around. I think that was not fair to those who are dependent upon their rollover to come in and take, in essence, their savings account away from them in the process. And so, and we have our own savings account countywide. We have our PIC fund for public contingency. And we would be upset if someone said, well, gee, that money that you have over there waiting for the next hurricane, that's wasteful or on a shelf. It's not being used. It is being used. It is allowing us to be ready for a contingency that comes up. And I feel that the rollover funds were being used by our constables and our sheriffs and our other law enforcement entities, because those were funds to where if something went down, they could rely upon it to make sure that they were covered. Sometimes we call those the unbudgeted requests, because that thing that occurred during the year, and that was within their discretion, and they had saved it by not spending it on the easy thing of the taxpayers, but that they had held it back and used it. I know that we're going to have a number of folks who are going to come in and say that they have a number, I believe that there's at least two who say that they need some rollover funds that they were not received. Judge, and I know that the county attorney has given us opinion that when we removed the rollover funds from the constables, that it did not violate SB 23. I would contend that we don't get to decide that. That's going to be decided by somebody in the governor's office and the comptroller. That's not going to be our decision, whether we violated that or not. I would say that whether or not our removal of the rollover funds violated SB 23, we should not have taken the funds anyway. And my motion that I've circulated is a very simple one that says that if constable, sheriff, fire marshal, other law enforcement entity within Harris County had rollover funds, that we give it back to them. It's a very simple motion. And I think that that's the fair way to treat our law enforcement. Whether or not SB 23 applies, we should still do it, I believe. And yeah, if it applies, we're going to have some consequences, and it won't be decided by us or our county attorney. It'll be decided by the governor's task force and the comptroller as to whether it applies or not. But even if it doesn't apply, I don't think it's a fair thing to do, and we should refund their rollover and go through that process one more time this next year. We have disagreement on that, and I get it. But I wanted to make my argument for our constables and our other law enforcement of this county that they needed to be able to rely upon the budgetary processes that we did, and that I don't feel like we treated them appropriately in this process. And Judge, I have more to say, but it's 11:19, and I'll let those who are wanting to speak say their piece at this time.
And I would second that motion, Judge.
I don't know to what extent it's useful to hear from Dave, but perhaps we could just hear from some of the speakers and so folks can get started, and then we can make get a summary as to what happened and didn't happen. So Lucinda, why don't you call the speakers, and we'll start with our elected officials, obviously.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure, is Constable Sherman Eagleton still there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say good afternoon, but we've been here all day. So, well, should I say good night? But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for giving me an opportunity to address this court about my financial situation. When I first took over the office, the voters that put me in office was asking me all these things that they wanted to do. And when I took over Precinct 3 Constable's office, we were top heavy and we were undermanned. And I had a lot of captains and lieutenants and sergeant positions. And what I did is I took those positions, I gave them back to the budget office, and I put deputies in those positions. When I did that, that created rollover money because I didn't use those positions. I asked for positions and I was denied. So I used that rollover money. I came to Commissioner's Court and I asked for some positions, and they said, you have enough money in your rollover to fund those positions. For 4 years I was in office. I had enough money to cover those positions. I had enough money to cover those positions. So when I got my budget for the 22 budget, I sat down with my staff and we looked at our budget, and there's not enough money in my budget to cover my labor. And I immediately contact Kevin C. over at the budget office, and I go, Kevin, you gave me my budget, but I don't have enough money in my budget to cover my labor. What am I going to do with these guys that's working for me? And Kevin's answer to me is, I don't know what to tell you, Constable. And we went back and forth, and finally he called me saying, if you can't resolve this problem, you're going to have to let some people go. So I was forced to sign up and come to speak with you guys. And Judge Hidalgo, I appreciate you reaching out to me. You contacted me. I didn't let you know what was going on, but you did find out, and you contacted me and you said that you would work with me. And I really appreciate it. And I'm going to take your suggestion and do some of the things that we discussed and hope we can work this matter out in the future. But I honestly hope that we can resolve this
Yes, sir.
problem because I don't want to have to lay anybody off. And I have a question for Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, I know we had our differences. And on March 18, we sat down and we met and we broke bread, and I thought that was a pretty good meeting. Don't you think so? Well, when we were sitting in that meeting, we discussed a few things. I told you about my shortage on the budget, and I didn't know how I was gonna make the ends meet, and we discussed a few other things, and you told me I shouldn't have to worry about that. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So we also mentioned something about, maybe some of that rollover money from some of the other constables may come my way if I don't have enough money to pay my bills. I felt really good after that meeting. And I'm asking you, are you still gonna stand with me?
Absolutely. Look, Constable, and I reached out to you as well, because I reached out to the budget office as well. What I said at our lunch was that if you had things budgeted, you shouldn't have a problem. Because I remember when we talked that you said you were having problems putting gasoline in your patrol cars. And that was, hold on a second, that was unconscionable to me. But the key was budgeted, your budgeted positions. And so we've talked with the budget office. Mr. Berry will get a chance to visit with that. But I do want to make sure that if you had budgeted positions, if you had funded budgeted positions, it's one thing to say positions, but funded budgeted positions, then the budget office should work with you on those. I think there's a difference of opinions as to the state of your budget. I've asked the budget office to work with you. The judge and I have spoken about your situation. I'm hoping that we'll find a way to resolve that. I don't know. We'll figure out how things develop, but that's my comment to them. When I got your email, you talked about how your email said something to the effect of not having money for it, but you fill those positions anyway. I asked the budget office, what can you do to work with the constable? That was my directive to them. But we have a budget across the county, which creates a predicament, because if we do for one, whether it's a constable or a department director, we got to do for everybody. And so the budget director, very disciplined individual as it relates to how the budget works. I don't always get everything I want either. But I've asked them to see if there's ways to work with you to see that if you had budgeted positions, and I think we'll get into a point about rollover and salary. When he was our new commissioner and I was a sheriff, it was real clear that the rule was made or the rule was defined that rollover would never be used or authorized to be used for salary positions. That was almost the golden rule as it relates to the rollover. And even when I wanted to use my rollover, I didn't always get to use it for what I wanted to use it, even if it was non-salary positions. That's been my issue with the rollover. And my question to Mr. Berry at a later time will be, what was the defined guidelines? And I think what we're finding is the guidelines were in between a person's ears, meaning the previous budget director, and on a case-by-case basis, some of you got something out of your rollover, and the other one didn't get the same thing out of the rollover. That was always my problem, that there was not a uniform, clearly defined set of rules. So my commitment stands with you, Constable, to do what I can to work with the budget office to address your challenges.
Yes, sir. And I'm glad you said that you do for one, if you do it for one, you have to do it for all. And I'm not throwing my colleagues under the bus because we all stand here together. You see they're standing here with me right now. But one of my colleagues was in the same position that I was in. And You guys fix this problem for him.
That was him coming in, taking over his office.
No, sir. No, sir.
Are you talking about Constable Garcia?
This is one of my colleagues.
Which one are you talking about?
Constable Sandlin had the same problem that I had because some positions was taken from him and he covered it with his rollover. And when he got his funding, it wasn't covered in the labor, but you guys work with him. We talked, all of us constables, we talked and we stand together. And I didn't come here to fight. I'm worried about my constituents at home that I can't serve these positions.
I got you. I don't remember all the details. I'll let the constable and the, sure. Yeah.
Constable, before you go, I'm new to the court, so I didn't get to participate in all the rollover discussions before. But this is what I've observed about this. I'm going to call it transition. Before we've got a new budget officer this year. When we did the budget officer sat down, y'all had your conversation. You didn't know when you had the conversation with the budget officer that the rollover was going to be done away with. When you did your budget, you didn't know that. And in your other 3 budgets that you did with another budget officer in those years, were you able to modify your budget, or was your budget modified, or is this the first time this has happened?
This is the first time this happened. I've always had enough rollover money to cover those positions.
So you were using rollover money in the past to cover these positions?
And those positions that I was using rollover money to pay for was approved by Commissioner's Court, and I got it. I got a permission to use that money through the budget office.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yeah.
Constable, how much was in your rollover? How much did you have?
I had about $300 and some thousand in rollover, but once we found out that they were going to use it, took that money and paid for some cars that I had ordered.
You had 300,000?
About 300.
And how much?
Would have had more than that if you guys would have paid us for the overtime during
Okay.
the.
What's your shortfall?
My shortfall is $449,000.
So your shortfall is more than you had in the rollover.
Exactly.
So you couldn't. So your problem is bigger than just. I'm just trying to make sure it's bigger than the rollover.
I had a small problem, but now it's a bigger problem.
So, well, and this is where perhaps.
And I'm not here to argue with the court. I'm here for some help.
I just want to get the numbers. I didn't.
What's throwing me is we talked about it and we do have a path forward, but there's
And
a
I'm gonna stick
difference.
to that. You gave me some options that I could take, and I thank you for that. And I'm gonna work with you on that, and because you said you're gonna work with me.
Right, but we can't, go ahead.
I just hope that we can resolve this matter before I have to lay someone off.
Well, and that's my commitment. It's let's work. So there's 2 different things. One thing is, and I'm curious to hear about from Constable Sandlin and then hear from Dave what the situation is. But the Dave, you'll have to correct me what I say wrong here. We have a budget process. Folks made requests through the budget process. Folks received a high percentage of the requests they made through the budget process. 100%, 87.8%, 98.3%, 100%. Look, for the most part, folks got a huge percentage of the requests. Every year we've been here, we've increased the public safety budget. I personally appreciate the work each of you do, and I appreciate the working relationship I have with each of you. You all know that. And appreciate the service of each of the men and women that work in your departments, especially during the pandemic. Now, there was this accounting practice of the rollover that it was determined was not a good practice, and I know, Commissioner Kegel's position on that, but and I also initially thought it was a good idea, but I was persuaded that actually it's not a good idea to have these funds. I do think it is sitting on a shelf. So folks had the opportunity. There was an open process where the different departments were invited to apply for funds from the rollover. And it was made very clear, you will apply And then it was not a confusing, messy process. It was, this is when the application is due. Budget management is going to review it. Budget management is going to make recommendations to court, and then court will either approve or not approve the recommendations.
Can I say something, Judge? I'm aware of that, but they said when you apply, it couldn't be a reoccurring expense. So labor is a reoccurring expense.
Right, but let me finish my point here, which is folks were invited to apply for the rollover and received a high percentage of the rollover. On average, 91% of the rollover requests were granted. And not only that, but we've just made a $16 million investment, more than that, with the dollars for the courts and more dollars that are going to come to staffing. And on top of the increase year after year we've given to law enforcement, on top of the funding we've done for the violent crimes and whatnot. And you guys know there's more in the works. So I just don't see what merits this kind of situation. Now, to your situation specifically, Constable, and you and I discussed this, but I think it's important for folks to hear it is, and Dave, again, I will ask you to come clear up anything I said that's off. Constable, you made a request from your rollover, and then you had unfunded positions, and you filled those positions after the fact. And so the problem is, if we allow folks to fill unfunded positions that have not been approved as part of the budget and retroactively say, hey, now I want you to make them permanent, it sets a terrible precedent. And so that's why my offer to you is let's work on a forward-thinking proposal, but we cannot have, Dave has assured me and the budget team has assured me that nobody was asked to fire people that they had on board, that it was folks who had unfunded and unfilled positions that filled them even though they were unfunded and even though they had not been granted the funds to fill them. So at some point we have to be disciplined with our budgeting timeline, and we also have to recognize that in absolute terms we're increasing the public safety budget, and with crime going up, we cannot afford, and I disagree, Commissioner Cagle, we cannot afford to have these savings accounts. We can't. I mean, we got to spend the money on tackling the rise in violent crime, and we have a PIC fund. That's the PIC fund. We don't have a separate PIC fund for each department. That's just not how it works, and that's why we've done away with the rollover. So I really would appreciate, Dave, if maybe you just. Yeah,
I understand that. And I think I may have been maybe misled a little bit, because when we had that meeting, Commissioner, when you said I was already in the process of filling these positions when they told me not to fill them. And when I had this meeting with you and you said maybe some of that rollover money that came from some of your other constituents may come your way, I was under the impression that you would help me. That's why I went on and filled those positions.
Yeah, I didn't mean to give you that impression, because I remember very clearly that I said budgeted positions. If you have budgeted positions, no one's going to stop you. Budgeted positions. I remember very clearly, because that's an ongoing conversation, not just with you, but with other departments. Budgeted positions. If you have budgeted positions, we're not going to keep you from filling those.
So my question to the court now, you guys are going to work with me? Am I going to have to lay off some people, or are we going to resolve this problem?
Well, I thought that's where I'm a little heartbroken, because I thought we talked about you and I know your numbers, I know that the rollover you had available and how much you requested, and you got 100% of your request granted. And I know when you filled your positions, and I know the details, and we said, let's work on a forward-looking process, but we cannot set a precedent where folks fill positions that are unfunded and then expect us to fund them. And if we don't, you call it defunding the police. I mean, it's not accurate. It's not good precedent. And it's just wrong to say that when you look at the increase we keep giving year after year and the hard work we're putting in. So as I said the other day, Constable, of course, I personally have dug into your numbers and offered my team and budget to work with you on a proposal going forward for folks and figure out what to do. But we cannot say we did a process to go through the rollover, folks applied, they got 91% of what they wanted, and now we've got to go give the 9% that was rejected because some people filled unfunded positions. We can't set that precedent. It would lose all credibility with our budgeting. So I'll just say the same I told you the other day, which is I am offering up my team in our budget management department to work with you on a plan going forward. I cannot support an idea to return funds that have been allocated now to the general fund that went through a very thorough process because it'd be a bad budget.
And Constable, if I can add to that, my commitment was to get the budget office that if there were problems, I mean, the first time I went through my budget process when I came into office, having been through city council and what that process was, had I not had that as a part of my experience, I probably would have been led down a very bad road. Thankfully, I had that experience. I didn't choose that route that my budget director at the sheriff's office was giving me. And as a result of that, I fired him because that just was not the way we were going to do a budget for the largest department in the county. To that end, I did ask the budget office, is there anything you can do? Can you, I don't know what the problem is, but if I want to be respectful. If maybe if your budget person missed an O or something out there, but it was to ask him to work with your office and see where we could be of help. But it brings us back to the point the judge was making, and that is that it was unbudgeted positions that I think you filled. That's what's causing the challenge. And so I will still ask the budget office to sit down with you, offer you all the support that we can offer you based on what the policy was that was set at the beginning of the budgeting process. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if we'll figure it out tonight, but that was my directive to the budget office, to work with you, to see if there's any way to find ways to resolve this. Okay?
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to slightly amend my motion. My motion was to give back the rollover funds. I think we may have a problem even if the rollover funds were restored to Constable Eagleton. He's saying he needs 400 to be able to not fire the folks that were with him now. But the rollover is going to be how much?
Well, would only needed 300 and something, but another position that you took from me was funded through rollover also.
What
okay,
position?
Well, I'm just trying to find a number that you need. And maybe the budget officer knows what that number is. Dave, do you know the number? So we don't have to have a layoff in the constable's office?
It's 438,000 and something.
438,000?
439.
439? I would amend my motion that the rollover be provided and that the difference between the rollover and the 439 be added to Constable Eagleton's account so we don't have to lay anybody off.
And I would second that simply because I do think there's been some confusion as we go from one way of doing things to a new way of doing things. So I think we need to be a little flexible as we sort this out with all of our folks. So that would be an appropriate thing to do.
And Judge, you raise a good point about the budget process, but when we've had a change in the way that we do our budget process, I think that in the transition time period that it would be okay to be a little bit flexible.
I can assure you if we fixed it, it won't happen again because the new policies you have set in place, there won't be any rollover money to fill any more positions.
The challenge is there are unfilled positions throughout the county, so anybody can fill them and then say, force me to fire people. So, and Consul, I am puzzled because we talked about this and I thought you and I reached an agreement and that was a
Yeah, but-
conversation you and I had, so.
And that's why I told you, thank you, and I'm gonna take your recommendations.
So let's just take
But,
them.
but I wanted to make sure that Commissioner Garcia and I were still on the same page.
I will tell you, I can't support this motion because what it does, I recognize there's a sense that there may have been confusion, although I find, whatever happened there, but the point is, it sets a what happens next time somebody says, I got confused and I hired these people and now you're forcing me to lay them off. And we're gonna say, well, but we promised we would never do this again after the situation in June 26th or whatever day today is. And then they're say, well, but it's new employees and now you're defunding this other thing. But that's why, Constable, we spoke for a path forward. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm loath to set a bad precedent, but I'm just repeating what you and I discussed, and I don't want to go into the details of the solution.
Maybe if we hear from the rest of the constables, we'll get a better sense.
Well, so Constable Sandlin, I think you had a note, and Dave, did I misstate anything? No? Okay.
I'll just briefly explain kind of what happened. And Commissioner Garcia and I talked about it at length. Back when he took over as commissioner, I had 2 park positions, and those were converted over from my agency to the sheriff's department. So it left me with 2 positions that I had deputies in. Both of them were park deputies. And then once the rollover issue came to hand, and I had explained to him for 3 years, I'd pay for those positions out of rollover. And after that took place, and once I found out rollover was going to be gone, I was in a similar situation. I explained to Commissioner Garcia that, listen, if you take rollover away, I've been funding those positions for 3 years, and therefore I have to lay those people off. And those people were currently in those positions. So these were not unfunded positions. These people were in these positions, and they were funded with rollover. And we talked a lot of times about it. Kevin C. called me and he said, I tell you what you're going to need. You're going to have to do a proposal for that. And so we did a long drawn out proposal explaining exactly what happened. I sent Commissioner Garcia a copy of it also. Basically they said, I'll tell you what, rollover's gone, but we'll go ahead and it was funded out of the general fund. Is what it was.
And Judge and Constable, I remember now. And my comment to you was, you should have never been able to use your rollover. You should have been funded those positions.
You did say
when the
that.
contract went away. I was curious, why is it that one constable's office, when a contract goes away, those positions are put into your budget, but yours weren't?
You're exactly right.
And so that was the corrective measure and reasoning for you, because you should have never been put in that position to begin with, because you did have budgeted positions. And when the contract went away, the standard practice has been move those positions off the contract and onto the budget.
I remember that conversation.
Yes. Thank you.
And I do appreciate they being funded. If not, I would had to lay those people off.
Yeah. But that wasn't this year. That was the previous year.
That would correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Why don't we just go and are you guys all speaking? Lucinda, I know you don't have eyes.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Everything that I had written down is kind of by the wayside now, because it sounds like there's been a lot discussed through Constable Eagleton and some groundwork set that I really don't need to go over again. We talked a lot about public safety, and when you talk about public safety, you talk about law enforcement. And when you're talking about law enforcement, our concern naturally is the people that that we serve, the people that we've been elected to serve. And that's where my concerns come in, is whether or not and how I go forward and how I need to do a long-term strategic plan for my precinct with the situation that I'm in. I'm blessed in the fact that I don't have to lay off people. I mean, that's a good thing, obviously. But there has been a tremendous amount of miscommunication, misunderstanding, and things of that nature. You know, I heard the word rhetoric used. The judge, you said defunding. There's been a lot of these words that have been thrown around back and forth, and it seems like every week there's discussion, arguments, debate, whatever you want to call it, between the court members. Well, none of that really makes any difference to me. I mean, the reality to me is that I had $52 million last year at this time, and this year I have $44 million. And the numbers are that if you take my full labor cost, my non-labor cost, I have a deficit of $2.48 million, which correlates into about 22 positions of officers. Those positions, really what I need to be able to do is, they weren't created out of my mind. And I think this is some of the frustration that you're hearing from us in law enforcement is, you know, I didn't go to bed and come up with these PCN numbers, and I didn't create them myself. I sat here in good faith every year. I spoke to you many times, Commissioner Garcia, and, you know, in good faith, we present what the information that we have been given. Those positions were approved by the Harris County Budget Office, and they were voted on by this court to grant me those positions. I had several, and I know there's the debate whether or not it should be funded with the salary should be funded with rollover. And, you know, I would agree with you, it shouldn't. As a matter of fact, when I talked to Dave Barry about that, Dave's comment was that nobody should have their positions funded through rollover, and we're going to fix that. And I agree with that. A baseline bottom budget, I'm perfectly fine with. What I'm asking for is to have the money that I need to be able to fund those positions so that I can carry on and be able to implement the strategic plan that we have for the precinct. We would never have, like I said, we would have asked if we would have had known on the first. Okay.
So Constable Heat, same question as Constable Eagleton. So when you sat down in the original budget discussion, you did not know that rollover was going away.
That is correct, Commissioner. On March 1st, I think the budget goes into effect. It was March 9th when we were notified that rollover was being taken away. Subsequently, after that, we had a lot of discussions with Mr. Barry and Kevin Seat and talking about, okay, what do you have in the pipelines? What PCN, I mean, not PCN, what do you have in the pipelines? What do you have purchase orders already established for, things of this nature? Those were the what we presented to the budget office to be able to say, these are in the pipeline we need to take care of. But we were told, as Constable Eagleton said, that the reoccurring, meaning the salaries, would not be covered, that they're not going to be covered through rollover. Like I said, if you're for it or if you're against it, I understand that. What I would have come to this court, and I would have come and presented my budget to have my budget reflect that increase so that I could fill those 22 positions. I had $8.7 million taken from me in my rollover. And those positions that I'm talking about correlate, like I said, to the 2.4. And that's what I would have set my budget at.
But how much did you request? So you requested 1.34 million out of the 9.5. That's the thing, there's a process. And if they offer you 9.5 and out of that you request 1.3, I mean, then we can't come back 6 months later and say, I wish I requested more. I mean, what more can we get? We're giving so much funding to law enforcement. Now there's a new law. It's only going to grow from here. It's already 50% of our budget, and we're committing more and more every year, and massive investments. We give everybody a chance to apply twice for the budget and then for the rollover. If you don't apply for more, and you were granted 95% of your application. You applied for 1.3 and you were awarded 1.2. Constable, I mean, we can't relitigate this 6 months later because then we'll have the public health department here saying they wish they'd applied for more. Well, that's a bad example because she's new and we said we didn't grant you the full budget because you're gonna come back later in the year. But heck, we could have pretrial service. Oh, that's another one. Anyway, folks coming in and saying, I never mind. I didn't realize that I could apply for more, and so now I want more. I mean.
Well, and I think, Judge, that's where some of the confusion is, and you're correct. I was given, whatever you said, the 94% of what I wrote my proposal for. Those were items that we already had purchase orders issued for. Those were things that we said, okay, these are in the pipeline, is what I called it. They were in the pipeline. We were told they could not include salaries and non-labor costs for personnel, and I understand that. The challenge is not whether or not, in my opinion, whether or not we think it's good or bad. It was the transition period. It was the ability to say, okay, Constable Heap, you're going to lose 22 positions. We need you to be able to prepare for that. Because I'll be honest with you, I could have very easily have come when I had my rollover and funded, as I think that was the word being used, is funded those positions. And right or wrong, in the past, it has been historically done in this county, is that those positions were funded. Commissioner Garcia, I know you were talking about when you were in the sheriff's office and stuff, but I think you also can remember that while we would sit here, we would address this, and I have no reason other than to tell you what factual way it happened. And that is every year I would say, my budget is not meeting my PCNs, my manpower. And I was told, don't worry about it. You have sufficient rollover to handle that. Well, in my thought process, it's all taxpayers' money. So who am I to argue? I would agree with that. Why should I ask for an increase in my budget when I have the rollover to be able to suffice for that?
Judge. And Constable, man, I tell you what, I'm glad I fired Bill Jackson. Because this way of budgeting is wrong. You're making the case that there was a rule for you, but there wasn't a rule for Phil, and there wasn't a rule now for Sherman. I mean, the policy was always, and I think maybe it was Constable Trevino that you were told you can't use it for salaries. And this is the thing that drove me crazy, that some of you got treated differently than others. And it's created this ambiguity about how, what you knew and thought. And the miscommunication was probably from the previous budget office in terms of how rollovers were supposed to be used. Maybe you got more flexibility than everybody else. I don't know. But I know what I was told, and it was a strict rule not to be used for salaries, not to be used for recurring expenses. If you wanted to buy a patrol car or Tahoe, that would be given consideration. Even that didn't get consideration consistently. So, and when you mention now that you had 22 positions that were part of your rollover deal, and I don't remember exactly the remarks about during the budget hearing that you said my salary line isn't meeting my actual line. We should have caught it then, that there was something that was off kilter. And it's like what Constable Sandlin indicated. He lost a contract. How many of you, when you lose a contract, your positions get absorbed into your department? I mean, I've heard that time and time again. But apparently it wasn't for Phil. So something was, or you, Constable, so something was definitely wrong with this process. And I remain committed to try to figure it out. We have a mid-year coming up. I've already put in my wish list, but the budget director said, we don't know what the revenues are gonna be. So, I'm committed to trying to get us all back on the right ledger, a ledger that everybody understands, everybody sees, that we, not pick favorites, that we work as a team and try to get everybody on the same footing. So I regret that this has happened and this is happening, but this is the problem with a policy being in someone's brain and not a policy that this court should have voted on and committed to writing with clear guidelines, so that when you come to the budget hearings, it's all applicable and everybody gets it. So anyway, so I regret that this happened. This is happening to you. I regret it's happening to Constable Eagleton. I regret it happened to Phil. We were able to catch that early on before we got into this rollover, no rollover situation. It was just a matter of fairness on his part. Constable Trevino and I spoke the other day, and she said, I was told, can't use it for salaries. So I was hearing what I had known in different contexts. So again, I guess at this point, because the judge is absolutely correct that we had, the budget director set a process. We need to meet that process. But you know what? The process aside, when this pandemic started, I've been pushing for a mortgage assistance program out of CARES or out of now ARPA, because I'm worried about what property taxes, which this county lives on, what those property taxes are going to look like as this pandemic takes a greater hold of our economy. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know. But if people lose their homes, we all lose off the budget. And so I don't know what this mid-year is going to look like, but I would ask that we let the mid-year occur, see what the revenue projections are going to be. And I'm committed to being fair with everybody. But it is, and taking those one-time technology expenses, I remember you having some body cams on your budget and some of y'all having them on your budget. Well, it's off your budget. You're not obligated to pay for that or upgrade it or replace them. That's now in a different place, because we as a body want you guys to have that technology. We ought to be the body directing the purchasing of that. And so, and then the other things that, y'all have heard my conversations about Superion or Tribion or whatever the hell it was, but a piece of crap because it makes your guys unsafe. So we're working with HPD to improve that system. That money is going to that. So we're trying to be thoughtful about how to be supportive without that being on your shoulders individually. So if y'all will give us an opportunity to work with the budget director, work where the mid-year is not too far away from us. Let's figure this out. That doesn't give you any breathing room, Constable Eagleton, but let me just sit down with the budget director, because the number you just gave is kind of shocking me, because I had heard a different number, which wasn't as bad. I had heard 112,000, but now you're saying 439,000. So you got me nervous on that one. So let me work with the budget director and see where we can get to. But I would ask the constables collectively, let's look at what the mid-year looks like, and it's all on the table for everybody, not just you, but all the departments. But the reality of it is, we have a violent crime situation that we have to get under control. And I appreciate y'all being part of the overtime program that is being done in coordination with the sheriff's office. Heard some good numbers coming out of that. So I want to thank y'all all respectively for being a part of that.
Well, I think we would agree, Commissioner, that the violent crime is something that we haven't seen at least in the last 40 years. I mean, it's unprecedented and it pressures all of us. You know, I'm in the same town hall meetings that you are and the city councilmen and everybody else. So we understand that. So once again, I think the frustration, I appreciate your commitment to work with us and look at it again at the mid-year budget. The frustration and what I'm asking the court is to, and I guess Dave, to be able to say, you know, I don't think there was any malice here across the board anyway. But I think that the way it was timed, the way that, you know, if we could have come out and said, this is what's about to come down the pike, guys, let's prepare your budget appropriately and ask for this. It was kind of just backwards in the way that it occurred. So we were all playing catch up on it. And what I'm worried about now is that whether or not you believe it or not, I have to be able to go to my community and I need to at least be able to say, okay, this we're going to be able to continue with, this we're not going to be able to continue with, and things of that nature. And I understand mid-year is coming up, but I just kind of tailing on what District Attorney Ogg said, you know, it's kind of like it takes a while to get things going. We can't hire people overnight. And, you know, we go through a 2-month training period for these people in FTOs. So whether or not it's the Sharpstown initiative or the Gulfton or A-Leaf initiatives where, you know, we put in 23,000 hours last year, I don't have that manpower to do it. A lot of that manpower was shifted because of the pandemic and our writs and our executions were not being used. So I was able to move manpower over and combine civil districts and things. So as time goes, it is going to have a negative impact on the people that I serve. And as I'm getting peppered with this of saying, hey, how come we don't see your cars here? How come you can't help us here? How come you pulled your person from victim assistance? Or, you know, how come we're not doing the RAD class anymore? It's just, I need to try to be able to get a grip or grasp on whether or not there's a possibility for this, whether or not I need to be able to convey to people that this is not an option here anymore. So midterm is great. But I just hope that we can maybe before midterm be able to go into Dave's crystal ball and talk a little bit about, you know, yes, Constable, don't do away with this. Yeah, I think that this is going to be possible.
I just don't understand how of all the, I mean, everybody had to do the rollover process, not just you all. Every department in the county had to go through this process. And they didn't seem to have this level of misunderstanding of the process. I mean, we have to, and then it is a new time. We have a new budget director. We have new systems. I make the offer, whatever support we need to send from the budget department to the different constable offices. Perhaps before the budget was more casually done. Maybe that's the issue. And it sounds like something like what Commissioner Garcia was saying. But it was very clear at the last budget season, those who did not present a thorough proposal did not get their proposal funded. I mean, this is something that you guys do need to plan for very carefully as the budget season with us, and to put together a thorough proposal. You received 100% of your requested budget, Constable. If you knew, you know that this is happening. We all talked about the rollover situation. We all talked about the process. We had budget available to help. We just can't relitigate these things. And I also don't think we can commit funds right now for the mid-year process because, to Commissioner Garcia's point, we don't know what the numbers are going to look like. And there are so many needs. There are so many needs. Perhaps there's something else that we can do that cuts across all law enforcement, like the technology. Perhaps there's an entirely different initiative that gets at violent crime, because there's only so many funds. I mean, we can, and you guys already have half our budget. I do want to understand what happened here, though, specifically in your situation, because my understanding is you did not have a practice of funding positions out of your rollover.
No, it sounds like he did.
No,
it sounds like he did.
Can you clarify this, Dave, what happened here? Because I just don't, I didn't dig into Constable Keeps. I mean, you may need to approach the microphone because otherwise Lucinda's not going to catch you.
Oh,
You gotta switch it over.
Is it?
how's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
From my review of Constable Heap's budget and spending in the past, there hadn't been a practice of having to use rollover to fund folks who were working there at the time, right? So we haven't seen that going on in the past, and certainly has been worked through the process with you and your team. Wasn't a matter that folks would have to get let go or cut of staff.
So what about what he mentioned about the 22 positions?
Were those
Those funds were not used because the positions were not filled.
We'll have to flip back.
Oh, you got to push the switch again. I'm sorry.
Can a staff member help?
No, they got
I'm sorry, is that, okay. Yes, the rollover was not used. We said we were not in the habit of using the rollover. Well, the habit meaning that when the positions are filled, we would have had to have used rollover money to fill those positions. What Dave's referring to was they were vacant, so we didn't have to tap into the rollover money for that.
Right, but if they were vacant, those are proposals you make during budget. I mean, if there's a budgeting mistake, we'll have every department in front of us saying, well, I didn't realize, and now I need 22, however many more positions.
No, I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I do understand what you're saying. This is a different look. This is a different court. This is a different budget office. I understand that. In other words, but as I said, it was backwards in that if we would have known that we were not going to be able to use that, I would have put it in my budget and it would have been up to this court to vote on.
Why don't we have every department here in front of us with the same situation? I mean, what?
Well, I can't attest to all I can attest to is what my department, I don't know the communication between the court or the budget office or anybody for anybody else. I can't. All I can do is tell you that I was told time and time again, and I'll paraphrase, but don't piss off the commissioners by asking for any additional budget. I said, wait, it doesn't fit my baseline. I can't pay my people there. You've got sufficient rollover to be able to fund that. It's all taxpayers' money. Okay, that makes sense.
I've been here. I personally have been very clear. Don't be bashful. Request what you need. If we can't give it to you, and I said that all three, I would say at least the last two budget sessions. I can't speak for the first one, but I'm pretty sure I said at least we said it with the pollution control air monitoring. But I've said every single budget session, I've said to each of the presentations and overall is, and everybody has nodded, and we've even, Rodney stepped out, but Commissioner Ellis would always say what you said. He said, around here, it used to be that you couldn't ask because then, you worry about making us upset. Don't think that. Bring the proposals. And so, I mean, we give the opportunity to apply. We give the opportunity to apply for a budget. We give the memo that we need you to apply for everything. Now, perhaps you would have applied for the 22 positions and would have been granted 5 or 10 or 19. I don't know. So we also can't assume that they would have all been granted. But at what point do we set a process and move forward with that process?
Judge, I'm all for moving forward, okay? And like I said, it's y'all's responsibility to set it.
It's not as bad.
He's going to find budgeting for you.
There you go. No, it's the responsibility of this body to set those guidelines and everything, and I understand that. Going forward, that's exactly what would happen. There was not a distinguishing between, as we said, a budget and rollover. The $54 million that was available to me to be able to run and manage my department was accessible to me. So, and I'm not making this up. This is the stuff that is conveyed to me, and then it went and voted across the board for the commissioners to adopt these positions. So I think that there was a lot of miscommunication. I totally agree. And all I'm asking for is you give me a bottom line budget, fund the people that I have. There's not going to be anybody more fiscally responsible than me. You're not going to have a problem with that. It was just the transition. What I'm looking at myself now is having the shortage of funds to be able to fill the positions, and then me having to determine what I can and cannot do based on those positions.
Judge, so Mr. Berry, I need clarity. Were the positions that the constable's referring to, were they budgeted positions, or were they like, we were talking about earlier, were they just
Unfilled and
unfunded PCNs?
They were.
Could you please flip the switch?
Which one?
I think for a long period of time, and they had been unfilled and unfunded positions. And so if I can gather what Constable Heap is saying, he's saying he would like to be able to add to his budget to be able to fund those on a recurring basis, right?
And I would agree with that.
But they were not previously in his budget. Are we saying the same thing
No,
here?
they are. They were not previously funded. They were funded through rollover. And what I'm saying there is that you combine rollover with your budget, that gives me my 54. That funds everything that I have. So, and because I'm not told otherwise, because it's the practice for many, many years prior to that, then I have the funding for my position.
I'm hearing two different things. So you had 22 bodies, people that were existing.
Yeah, PCNs.
Okay, so they weren't actually funded yet, but they were unfilled. They were unfilled.
And that's terminology that it was introduced up here a few minutes ago, was the fact that we said they were budgeted or they were funded. You know, I'm not a budget director, okay? So I understand it. I operate the arguably second largest constable's office in the United States. I manage a budget. I don't have a problem with the budget. I just needed the information to be factual and to be done before I had to make these decisions, because I would have come to you, Judge, with an adjusted budget, and y'all would have the discretion of accepting it or giving me partial, as you said. I understand that. I didn't have that opportunity to come to you because I felt, as the practices in the past, right or wrong, the practices in the past were that rollover was considered available as part of the budget. I don't think anybody really argues about how we did it in the past. So it's an uncomfortable situation. It's something that puts me in a bind. It's something that puts y'all in a bind. And as David said, all I'm asking for is that I have my baseline adjusted so that I can implement some of these programs and services and put these people on the
So
streets.
now you've hired 22 folks for those positions.
No, he still wants to.
Well, I've got 9 I'm swearing in tomorrow, I think it is, or 6 or whatever it is. But no, I've got them in the pipeline to where, meaning that within a month, those positions would be filled. I won't fill any more than what I have money for. Because I don't want to jeopardize people's lives.
Mistakes are made, they are, and we can't set this precedent, so we can't have it all. The 2 opportunities to apply, it's a mystery that we don't have a line of every department here with the same concern. And on top of that, we're committing additional funding. The funding's increased every year, all the time we've been in office. We're giving you an opportunity, if you have additional proposals, to bring them back at mid-year with the caveat that we don't have unlimited funds. So you got to give something. You can't say, I want all of that and I need to have it right now, or I'm going to argue that you're defunding the police and calling 400, 200 people to.
Well, you haven't heard me say that, Judge, so I think it's unfair to throw that back there. You say I've had 2 opportunities. I'd just like to clarify that. I see me having 1 opportunity, and that was for the proposal, which you funded 97%. I have no problem. That was very fairly done. The first opportunity that you're claiming, I didn't have that opportunity. The first opportunity was the budget proposal itself. That's what, in other words, when I came and asked for my 44 million, I would have asked for 48 million or whatever it was, 46 to pay my salary.
Isn't it enough that we're giving you an opportunity to come at mid-year with another proposal and say, we'll evaluate that and see? I mean, when there's a deadline for something, there's a proposal, whether it's a grant application, whether it's a budget application, whatever it is, whether it's a presentation at court, I mean, anything that you need to meet, you send it in. If you sent it in wrong, I mean, look, we can't have every department say, hey, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. And thus I am entitled to these positions right now, and I'm gonna tell the community that I need them right now. We're not saying, absolutely not, you're never gonna have these. We're saying not only are we increasing the budget for everybody's budget, either stay the same or went up, the law enforcement budget went up. We just put in $50 million to take the technology off your shoulders. And you could bring in a proposal, but we cannot promise we're gonna fund it. We just can't, because we don't know what else is gonna come up. We're working on another idea that kind of covers everybody. We're all just tossing ideas around. We don't know what the resources are gonna be. We have many other needs in the county, starting with flood control all the way to early education. So we just, it sounds a little like have your cake and eat it too, and we can't. I mean, I think we're doing a giving here. We're offering to help. We're offering another chance to apply. I just, if we do this, then any department at any time in the year can come back and say, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I'm entitled to this, or else.
Judge, you're using words like entitled and things of this nature. I guess that's the frustrating part. I'm not asking for anything special. And I will come back at mid-year, but I think it's unfair for you to say that I'm requesting something that makes me different than anybody else. I'm looking at one situation, not the proposals. Dave handled that fine. We got what was in the pipeline, and that was good because POs were already issued. I'm looking at basically coming and proposing a budget once a year and taking the advice of the professionals of Harris County and having this court body vote on that and having the wrong information to be able to present to you with. I mean, I understand your situation, and it sounds to me like you've made up your mind, and I understand, and that's fine. I need to prepare, though. I'm responsible to 1.2 million people that I need to be able to go to and say, no, we're not doing this. We're going to do that. My department will work, but it's because of the men and women that I have that are out there doing it. And we will work within the confines of the court. I'm okay with that. I just need to know where I stand on this so that I can pass that forward to the community.
And I can tell you some departments requested even more than the rollover that they had. Some departments requested 100% of their rollover. Some departments requested massive budget increases. Nobody got a
but not for
massive budget
personnel.
increase.
And that was the challenge, not for personnel. I got what I asked for. The misunderstanding was that in the past, it was used for personnel. That was wrong, but that was the way the precedent was set. And now that's where I'm missing. And I can only speak for myself. These men and women back here are here at midnight tonight because we support each other. They're all different. They've got their own budgets. They didn't come. They did come. I mean, everybody operates differently.
What he's saying is, let's grant everyone what they wanted 6 months ago, which every other department's going to be asking for the same thing. So what I'm saying in terms of clarity, at least for my part, we cannot relitigate something for reasons. Look, maybe an email got missed somewhere. Maybe you guys needed to spend a bit more time on the budget. I would venture to say it's probably a little bit of both, because somehow other folks were able to figure it out. But I also have been part of miscommunication in the county, so I can see how that could have been part of it too. But the point is, we find ourselves here. We can't simply give to everybody here what they wish they had asked for, because then we would have to do that for every department. So I don't think it would be appropriate for me as being responsible for the budget of this county. I mean, look, I would love to say yes to everybody. We could walk out here, give each other a hug, have a great night. We'd be done already. We'd have finished 30 minutes ago. I mean, I certainly I'm going strong, but we started over, 14 hours ago. But
I've been here, I know.
Right? But I'm responsible for the budget and good policies. And it's not a good policy or a responsible policy, in my opinion, for me to say, let's just take all these different situations of what was understood and not understood and happened and communicated and not communicated, and go back in time and grant what folks wish they'd requested. And I mean, and I would say, look, there's a tight, if I'm in your shoes, I would say there's a tight budgeting in the county. There's been these major, you can say, Constable, I have obtained an increase in the law enforcement budget in Harris County for at least the past 3 budget cycles. We just obtained this big win with technology, which is going to help us free up other dollars. And we're going to propose other things. I'm going to fight as best I can, but.
And that's what I'll do,
I
Judge,
can't
and
do anything
that's
else.
the way I'm gonna have to approach it. You know, from my perspective of black and white is that the increases over the last years, it hasn't been obvious. It's been, let's be real, it's been insurance, it's been medical costs, it's been pay raises for the officers, because it sure hasn't been for the constables. Vehicles, things of that nature. All of that is part of the increase, I understand. It's not necessarily, you know, constable, you get 5 more positions, or you can expand and do this. That's not what it is. It's an operating increase. So no, I totally understand that. I need to be able to, as I said, go back and be able to say, these positions are not being funded. We used last time, and I didn't say defunded. I said they're not being funded in this budget, meaning that I had, it's just this simple in my mind, is that 52 million and then 44 million. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I just wish that we would have taken it slower and maybe talked about it and said, and given us more forewarning so that we could have adjusted everything. What you're doing here, you know, I'm not saying that you're not doing what's right and what's responsible for the county. I just think that the county, and somebody, I keep feeling that you're putting this back saying that I need to understand that I feel entitled. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as that there was mistakes made in the budget office, and there was mistakes made by this court who approved that budget and approved my PCNs. I'm not blaming anybody individually. I think it is a communication gap, the way things were run. In the future, I don't think we're going to have this problem.
But
I
it's
really
incumbent
don't.
on you all to put in the application. I mean, if
Application for what, Judge?
For what resources you're requesting, I've made very clear, request what you need. I could find my words on that from previous courts many times, said, do not be bashful. If you need
You're
something.
talking about people, Judge?
Yeah, I've said all along, y'all, whatever proposal you need, bring it over. I know in the past, it's been this, you know, don't be scared. I know Commissioner Ellis has said it for a fact, because he has his own way of saying that, where he tells it very clearly and very eloquently. And he said, you know, I know in the past, it's been, you know, you thought you're getting in trouble, but don't feel that anymore. And we've all said it. I mean, you had something, Commissioner?
Yes, yes, Judge.
I do too,
Judge. Constable, I'll say it again. I'm committed to trying to look at this issue and look forward. I am taken aback that there seems to be a lot of lack of clarity on the status of the rollover, because it was a big conversation. It was a big discussion.
Was it before or after the budget? Commissioner, I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly when we voted on it. But Tom voted on it and then came back and asked to vote on it again because he supported it the first time and then came back and said, I changed my mind. I don't support it anymore. So whenever that vote was taken, it was clear. And because of the concern, that's when the budget office, I believe, started to see your proposals and started to fill proposals for request against your rollover. So there was some clarity as to what was going to happen with that rollover.
And they,
but where I think, I'll say it again, where I think the lack of uniform policy was that some of you had been allowed to use rollover for salary and some of you had not. And I think because of that individual experience, that's created some of this problem that we're dealing with. And so I don't know what the answer is, but I'm committed to working with y'all in the budget office to see where we can resolve that. And I'll just say it like this. I don't know what the answer is. Don't know if I'll have 3 votes for it, but I'll just say fair should be fair. But I'll also state again that I didn't like the rollover policy when it was put in place when I was sheriff. But it was repeatedly said to me, and it was said individually in Commissioner Cagle's office, it was said to me at this table, the rollover is not to be used for salaries. It's not to be used for reoccurring expenses. Now, the budget office may have gone back and told people differently and individually what they could do with that rollover. That's bad practice. Whatever got us to this mess, number one, that everybody knew the rollover was going away because then everybody started to make requests against that rollover. 91% of the budget proposals, rollover proposals that were made got approved because you knew it was going away. And so there's a little bit of, I think we all are recognizing what was happening, but I think that the individual experiences that y'all were allowed to have, as I mentioned, remember when Constable Trevino and Constable Garcia and I were talking, and the constable said, I was told you can't use rollover for salary. So she suffered under that policy. I guess that was the practice with Constable Eagleton, but apparently it wasn't the policy with you. It was a policy for Constable Sandon. I don't know what the policy was for anybody else. So there was apparently some bad practice on how that rollover policy was executed. I'll work with you to the extent that I can to find some way to resolve it. And I don't know the answer, but I'm willing to roll my sleeves up, work with the judge, work with my colleagues, work with the budget office. But to the judge's point, and because it ain't because of this conversation, but from March of 2020, I already had a forward looking at the economy. I'm deathly afraid of people that are going to lose their homes because they're lost their jobs, they closed their businesses, and I don't know what the bottom line to our revenue to this county will be. As long as we all recognize that reality, the pandemic is an example. I mean, the violence is an example of what the pandemic has caused. It ain't my first rodeo. When I hit the streets in 1980, we were dealing with the oil bust at that time. Crime rate went through the roof. In about a 3-year period, I think we lost about 6 police officers killed in line of duty. That's not something I want to revisit. So I'm committed to understanding our circumstance, but our circumstances also includes finite financial resources. Okay.
Let me quickly respond. Yes, I voted against it the second time I voted because put me in this group of the category of confused. This is the most confusing thing I've ever been a part of or seen. You have a budget discussion in 1 month and you don't even bring up rollover in any way. And you know you're going to have a different officer involved. And David said, well, you know, a month later, let's do away with rollover. That happened after the budget. If you'd reversed that, if you'd had the rollover before you had the budget, we wouldn't be here till 12:30 tonight. That's my point.
Well, and Constable Ramsey,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Constable
That's
Ramsey.
a call.
He said, put y'all in the same boat. I beg to differ because the proposals the constable submitted spoke to the understanding of the rollover of what was happening to that surplus. The bigger problem is how the use of those resources was executed individually by these officers. I think I've already defined some examples of the inconsistent allowances of that money based on the previous budget office.
Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Constable, I feel like I owe you an apology. We've kept you here all day until 12:32. That's not in the afternoon for anybody that plays this, that's watching. It's midnight 32. And we've been beating up on you because you didn't know that when you thought you had $54 million, that we were going to take $8 million of that away from you. And now you're standing here begging us to let you have some of that money so you can hire some of the folks that you've put on your budget before. And we're telling you, you screwed up because you didn't look into the crystal ball to know that we were going to change the rules of the game on you. And I apologize.
When is that the case where the rules of the game change? That's the case.
Judge, we have made changes to the rollover. So in that sense, yes, the rules have changed. People may have different views. I understand. I've discussed this at length with Commissioners Cagle and Ramsey. I think it's precisely the confusion that folks in this room have is the reason we needed to change rollover, because the uses were inconsistent, because what you could do with it was inconsistent. It's been said before, and I know it's late. It wasn't a matter of something simply being taken away. There was a process we went through to say, if you have a one-time expense, an expense that is a suitable use of rollover, you can apply. And in general, those were good requests. People asked what they needed for. I appreciate that Constable Heap didn't ask for every dollar. He asked for what he needed. What we did not address is some past confusion that some people thought they could use rollover to fund people, to add people, because Constable Heap is talking about adding people. To be honest, I had no clue that anyone thought that. To me, it was very clear that you shouldn't. And in the past, Constable Heap hasn't done it. Maybe he had thoughts he would this year. Used rollover to fund people, right? To fund salaries. So we're in a position where no one has had to let people go because of rollover. I understand Constable Eagleton's comments. They're not because of rollover, just to boil it down. No one has had to let anyone go. We have funded the one-time requests, I think, in a fair way. And I want to be clear about how we should work going forward. No one should hire anyone that they can't cover with their recurring budget. You'll never hear anything different from me or my office. I think that'll be very consistent. And when folks want to put in a proposal to increase their staff with the recurring budget, we'll happily work with folks and have it considered at the right time, whether that be at mid-year if we have additional revenue or at the budget cycle. That's the way this ought to work, and it's the way it will work going forward.
Can you work with the offices to see what proposals? I mean, I think you guys obviously need to be more involved with each of the offices, the ones that would like that involvement, on if they want to make any proposals going forward, recognizing we cannot commit to funding all the proposals, but we can certainly commit to evaluating them thoroughly.
Yes, and I mean, I find any of the constables to call me if they feel otherwise, but I mean, we have a dedicated team working with them, and when they want to prepare proposals, they have our full support. I think court should vote on it. And to Commissioner Garcia's point, it won't be an easy vote because there are always lots of priorities, but there should be a process, and we'll help every office follow it.
Still have a lot of folks that need to speak. Say that.
When is mid-year?
September, right?
I'd say after we set the tax rate, we can see what additional recurring revenue, the proper source for people, is available. And that's a time we could consider funding some additional staff.
Roughly,
September. Yeah.
I think we ought to hear from everybody else because folks have been here all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
Well, I think I'm somewhere else right now. Now, I just want to say, there's been, some of your staff in your office have called us and said we're down here to get our rollover back. We're not. Our rollover was taken in March. We understand. We're okay with that. I love these guys and ladies back here. They're my brothers and sisters. Sherman Eagleton is my brother from another mother. And I want to respectfully request from the court, I don't know if y'all need to ask the county attorney this question, but I'm willing to go out on the street and get his $500,000. He made a mistake. He's looking for compassion. We talk about the crime rate, public safety, and Harris County is on a teetering point of collapsing with the criminal element out there. There are more criminals on the street now than I've ever seen in my 36-year career. And it's a lot of variables involved with that. I get it. We're going to hold the line. The 8 of us are going to hold the line with Sheriff Gonzalez, the rest of law enforcement. We're going to keep doing our jobs. We hope, and it looks like you're on a path to get our courts cranked back up. That'll help a lot. And we understand. We want to work with the court. But all of us are here today to support Constable Heap and Constable Eagleton. That's all. That's all. We sat here all day. We waited till the last group of people. But we love our job. We love serving the court. And if we have to go out on the streets to get the money, I would ask that if it's possible or legal to do that, ask y'all to please consider, and you don't have to decide now. Y'all can decide, in the next couple of months if y'all will pick it up the next budget cycle maybe. And, but I can go out with my friends and get $500,000 if we have to. I don't want to see Sherman lay off deputies.
No, but the concern is we spoke Constable Eagleton about
No,
this,
I know. I don't want to, I'm done with
I
that.
mean,
I'm
I
just
just
looking to try to help.
we're not here. Look, I think when I have a conversation, I have an assumption that it'll be taken in good faith, and I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I thought I left off. We had an agreement. We had a solution, Constable Eagleton. I'm sorry. You just have to let me know whether actually you're not on board, Constable, with my offer and the solution we found.
He's on.
Well, but then why are we saying we need to go out to the streets?
Well, I don't want to see him lay off 2 people.
But I'm saying we spoke, this is what gets me, and as far as we're working so hard for everybody, and I don't understand. I
Good.
thought I had a conversation, but maybe I'm missing something.
Judge, Constable Herman, thank you for your support of those 2 guys. And again, look, you're getting the empathetic side of me on this matter, just because I remember how I remember what I was told, and then I knew what was being done, and so the rules were applied differently, and that's regretful. But that was the practice around here, and with the help of Mr. Berry, we've been just trying to be consistent around here. It's why it was easy to address Constable Sandlin's problem, because he should have never, if the rule had always been, you lose a contract, you get the positions get moved over, but that's not the way he was treated. That was wrong. So I'm looking to find a path going forward. And as I said, I'm committed to trying to find ways to address this. I don't know the answers, but I'm committed to sitting down with the budget office to see what the path forward looks like. Um, but I just appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for enduring the day. But more importantly, thank you for your men and women out on the streets. They're the ones doing the heavy lifting for us right now, and we respect that. But
And I'll let you do it because my offer of help doesn't count. So I'm just.
I think it does, Judge.
I just don't understand. I mean, I'm just floored that we have a conversation and then suddenly there's 8 folks.
Judge, I
here
didn't
saying
change
we're
my
gonna go
mind.
for
I came here to thank you.
Right, but you have your colleagues saying that we need to go out to the street. So now the community's gonna, you just watch what's gonna come up on the, you know, the public sphere folks are gonna say, you're now spreading this idea that in order to fund something, we have to go put out a collection plate.
And let me ask this, could I use money out of my seed asset money to give him the money?
Constable, can you please move your mic towards your,
move the mic over. They can't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I have some money in my seized asset money that I would give to Sherman.
Yeah, Constable, I really appreciate that. The answer, I'm pretty sure the county attorney's office will tell us yes. While you're at it, give some to HEAP. No, no. Look, the answer is yes, but let's not go there yet. I said that's a noble gesture. Again, let me get with the budget office and see where this goes. Who knows? I just may take you up on that offer, but let's not go there yet. But I appreciate you're willing to do that. Okay.
Judge, please, I didn't mean that in a bad way. I mean, I know people, I know that would give us money if we need it. I mean, Sherman made a mistake. I'm sitting back here, I'm saying, Sherman, you know, because I know Sherman, but I'm gonna tell you, if I wasn't a constable, I wouldn't want to work for this guy. I would love to work for him. That's the kind of guy he is. I mean, he's a great guy. And I'm gonna close out. I want to, Commissioner Garcia, I want to apologize to you. We talked on the phone a couple of weeks ago, and my wife, when I hung the phone up, she said, "Who was that?" And I said, "That was Adrian Garcia." She said, "Well, Mark, you were very rude to him." And I said, "Well, babe," I said, "I wasn't trying to be rude. I said, I was being just direct." And she goes, "Well, I know you. He doesn't know you." She goes, "That didn't sound right. So I want to apologize to you. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to end the conversation that way." I told her I'd tell you that next time I saw you. So
You tell her she.
took my word.
You tell her to thank you, but it didn't go anywhere. So thank you.
All right. Thank y'all very much. Thank you, Judge.
Anyone else?
Constable Rosen Garcia.
Thank you all. I was here in support of my colleagues, but I will be very brief. Back on January 7th, I requested a couple of positions, 3 of which were for a homeless outreach team, and I was denied. Historically, my precinct has been neglected, underserved, and underprotected. And we talk about equity here in Commissioner's Court, and it's part of the county's mission statement. And I'm fighting for my residents and citizens. And I met with Commissioner Garcia, great meeting. And I have a meeting with everybody else here scheduled soon. And I, from hearing what's going on here, I kind of know what's going to happen, and I appreciate it. So all I'm asking is please, if y'all would consider the positions of the 8 precincts. I'm at number 8 when you think of dollars per person in my precinct. So please, I know we talk about equity a lot. Please take that into consideration if y'all review our budget in September. That's all I ask. We're all here because God has placed us in a position to help. And I think if we have compassion in our hearts and love in our hearts and do the right thing, I think everything's going to be okay. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and see y'all next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Oh.
I'm here. My name is Dave Welch. I'm with the
a credentialed chaplain with HPD and also with Precinct 5. And I'm here representing hundreds of pastors and churches around the community who work regularly with our law enforcement, including our constables. And the reason I have been here for 14 hours today as well is to make it very clear that these constables are not standing alone. And I just want to make something clear very concisely and briefly here. I've listened to everything that's been said today. I've communicated with our constables who are capable, gifted men who have been serving the communities for 30 plus years as an average. For our commissioners who described what happened, and I think it's very obvious that a major breakdown in communications occurred in how the budget process was given to these constables in presenting their budgets, and then the rules were changed. I think that's now been on record at this point very, very clearly. That's not disputable. Okay? That's evident by the process of how this occurred, that their budgets, which have had these figures calculated into them before, positions factored in, and then we changed the rules. So now they're addressing that. They're dealing with this. They're trying to find this balance right now in a moment where our entire day, your entire day, has been filled with stories of the fact that our community is in a crisis of lawlessness that's exploding all around us. And this is not a moment to undermine our law enforcement. So I'm charging you as our commissioners, our elected officials, on behalf of thousands of pastors and tens of thousands of parishioners around this community who care deeply about the community, who serve the community every day. They care about the hurting and the broken, but also are desperately in need for a state of law where we have a system that works, courts that function, a law enforcement that are supported, and policies that are clear. So we're asking you to make sure this never happens again, that their funding is given adequately to what they need. We understand budgetary limitations. Nobody's disputing that at all. But what was clear was they were given a process, it was changed, and then they were blamed when they came back to try to correct that. And I've heard that firsthand right here today. So I'm just asking you and appealing to you on behalf of all those I represent and the departments we work with to be responsible in making sure that we're doing the fiduciary duty here of making things crystal clear on behalf of this. I think that the process, the decision's already been made to eliminate the rollovers. We could debate that decision separately. It's already been finished. That's not the issue here. So please, we all know what we've heard today and what's clear and evident. They deserve the support, and that's why we're here. Thank you very much.
David, thanks for coming down, and good to see you again, and enjoyed working with you way back when. But I hope you also took away that the previous budgeting process was also a major part of the breakdown.
Understood.
Thank you.
Again, I think it's clear that there's just a communication gap of what and how much and when was communicated to everybody equally.
Yep.
And I think that's what you alluded to that, and I think that's self-evident.
Thank
But
you.
that's not their fault.
Yeah.
That's what we're asking for. Don't punish our frontline officers.
Gotcha.
The personal.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys, anybody else in person? Also Trevino? Lucinda, will you call up speakers who are calling in virtually, please?
Yes, ma'am. Melissa Melton. Melissa Melton. Judge, I'll try her back in a moment.
Okay.
Frank McLean.
That's me.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Listen, with all respect, I'm just a citizen, okay? And let me tell you what I hear. At the end of the day, I hear the police officers dutifully and rightfully sustaining the commissioner's court, but at the end of the day, the court is threatening the citizens by not providing the necessary funds that the police officers need to do their job. This year, with violence higher than it's been in 30 years, This is not a time to have a dispute or a debate over a budget situation. Do that next year. This is not the year to be doing that. Okay, and so I'm a little bit concerned. It's a good time to be a criminal this year because what's happened is the budget dispute has basically threatened citizen. That's all I got to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. It was 79.
And I'll announce the number. My apologies. Number 88, Norman Warwick. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I probably have heard more numbers in my head than I really want to. It's going to be hard to go to sleep tonight. But the only thing I'd like to say is I've lived out in this county for 45 years, and I always have supported our constables and the officers, and I would still continue to go along with whatever the elected officials have decided that is best for the areas that I live in, and that's really about all I have to say. It's very, very confusing sitting here on the phone. It's amazing what I've learned a lot just listening. So I would like to thank everybody and thank you all for what you do for us. But I will continue to vote for whoever can make me understand what the policies are and how much what's going to cost us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to apologize first because we're going to be skipping back and forth because we are getting some callers at the last minute. Jose Garza, number 74. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everybody. Hello?
Yes, sir. Go
Can y'all
ahead,
hear me?
please.
So first off, I'd like to say, Commissioner Cagle, you have no reason to apologize for us still being on the phone at almost 1 o'clock in the morning, because I find it very crazy that halfway through y'all's meeting, Judge Hidalgo seems fit to leave to go to the Astros game for a photo op and then come back and talk about saving money when God knows how many thousands of dollars were just spent and wasted by her trip going back and forth and by keeping the court open till 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't understand how we can sit here and talk about fairness and how we care about citizens in the community, but yet we're still playing this game at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's asinine to me. I think we should do better as a county. We elected y'all to do better, not to go take a photo op and then come back at your convenience and keep all of us waiting for 14 and 15 hours. I have a job. I have a life. And we're still talking about defunding the police. We're talking about taking money away from the police officers. The only reason why I can think that Commissioner Ellis wants to take money away from the officers is to hinder the investigations on his stuff dealing with his art collection. Or maybe he wants chaos in the street. Maybe y'all want another Chicago or a Detroit or a New York. I don't know how many times we have to keep having these same conversations over and over. Not a year ago, Commissioner Garcia, you vowed to not have these conversations anymore. But it seems like y'all keep trying to find loopholes to take money away from law enforcement. Right now is not the time to take money away from law enforcement. Right now is the time to increase the budget for law enforcement so we don't have 100 murders a weekend. So we don't have the chaos that we're having right now. I've had to come to this court before to express my opinion. And I stated then, if it continues, I will fight to vote all of you out of office. I will find people to replace y'all. I will go rally against y'all. You serve the public. You serve me. You answer to us. I want to know how much money you spent, Judge Hidalgo, going back and forth today. I want to know where the case standing is for Commissioner Ellis. I want to know these things. Do any of y'all have an answer for your actions today? That is a question.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the beep. I'm waiting to try to connect somebody. Hang on just a moment. Number 100, Richard Price.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was just speaking on behalf of the funding that's being held up for Precinct 4 commissioners. Although I do believe that, you know, some retraining and some refocusing of funding may be needed, but I wholeheartedly do not believe in defunding the police as an option, especially with crime on the rise around Harris County as a whole. Defunding the police is not the right thing to do at this time. So we just need to make sure that our officers have all of the resources that they need so they can continue to safely conduct their business as law enforcement officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have 3 callers, and we're attempting to call them other speakers.
Okay. So you're saying you're about to put someone on the line, Lucinda? Is that what you mean?
Not yet. I don't have anybody yet.
Okay, well, we're close to the 2-hour mark, so would it help for us to take a break, or do you want us to stay on and wait?
Can you give me just a couple of, or maybe 1 minute?
Okay, yeah, well,
What does the process require? We have to keep calling them?
I think as one person speaks, she calls the next one, but sometimes she doesn't get many, so they just kind of,
I wonder if we'll make them mad. We'll call them at 3 a.m.
Yes, they are hanging up on us.
That's what I was kind of figuring. So I was just wondering, does the law require we call them all?
I'm not sure. That's a county attorney answer.
yeah, we still have plenty of discussion. Now you guys are thinking twice about all the ones that was like, no, actually, yes.
Go pretty quick.
Yeah, seriously. All right, thank you. All right, y'all take care. Oh, man, like 20. Oh, yeah. Adrian, Commissioner, he's gonna miss his flight at this point.
Last time where we was vote on stuff instead of making speeches. That worked out all right.
Can you redo the consent agenda?
Seriously.
Consent agenda
Number 2, yeah, because this is gonna be a minute with all the ones. And the thing is, once we call them up, that we're gonna end up talking about it.
Yeah, still not getting an answer, Judge, so up to you what you'd like to do.
Well, how about we start discussing the agenda? Uh-oh. Did we just lose Commissioner Ellis?
We did. Said call him when he was ready to vote. Just
Oh. Well, could someone get Adrian?
Oh, you gonna vote?
But I can use.
Okay, well, let's break for 5 minutes and then we're gonna start taking the agenda. And you folks can let Commissioner Garcia know. So we'll be back at 1:05 in the morning. All right, thank you. Commissioners Court's back in session. Lucinda, any other speakers that have picked up?
Yes, ma'am, we have one. It
Okay,
is
go ahead.
thank you, number 128. Gloria Rodriguez, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm very, I don't want to defund the officers. I think we need our constables over here. You know, I don't believe what they're doing is a good idea. You know, Garcia and Hidalgo just been lying. You know, they're just lying manipulators. You know, and like, they're letting Ron Ellis lead. That's going to lead, you know, lose the election. You know, he has his own criminal issues that he got to deal with. So I'm really against it, defunding the police officers. We just need to get Hidalgo and Garcia out of the office. Hello?
This Commissioner Garcia, I'm still here in office. And anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Those are all the speakers we could reach right now. I can interrupt as soon as we get another one.
Please do. We'll start going through the discussion items and just let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So the first discussion.
Judge, are we gonna hold off on voting on the motion?
I'm here virtually.
Oh, hi, Commissioner. Okay, so
I'm having
Commissioner,
breakfast.
you're missing out on the.
I'm having dinner.
So,
And Commissioner Garcia brought dessert
so Commissioner Cagle, you did have a motion.
as amended.
As amended, and Commissioner Ramsey had made the second for the motion.
Judge.
Yeah,
I'm not clear on what the motion actually is, so if it could be read for court record, I would appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Judge,
The motion is
So
that the,
one second, Commissioner. Yes, Lucinda?
should we vote even though we still haven't gotten to all the speakers?
Oh, fair enough. Well, why don't we save it for last then?
okay, that was the whole question is are we done trying to reach the?
No, my team is
At
still
1:15 at night, you might not be getting a lot of folks answering the phone call.
I think she has to call them because of the due diligence we need
Okay.
to do.
Yeah, Judge, I was gonna ask legally, I guess we have to call them. Or if we have to stop calling them, maybe we have to hold the item.
Yeah. Well, I think Lucinda, if you reach someone, just let us know and we'll save that motion for last.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
James, you'll remind me if I forget.
Would
but
you like for me to
I've got
read
it.
the motion for James so he's got it?
Oh, sure.
The motion is that the funding from the rollover budgets that had been removed be fully restored to all law enforcement, including Harris County Constables, Harris County Sheriff's Office, and the Harris County Fire Marshal. And we amended it that as to Harris County Constable Precinct 3, that the amount be restored and be added to the amount of funds that would require it to be $439,000.
Does that work, James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll vote on that one later.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we had item 10 on page 3. That's the broad COVID item. I gave you guys the update already. That's no action, James.
Judge,
Yes.
any indication on when we will no longer even be in yellow?
So the case count is going up again slightly, not by much. It's kind of been mercurial. So hospitalizations have been pretty consistently coming down. If case counts, hospitalizations continue to come down, it could be a matter of weeks, but really there's no telling. It will all depend on the vaccination rate and the variant, but we're looking very good. Big day today, or well, yesterday I mentioned to you all 50% of all county residents have had at least one shot and 60% of eligible residents have had at least one shot. So So that's all good news. Or excuse me, 50% of all county residents have been fully vaccinated and 60% of eligible residents have had at least one shot.
Thank you.
Item 92, it's an interlocal agreement with the city of Baytown. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. So it's my understanding that the engineering department was not required to get an authorization to discuss an interlocal agreement. This is an interesting item, Judge. But the engineering department was bringing the agreement to Commissioners Court for a vote, is bringing the agreement to Commissioners Court for a vote once the agreement is drafted. This is an added step that may require more resources from the engineering department and can likely, in all likelihood, delay our projects. Now, I was told by John Blunt that he was advised by the county attorney's office that this is what is needed. So, Jay, are you there? Somebody needs to go wake up Jay.
Commissioners, this is Scott Lamond. I'm here.
Okay, Scott. I'm glad you're awake.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Scott. So here's my questions. Is this a requirement or just a practice? And secondly, can we come up with some blanket authorization to discuss interlocal agreements with other, interlocal agreements with other agencies, perhaps like we do with the county attorney's office on environmental events, that we provide a blanket authorization, because it's quite frankly a little ridiculous that we should be drafting an interlocal to discuss an interlocal with a city.
Commissioner, I will answer that by saying it is a practice because, as you know, an interlocal agreement is not technically a contract. However, the county attorney's office does like to look over all agreements if there might be some obligation or some liability on the county. That's not typically the case with an interlocal agreement. But we could probably come up with some shorter way of doing things. And certainly we can work with the engineering department to speed up the process or to come up with a shortened process when we're dealing with interlocal agreements.
I would ask that because my understanding, and Mr. Blunt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you mentioned that you in the past were not being required to do so, to do this process, but the flood control district had been. And then this apparently was basically put on you because of, they got to do it, why don't you do it? Is that kind of where we're at?
Commissioner, yeah, that's the bottom line.
Okay, so Mr. Lamont, can I ask you to work through this process to come up with a blanket authorization?
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll do that. We'll get with the engineering department, and of course, I'll get with Mr. Iyer and with Mr. Menifee, and we'll come up with something for you.
Wonderful. And if you could engage Milton Rahman on my staff to work with you on that as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Commissioner John Black, you wanted flood control involved in that as well, right? You wanted the same process with both?
Yeah. Let's fix it for them because this will help expedite our projects over there as well. So Scott, do I need to make put this into a motion?
No, Commissioner, we can take care of that for you.
Good deal. Thank you.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
excuse me. Yes, go ahead. I have caller 215 on the line.
Thank you.
Shaquille Hart, go ahead, please. She disconnected.
Okay, well.
Try
you
again.
Yeah, thank you. Let us know. So no, as presented for that one, Commissioner Garcia?
That's correct. And that's an issue that applies to actually 92 through 98. Is to get the county attorney's office to help us come up with an authorization. This is just an example of how cumbersome this could become.
Mhm.
If we don't have such a agreement in place.
Yeah, interlocal for
Yeah.
interlocal.
Exactly. Crazy.
Okay, item 140, we already discussed. It's a flood control, new flood control proposal. Item 178, authorization to negotiate an agreement with Zollers. I can never get that right.
Yeah. Quickly, I got some clarification of this earlier. This looks like it's fairly local in terms of streets and such. Even though it is related to I-45, it's kind of back in the neighborhood, not exactly into the freeway portion. So that was my question.
Judge, we need to vote on it now.
And I do have a question on it as well, Judge. And I'm not sure whose answers this, but who's going to be the project manager on this? Will it be the city of Houston or the county? And I prefer that we be the project manager on that because of things we discussed in the past.
So let me see if I have that here. Do you know? I'm not sure. John, would you?
Yeah, Mr. Blunt, do you know the answer to that?
Might have to wake John up.
No, I'm not here.
He's here.
Sorry, I was on mute. I am not, this is something the toll road worked on, Commissioner, so I am not aware of what the plan is on that.
Gotcha. I will, I think before we authorize it, Commissioner Ramsey, can we get that question answered? I think that's pretty critical. Otherwise, we're just giving our money to the city of Houston to potentially waste away.
Well, I'm probably not going to support it, so don't.
Is that,
Okay.
you want to delay it, Commissioner?
Yeah, so I'm going to hold this item until we can get that question answered.
Is it, John, any issues with that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, Judge, it's not my item, so I'm not really familiar with if there's an issue or not.
Commissioner Garcia, can't we get the toll road on the line?
Oh, yeah.
I just got my staff. Alex here says we're fine. He's involved in it and we're fine.
Okay, perfect. I'm good with it
So
then.
we'll no action on item 178, James.
We're okay with your, no action?
No action.
Judge, I was just going to make the brief comment that I was going to vote against this item, not because I have an issue, because I'm supportive of trying to encourage TxDOT into being our partner and being the partner in Precinct 4. I just wanted to say that I was going to vote against it because I view this as not forwarding that partnership relationship.
Got it.
Thank you.
Item
Judge.
180. Yes.
I'm sorry, we have 215 on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Shaquille Hart, go ahead, please.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Go ahead with what exactly?
You were you had signed up for Commissioner's Court on item 442.
I'm not aware of signing up for an item. I signed to say an opinion and why do I feel like they shouldn't defund police officers at Precinct 5, but I didn't sign up for a particular item. I'm not aware of that.
Very well, we'll take your comments.
Well, I pretty much feel like we serve our community. We get there in a timely manner. I'm sure everybody is appreciative of
the constables that work at C5 because of the time and the energy that we put into our citizens. So I feel like by defunding us, if we lose officers, then we won't be able to perform as such because we'll be short hand staffed pretty much. And then everybody won't have the same reaction that they have about constables that they have now.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Anytime.
Anyone else? Lucinda?
No, ma'am, that's it for now.
All right. Well, let us know if anybody else becomes available.
Yes, ma'am.
186 is commercial paper funding for the voting machines. Commissioner Cagle, you flagged that one.
Judge, we just need to vote on it.
Okay, is there a motion? For,
Second.
motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Item 189, security related operations. Commissioner Ramsey, you tagged this one.
Just quickly, if you've ever, and I wouldn't suggest you do it tonight, but if you ever walk around downtown, not too far from here, security is pretty bad. So in this whole concept of looking at security, we need to look at all of our, particularly around our buildings down here. I had one of my staff just walking to a restaurant not too far, and he was accosted, not assaulted, but accosted by some street folks. So we need to do something. Something needs to be done. This wouldn't be a encouraging place to walk down the street and have dinner, and it should be that way in downtown Houston. So that would be a part of it, I would hope.
Does that?
Judge, I received a memo from Constable One, and I think that there was a comment on it or an interpretation of it from a staffer of mine that we do need to make sure that any third-party participation in funding should be limited to enhance or supplement the existing multi-agency task force. I'm not sure that the requested, I think this says a work group. And so I think that the concern of the constable can be incorporated in the work group since we're not taking any action, I think, beyond authorizing a work group.
Yeah, they're convening a work group to identify what work's been done. I mean, well, do you want to go ahead and explain it?
Sure, happy.
Can you guys help them figure out the microphone, please?
You know, if you use that one over there, you just have to push a button.
Thank you.
Much better. And briefly, I think the plan would be that Constable One is included in the work group. It would be separate from the work,
Because the other one is all. Thank you.
the existing group includes like 40 departments. So we need to get the key players together and get an outside security review. That's the spirit of this.
You need a motion on it? Judge, you need a motion on it?
Do folks need a motion on it? We'll just take it with all the items together, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, is that going to be as presented?
As presented, James.
Okay. It sounds like your microphone may be off.
Oh. No, I've got it on. It's as presented, and then Dave, you guys can figure out whether the Commissioner Ramsey's question falls in the scope, and if not, where else that can go. Okay, so that was, can you hear me now, James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's 189. 191, we already approved. 197.
Yeah, that was mine. We just need to vote on it. I think that's O'Donnell related.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Garcia makes the motion. Commissioner Ellis makes the motion. Commissioner Garcia is the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Item 247. Commissioner Ramsey.
That is, as I understand, we're going to spend over 300 million doing jail renovation, and we need to do that. This isn't opposition to that. Do we know if Harris Health is involved with this? I know we're looking for Harris Health at some point to obviously take over those responsibilities within the jail. Is there anything here that would impact what Harris Health is planning on doing with the jail?
Dave, do you know?
Commissioner, they've been involved. Harris Health has been involved in this redesign project. And you will see, not presented for final approval today, but some initial recommendations about renovating the clinic space at the jail.
Judge, is it 31 million or 300 million?
300.
Tom, I think you said 300. I thought it was 31.
It's 300, I thought. There's two numbers here. It's 31 million.
31 million is the amount being requested for approval today. That's the first package or phase of an overall renovation project.
For 7 years.
Over 7 years.
350 million, yeah. And Judge, if I could add to this, this is, the jail is, this particular facility, better yet, is at risk of non-compliance. So this funding is critical to make sure that we do not, have that happen to us. And so it is a matter of it has a sense of urgency, if you will, to have approved. So I'm glad the commissioner is good with it. I will second this or move on this item. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Garcia or do folks need to vote on it? Why don't we just save it to, we can vote with the other items. It doesn't seem to be an issue with this one. Item two, yes, Lucinda.
I have a speaker.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lawrence Gaston, number 246. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was wanted to speak about the item where y'all were considering taking away the $8 million in the rollover money from the Precinct 5 budget. I don't understand. This to me represents that the commissioners are not being transparent with the money. I don't see why Precinct 5 has to lose the money because they made efforts to conserve the money in order to have it for the following year's budget. I think if y'all take this money away, that y'all are going to put less deputies on the street to patrol, and it's going to affect us, the citizens of Harris County. In my opinion, this is a form of defunding the police because they didn't take the commissioner's court rollover money related to the Senate Bill 23. You know, the governor of Texas has already ruled that you can't defund the police, and this is a form of defunding. I don't understand why it's happening. Furthermore, I don't understand why we're adding a new county administrator position, or we're looking at that. To me, we're disfranchising the voters of Harris County by doing that. We don't have a say in it because we're not electing the administrator. That's the only issues I had. I wanted to make sure that they were heard.
Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you.
I have one more speaker.
Okay.
Ann Fan, go ahead, please.
Speaker. Which number, Lucinda?
I'm sorry, number 224. Miss Fan? We'll try her again in a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 267 is JAD's convening of a task force for non-carceral programs at Little Baker. Commissioner Garcia and Cagle had both tagged it.
Yes, and Judge, on this item, I've got a motion.
Lucinda, you're unmuted.
I've got a motion on this. That they're
Lucinda.
No, that's not me, Judge.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, somebody's unmuted on the call line.
Oh.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. There may be a need for public health to hire a full-time employee to lead the efforts. However, they will have to work with a budget management office. This would be a temporary assignment, as I understand it. There may not be the need to hire a new person If there is, that would come before us, and we'll address it through the budget. But in addition, there's 195,000 that will be needed for the analysis of the physical suitability of the facility and study of the cost implications of converting Little Baker into a navigation transition center. And this would have to come from the engineering department. This is an exciting thing, and talking about things that didn't happen and all that kind of stuff. Almost my first month in office was the idea of using the old county jail as a respite homeless transition center instead of kind of a little bit to Commissioner Ramsey's point earlier of just opening the county jail, and folks who had done their time but who had a Anywhere's USA address would go back out to the streets, go back to the doorsteps of the businesses that they were congregating at, go back to our parks, go back under our bridges, go back to our street corners, and then get rearrested and come right back to us. So the idea was to convert that facility and do some wraparound services, some case management to see what we could do to help people and get them in a better pathway instead of in that revolving door of the costly county jail. Commissioner's Court conducted a study, and the study came back by PGAL that it would cost $30 million to retrofit the entire county jail for that purposes. I was only asking for one floor. So we have now moved forward, Judge. We now have Little Baker that's available to us, thankfully, because of the phenomenal work that Sheriff Gonzalez and his team has done to depopulate the county jail in a safe way. And this particular building will allow us to continue to case manage and engage those with an Anywhere's USA address in a more constructive and meaningful way, instead of opening the door and sending them right back to our communities. And so on this particular item, I move that Little Baker, that the Little Baker Future Use Task Force be led by the Department of Public Health, Health Services, and to authorize Public Health to reestablish the task force and expand it to include representatives from the Harris Center, Community Services Department, the Sheriff's Office, and other county and community partners necessary to develop a coordinated approach to serving vulnerable targeted populations. To charge the task force with developing a plan to utilize the facility for non-carceral, you can tell it's 1:30 in the morning, non-carceral public health housing, particularly addressing the needs of populations experiencing homelessness and populations experiencing reentry in the carceral system, and in a manner that incorporates the Sheriff's Department's needs in terms of limited to training and emergency operations, and to authorize procurement of architectural consulting services to assist in this charge in coordination with the Office of the County Engineer, and to authorize Public Health Services to work with budget management to develop to do the necessary planning of staff requests to go along with this facility. That would be my motion, Judge.
I second it. Is it a good one?
It's a good one, man. You'd have loved it if you'd have heard it.
Commissioner Garcia made a motion, Commissioner Ellis had the second. Yes.
Question, Judge, from my colleague. My understanding is that they were also looking at portions of this facility as a medium security jail. And we know that once it's a use it or lose it, once they decommission a part of it, you can't get it back. Is part of your motion contemplating that they look at the portions they don't use for this to be put into that medium security jail? Because that wasn't really clear. If that's part of the study, I'm 100% in.
The challenge is that the needs and, or the cost to do that are, it's exponential. And so, the idea is to work with the sheriff's office to find equitable uses in addition to the, navigation and transition center. They're looking for training space. They're looking for some emergency capacity space. So all that will be included, but to bring it up to the level that you're talking about, it would cost a greater amount of money.
Could we add
but
to
there-
this or
but-
just ask them, since the first part of this is sort of planning, that they look at that and let us be aware of what that would be?
They have, but I will, to get your support, I will, include that in there.
I feel very strongly that this not be more jail space. And right now, he's not using it. My whole thing on this was it needs to be non-carceral, so I can't support it that way, Commissioner.
And I agree with that.
Sorry, Judge.
He's talking about when I used to wear robes.
Okay.
Judge, I have a speaker.
Thank you. Well, let's finish the vote on this real quick, as you read it.
I will leave the item as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner. You made a motion, Commissioner Else had a second. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed?
No,
Motion carries 4
but
to 1.
I'm in favor of what you're trying to do. It's just, we don't want to get to where we're shipping people out of state again, like we did once before. And as we start picking up these folks that are out there that are violent criminals, we'll need to have a place to put them. And that's the reason why I'm a no. I'm in favor of the concept of what you're trying to do here.
We might still get you on board. Remember that it's still available to the sheriff for emergency capacity needs. Still available. So if our population does grow, he can still use a portion of this if necessary, if needed.
So once the study comes back, you might have me.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Yes, ma'am. Speaker number 237, Timothy Karknard. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I was just noticing the Commissioner of the Court agenda item 442-SB23- Precinct 5 rollover money. And I was just wondering, why are you taking $8 million in rollover money from Precinct 5 budget? And failing to be transparent with the citizens of Harris County, taking $8 million in rollover money will place Harris County citizens at risk. It'll put less deputies on the street to patrol and affect the citizens of Harris County. This is a form of defunding the police because they didn't take Commissioner Court's rollover money related to SB 23. The governor of Texas already ruled that you can't defund the police, and this is a form of defunding. Why? Also, why are you adding a new county administrator position? What will the person be doing and why? Isn't that your job as a judge? And you're disenfranchising the voter of Harris County. Nah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers for now.
Okay. Now, the next one was 268 and 269, which we already discussed. 271 was next, Commissioner Garcia. That's Jad as a co-chair of the Justice Technology Committee.
I want to hold this based on a conversation with the district attorney.
Commissioner, your microphone may be off.
I want to hold this item based on a conversation I had with the district attorney and like to get with her and it's a delicate matter, but I want to see what it's going to take to work through the concerns she expressed. So if there's not anything urgent with this, I'd like to hold it.
I support holding it. Also, apparently you're gonna, by adding Jad to the group on the voting capacity as a co-chair, you'll have a tie. It's usually good to have odd numbers.
So no action on item 271. Item 382, Texas Wall and Landscape, Commissioner Ramsey.
I just wanted to, this was a good example, I think, of acquiring land that will ultimately be turned into.
I'm sorry, but your microphone may be off, Commissioner.
This is an example of acquiring some land out in the far northwest part of my precinct where there'll be parks. There'll be a park associated with this. Just wanted to make folks aware of that.
Thank you. So that one is as presented, James. Item 425, we already voted on, correct?
Correct.
Item 430, yeah.
Sorry, I have a speaker.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Number 243, Larhonda Agnew. Go ahead, please. Larhonda Agnew, go ahead, please. We'll call her back.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia, you had tagged item 430.
Yes, ma'am. A little bit based on the earlier conversation about SB 23, and just with the flood bond issues and all things related to our ability to financially plan for the future. I got these questions for, it might be a combination of Mr. Berry and the county attorney's office. But Mr. Berry, what's the current debt capacity of the county and how much more can be added without impacting bond ratings?
I don't have an exact number for you, but I'll give you two ways to think about it so we can start a conversation here. I think the county could borrow a significant amount more and likely keep its bond rating. Certainly, we could borrow that money at very attractive costs. We're a trusted borrower in the capital markets. The other question is, what can we borrow and not increase or dramatically increase our debt service tax rate? And there, what I can say is that tax rate has actually been going down, which is a sign. It's a good sign because we've had more money to invest in operations. And so I think there's opportunity there at some point to do an additional bond issuance without having to raise that rate. But one of the moving pieces here is, and there's an item on the consent agenda about road bonds, and we're allocating more of that. So to really get a specific answer, would need to spend some time with each precinct, really understanding the timing of those road bond issuances.
Good deal. And then there's some legislation that's passed. Some of it relates to the construction of buildings. So how does that legislation impact our current capital improvement plans? And will any planned projects that did not previously require voter approval, will it now require voter approval? And I don't know if John can help you out with that.
I would hesitate to be definitive without the county attorney on, but I would certainly say there are question marks about our ability to build new buildings. And it would be a case-by-case analysis about whether we would need to go get voter authorization for those new buildings. In the past, we have not had to, and so that's a potential change.
Gotcha.
And Commissioner, we actually are working with the county attorney on that and looking at our whole capital program because there are some questions.
Got it. Okay. And can you, once you do get those answers, those questions answered, Can you, please provide, the court with a report on that?
Yes, sir, we will.
What is the status of bonds that were last approved by the voters in 2007?
So there are actually 4 issuances in 2007. Parks, Forensic Center, Family Law Center, and road bonds. Do you want to go through all of them, or is there one you have in mind?
But what are some of the types of projects that, that was my question number one. And then lastly, what are some of the types of projects that can be financed with bond revenue that Harris County has not previously utilized bond financing for?
Well, certainly vehicles is one. And as we discussed earlier this year, we're moving to have a vehicle CIP that gets us on a proper flat line, as Commissioner Cagle would say.
Commissioner Garcia, I was just thinking, I was going to ask if next time we meet, if we could ask the legal department to give us some legal advice on the interpretation of that legislation as it relates to the health department in Riverside, as an example.
That'd be good.
I think if we ask for some legal advice along the lines of what we asked for earlier today, just to make sure we don't step into something.
Good deal. And then I guess my last question is, based on the flood bond and the fact that we've had a lot of conversations about we need more. When do we need to start planning? And when will we know whether we should be going out for another bond? And as a result, when should we start planning, putting this to the voters, having those conversations? And then, the amount that we would be asking for potentially.
So there are a few stages of planning. One is coming up with a potential portfolio. And in my view, that's work that should be happening now and is beginning to happen now. And the Flood Resiliency Task Force is a good place for it. That's the first step. I think that all happened very quickly back in 2018, and now we have more time. So that would be step one. And then I think start having some discussions with Commissioners Court about timing. And I'd say give ourselves 1 to 2 years to get it on the ballot.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have like 5 more items in the public hearing, so we
I
can.
have another speaker.
Okay, go
Judge.
ahead. Yes.
Before we move on, so for item 430, is there any action?
No action.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Thank you. Wayne James with item number 87. Go ahead, please, sir.
I don't know what item number 87 is. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, you're number 87 on our list.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Did you want to address the court?
Address the court, and they're down there at 2:00 in the morning calling people? Are they all
Yes, sir,
sober?
we are.
Yes, sir. Your taxpayer dollars at work.
That's a great one.
Okay. Well, I had no idea.
We really don't have to be sober.
Yeah,
but...
I like to address you guys. Go home, go to bed. Think about it tomorrow. Good God. Yeah, I'm going to have to get me a glass of whiskey here before I can drink during all that. I got to catch up with you guys. Y'all got a head start on me. Why don't we meet at the bar somewhere and talk this over?
That's right. More constructive.
This is unbelievable. I'm a pretty old guy, but I ain't never seen anything like this. I'll tell you for sure.
We're working here for you, brother.
This some of this stuff. We trying to slip something through the middle of the night here. You guys,
waking you up.
I hope you guys check your pockets. Somebody checks y'all's pockets before you leave down there.
Well, thank you for picking up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, man.
Okay, you have a good evening. I don't know what you're talking about. Call me back sometime during the day, you know? Or I don't know if y'all guys, I don't know if y'all are up during the day, but if you do, call me back.
Thank you. Take care.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay, we, item 428, have we already voted on that one? Is the Dixie Farm Road
Yes.
item? Okay. Next is 440. Commissioner Ramsey, this is the microchipping of Harris County pets.
Just wanted, again, to highlight the fact we're doing that. I think other precincts are doing that. That was the only.
Great news. Item 441, Commissioner Ramsey, that is Justice Administration Department.
That's fine.
So that's no action on that one, James.
On item
And
4
440 is as 440 is as presented. 441 is no action.
Okay, thank you.
442 we already discussed and was no action. 454 we already discussed. 480, Commissioner Ramsey, the World Cup.
This is a good thing to discuss at 2:00 in the morning, but I think it is good we submit a letter. I think the city did. Now we will. That's a great event. It's be great for the city. Since most of that's going to be in Harris County facilities, we should put forth. So that's the only point there.
So we'll take that up with the other items. Now we have to take.
Judge.
Yes.
Just to be clear, did you say 442 was no action, or I have 440 was as presented, 441 no action?
And 442.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a discussion. Okay, no, that one we still need to vote on at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. And I got confused. And okay, so now we need to take the public hearings. So here we're taking item 452 and 458 together, starting with 452. Commissioners Court will now go into a public hearing on item 452, request by the Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity for a public hearing for the purpose of potentially granting 2 tax abatements to Halder Topso Incorporated. Am I mispronouncing this? And Halder Topso AS for new construction of 2 manufacturing facilities in the Pasadena Industrial District on a 24.325 acre tract located at 10010 Bayport Road, Pasadena, Texas 77507 in Harris County Precinct 2, in connection with a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1, 2020, and/or a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1st, 2025. Are there any public comments?
There are no speakers signed up, Judge.
Since there are no speakers, is there any discussion?
I'm good with it, and we also have 458, and I'll save my remarks for 458.
The public hearing for item 452 is now closed. It is 1:58 a.m. on June 30th. Okay. Now we take item 458, and here Commissioners Court will now go into a public hearing on item 458, request by the Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity for discussion and possible action related to granting 2 tax abatements to Halder Topso Incorporated and Halder Topso AS for new construction of 2 manufacturing facilities in the Pasadena Industrial District on 24.325 acre tract located at 10010 Bayport Road, Pasadena, Texas 77507 in Harris County Precinct 2 in connection to a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1st, 2020 and/or a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1st, 2025. Are there any public comments? Since there are no comments, any discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Judge. First, I'd like to congratulate the Department of Equity and Economic Opportunity of Harris County. These two projects are the first agreements under the new Harris County tax abatement policy guidelines. These items are going to bring 30 new full-time permanent positions for the hydroprocessing catalyst project and 45 for the alumina project. But regardless of the size, they're going to hire at least 50% of its new employees at the project location from residents of Harris County. This will be audited annually after year 3. They'll utilize MWBE participation for both the hydroprocessing catalyst project and the alumina project through contractors and subcontractors when possible. They should also be intentional here. The facility may require specialized construction. However, early project work like earthwork should be maximized. Previous abatement was terminated due to not meeting the job creation requirement. The funds were recaptured. But I'm excited about this because hopefully this will be just one example for other entities out there looking to bring investments and as a result, jobs to our area. And we now have good guidelines to help guide folks and encourage folks to look at Harris County. I'd like to say Harris County is open for business. Come over and build and employ. So to that end, Judge, I have 2 motions. The first is to find that the terms of the 2 proposed Haldor-Topsoe tax abatement agreements conform to Harris County's guidelines and criteria for granting tax abatement in a reinvestment zone created in Harris County. There will be no substantial adverse effect on the provision of Harris County's service or tax base, and the planned use of the property will not constitute a hazard to public safety, health, or morals. My second motion is to grant 2 tax abatements to Haldor-Topsoe Inc. and Haldor-Topsoe A/S for new construction of 2 manufacturing facilities in the Pasadena Industrial District on a 24.325 acre tract located at 10010 Bayport Road, Pasadena, Texas, 77507 in Harris County, Precinct 2, in connection to a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1, 2022, and/or a tax abatement agreement with an effective date of January 1, 2025.
I will second.
Thank you. Both items.
Yeah, second, both of them.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I'm slightly distracted. Commissioner Garcia, your precinct, you're good?
Yes, sir.
I'm in.
Thank you.
That would
Motion
be
carries unanimously. The public hearing for item,
Judge, what I was distracted with
Yeah.
was the name. It's 2:04 in the morning and the rice nerd in me was coming out. I was trying to recall who Haldor was. I think he was one of the Nordic heroic characters of the Middle Ages. I know that C.S. Lewis made a reference to him in one of his books, and I was trying to remember what it was that Haldor was famous for.
You're nerding about
If
now.
you go back to your office, why don't you call that guy and wake him up? Ask him so we can finish this damn agenda.
the public hearing for item 458 requested by the Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity is at.
Dave went to Rice. He would know who
At
Haldor was.
AM.
Judge, that was 2:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Thank you. And to be clear, Commissioner Garcia's motion was just for item 458?
No, 452 and 458.
Okay, thank you.
And the second was for both.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, so that puts us at the next item here. So we're done with public hearings. Lucinda, any other speakers?
We haven't been able to reach any.
Okay, so let's go back to the motion. For 442, Commissioner Cagle had made the motion, Commissioner Ramsey had a second. That's the motion on item 442. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Wait.
I don't think you guys are in favor of that.
Oh, no. This is what I'm.
This is the rollover.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad to see that.
Glad the judge caught it.
But
The real judge.
Maybe I voted for it, but I'm really against it.
Oh.
I'm against it, and I'm voting against it.
Okay,
Can I bring it up at next meeting? If you vote against, you can bring it back.
So there's we.
Judge.
Yes, James.
Could Commissioner reread that motion just for clarity one more time? I apologize.
I think we just sent it to you, James, but it was. Let's see if I can.
What the gap?
We had it right here just a minute ago.
George, I think we're gonna all need to make sure to text each other to make sure we made it home tonight.
Yeah.
There's coffee in my cup.
I
have the motion here.
Here.
You got
yeah,
it, James?
So
There we
for
go. Here we go.
Item 442, that the
Yeah.
funding for the rollover budgets that had been removed be fully restored to all law enforcement, including Harris County Constables, Harris County Sheriff's Office, and the Harris County Fire Marshal. Additionally, specifically increase Constable Precinct 3's budget by $439,000 for this year and future budget years.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Cagle, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm opposed. The motion fails 3-2. Is there a motion for any items we have not already voted on? I need a motion.
So, the ones we have not voted on.
Yes. Commissioner Ellis made a motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. James or Lucinda, do you have any clarification questions? Anything I missed?
Actually, Judge, I have a speaker on the line that would like to speak.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jennifer
Okay, so
Kozak,
2
go ahead,
o'clock in the
please.
morning, At 2 o'clock in the morning, you're gonna ask a speaker to speak. Seriously? Adrian Garcia, a year ago, you posted that you would not challenge the constables, and now you are. And Dora, the Explorer, here you are. This is not okay. And I was on the agenda for today, and at 2:11 in the morning, you're going to call me? Like, seriously? This is not okay. You cannot adjust the constables to your, oh my gosh, this is so not okay. You're trying to defund the constables before Abbott has his say.
Thank you so much.
Those are all the
Anything else,
speakers
Lucinda?
that we could reach.
James?
I don't have
James, are
any-
you good?
I think I'm good, Judge. I just want to clarify item 442 That motion failed 2-3.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all that I'm.
All right, County Attorney Scott. There's somebody. Okay.
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
Are you good?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Give us
Okay,
those-
it's 2:10, the day after, Wednesday, June 30th. Thank you all. It's been real. Take care. Commissioners
you.
Court is adjourned.